Night.
Heavy rain poured down. Inside an abandoned warehouse, Lulu lay on the ground, covered in blood and barely conscious. She looked at the woman laughing arrogantly in front of her, filled with regret for ever trusting her.
Why?
I treated you so well. Well? You mean the little food you gave me out of pity?
Supintin esnered.
While I was starving, you secretly enjoyed good food and drink. And you still dare say you were good to me? Lulyo's eyes widened in disbelief. She had thought of her as her best friend, even saving supplies from her hidden space to share with her. Yet now that kindness was twisted into a crime. Enough nonsense. Hand over all the supplies in your space. Never. Lulu answered instinctively. Su Pingting glanced at Ma Weizhou and signaled with her head. Bring him over. Lulu watched as Ma Weizhou walked to the warehouse door, opened the trunk of a car, and pulled out a large plastic bag. With a heavy thud, the bag was thrown to the ground. A child's muffled cries came from inside. Hearing the familiar voice, Lulu dragged her broken legs across the floor, trembling as she pulled open the zipper. Xiao Wu. She cried out in shock. Ignoring the pain tearing through her body, she quickly removed the rag stuffed in his mouth and held him tightly in her arms. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. Mommy is here. Hearing her voice, the boy slowly opened his misty eyes. Mommy. It hurts. He reached out his small hand and gently wiped the blood from her face. Mommy, you're bleeding. Seeing the worry on his little face, Lulyo's tears fell uncontrollably. TSK. What a touching scene between mother and son. Su Pingting's sweet but impatient voice cut through the moment. Hand over the supplies, or I'll make him suffer. She swayed her hips as she walked closer, then forcefully grabbed Xiao Wu's arm, trying to pull him away from Lulyo's embrace. Weak from blood loss, Lulu couldn't resist. Xiao Wu was snatched from her arms. Dangling in Su Pingting's grip, Xiao Wu cried out in pain as his arm twisted unnaturally, his sobs echoing through the warehouse. Lulu saw little Wu's pained face as he lay weak on the ground. She collapsed and cried out, Please, give him back to me. Give him back. You wanted supplies, right? I'll give them all to you, every bit of it. That's better, Su Pingting said with a mocking smile, casually tossing little Wu's frail body aside. He hit the ground again, treated like nothing. Lulyo's eyes filled with rage. Using her hands, she crawled to him, gathered his fading body into her arms, and wept uncontrollably. Oh dear, don't blame me. My hand just slipped, Su Pingting said lightly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you had given in earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Lulu ignored her sickly sweet voice. In her eyes, there was only her child.
Mom.
It hurts. Little Wu's weak hands fell to his sides. As he spoke, he coughed, and blood splattered onto Lulyo's face. Don't be afraid. I'm here, she whispered, trying to wipe the blood from his lips. But within seconds, his eyes closed, and his small head tilted to the side. Little Wu! Lulu screamed, her voice breaking as she cried in despair. Su Pingting froze. She had only wanted to scare Lulu, to see her humiliated. She hadn't expected the child to be so fragile, to lose his life so quickly. Well, what's done is done. Hand over the supplies, she said coldly. Lulu trembled all over. Slowly, she lifted her head, looking at the woman who had once been her closest friend. A bitter smile touched her lips. You want the supplies? If I give them to you, will you let me go?
Su Pingting nodded. Yes.
I only want the supplies. I won't kill you. After all, we were once like sisters. Lulu turned her head toward the warehouse door, where Ma Weizhou stood smoking. And him? Will he let me go? I don't believe it. Not unless I hear it from him myself. Su Pingting frowned and called out, Weizhou, come here. He crushed his cigarette underfoot and walked over to her side.
So?
She's finally willing to hand over the supplies? He asked in a low voice. Hearing his tone, Lulyo's heart sank. So they had been working together all along. She had only just realized it today. Ma Weizhou, did you ever love me? Lulu asked with the last bit of hope in her heart. Ma Weizhou lowered his head and met her eyes. Su Pingting sneered from the side.
He loves me.
But Ma Weizhou suddenly spoke. I once did. Su Pingting's face changed instantly. Lulu gave a bitter smile. If you once loved me, then why did you watch her hurt me and do nothing? Was all our time together so worthless to you? Ma Weizhou replied calmly, Lulu, you've always been too proud. All these years you kept your distance. I never even held your hand. You must understand I'm a man. I have needs. Since you couldn't give me what I wanted, I had to look elsewhere. And most importantly, you're not pure. I told you to get rid of that child, but you insisted on keeping it, making me lose face. Lulu laughed coldly. Not pure? You once said you didn't care about that. That was then. I only said it because of the shares you hold in Yunshang. I loved you, your looks, your figure, but most of all, your shares. When Lulu heard the words Yunshang shares, her face turned pale. So, everything had been for profit. Her downfall began when she went out to gather supplies 2 days ago, and Su Pingting discovered her secret. Su Pingting found out she had a hidden space, and that was why today's disaster came. So it was never about love, only about gain. Hearts cannot be exchanged with hearts. Lulu, hand over the supplies, and I'll let you live, Ma Weizhou said coldly. Lulu gave a faint smile. Did she really still have a way to live? Little Wu had died tragically before her eyes, and she had been powerless to save him. She felt unworthy of being a mother. It was her carelessness and misplaced kindness that had led to his death. She no longer had the face to keep living. Besides, these two would stop at nothing for profit. They would never let her survive. Holding little Wu in one arm, Lulu reached into her hidden space with her mind and took out a bomb. With her other hand, she pulled the pin and stared firmly at the two in front of her. Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting turned pale with fear at the sight of the bomb and ran for their lives. With a deafening explosion, the entire warehouse was blown apart. Lulu's final thought was of Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting being thrown into the air by the blast. Little Wu, I'm sorry. Lulu held Xiao Wu in her arms and slowly closed her eyes forever. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Mom is so sorry, Xiao Wu. She repeated these words in her heart until the sharp pain in her body forced her to open her eyes. Something felt wrong. A white ceiling, and 4 drip hanging from her right hand. She was dazed and confused. A city First People's Hospital. Lulu, you're awake? Lulu suddenly heard a sweet, sticky voice that she hated deeply. She forced herself to hold back the overwhelming anger in her heart. Lulu, Brother Weizhou is still upset right now. Su Pingting pretended to comfort her. What happened that night was just an accident. Once some time passes, Brother Weizhou will calm down and surely forgive you. The most important thing now is for you to take care of your health. After you leave the hospital, you need to rest well. Pain spread through Lulu's back and lower abdomen. It was the aftereffect of the anesthesia, wearing off after her surgery. But this pain was nothing compared to the memory that kept flashing in her mind. She remembered Su Pingting roughly pushing little Xiao Wu to the ground. Under the blanket, Lulu's fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms. She turned her head with difficulty, saw Su Pingting sitting on the sofa in the VIP ward, then glanced at the fruit knife on the coffee table. She didn't understand why she had returned to the week before the disaster began, back in a city First People's Hospital. But at this moment, only one thought filled her mind. She wanted to make Su Pingting pay for what she had done to Xiao Wu. She wanted her to suffer, to lose her pride, and to kneel down in regret. Su Pingting noticed the strange look in Lulu's eyes and felt a sudden chill down her back. Lulu, what's wrong? Are you still in pain? Lulu pressed her lips together and stayed silent.
Su Pingting forced a smile.
Lulu, look, the baby is so cute. You carried the baby for 12 months. When the child grows up, they'll definitely be very smart. According to the latest research from abroad, babies born after 12 months of pregnancy often have higher intelligence than others of the same age. Parallel world. On Blue Star, Due to advanced technology, pregnancy can be extended from the usual 42 weeks to 12 months. Do not imitate in real life. Always follow medical advice. She had returned to the time before the apocalypse, and her little Wu was still alive. Su Pingting stood up, lifted the baby from the crib, and slowly walked toward Lu Lulu. Lu Yolio's eyes tightened. That awful woman. Let go of my child. Su Pingting had no idea that Lu Lulu had been reborn. Smiling, she held little Wu in her arms and stood before her. Lulu, this child doesn't look like you at all.
Doesn't he look more like?
She suddenly stopped mid-sentence and laughed lightly. Oh, listen to me. I promised not to bring up that night. Lu Lulu took a deep breath.
Give me my baby.
Hearing the pain in her voice, Su Pingting felt secretly pleased. Her mind went back to 12 months ago, on Lu Liolio's birthday. Ma Weizhou had rented the most luxurious hotel in City A to hold a grand birthday party for her. He even bought a diamond ring worth millions as a gift. What was even more shocking was that, in front of all their classmates and friends, Ma Weizhou knelt on one knee and proposed to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu accepted with a smile. Surrounded by blessings and applause, she stood in the center of the crowd, shining brightly. All of this filled Su Pingting, who had struggled her way up from nothing, with deep jealousy. That night, she secretly drugged Lu Lulu. Pretending to take her home, she actually brought her to a hotel room upstairs. She even spent a large sum to bribe a hotel guard, asking him to ruin Lu Liolio's reputation. The guard agreed, without hesitation. But in the early morning, he told her the plan had failed. Before he entered, he saw a man dressed in black, wearing a mask, slip into the half-open room. The guard tried to return the money, but Su Pingting refused. Instead, she used it to buy his silence. To her, it didn't matter who that man was, as long as it wasn't Ma Weizhou. The next morning, she deliberately brought Ma Weizhou to the hotel room. When they entered, they saw Lu Lulu lying on the messy bed. She was covered only by a thin blanket, barely keeping her dignity. Su Pingting had succeeded. She saw the anger and disgust on Ma Weizhou's face. Lu Lulu, once the pure and admired campus beauty, had now been reduced to a shadow of her former self. Watching Lu Liolio's pale face, Su Pingting felt secretly pleased. Who would ever know that she was the one behind it all? The hotel security cameras from that night had already been destroyed by the guard she bribed. There was no evidence left to prove she had harmed Lu Lulu. Smiling, Su Pingting placed the newborn baby beside Lu Lulu. Lu Liolio's body ached everywhere, her back, waist, and stomach. But when she saw Xiao Wu, the pain suddenly felt unimportant.
Xiao Wu was alive.
That was enough. Though she was weak and couldn't move much, she tried her best to turn her head and gently nudged Xiao Wu's arm with her forehead. At that moment, Xiao Wu opened his eyes. Looking at Lu Liolio's familiar yet blurry face, he gave a faint smile. Lulu, the baby smiled. He really likes you. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Wu suddenly burst into loud cries. Su Pingting wanted to pick him up and comfort him, hoping to show her care in front of Lu Lulu. Don't touch him. Lu Lulu cried out nervously. Just then, Sister Li, the caregiver who had gone out to buy porridge, walked in. Seeing her, Lu Lulu quietly let out a sigh of relief. Hearing the baby's cries, Sister Li quickly set the thermos of porridge aside and gently picked up the child, soothing him with care. Su Pingting noticed something unusual in Lu Liolio's reaction and was about to ask, when her phone suddenly rang. Hello? Okay, I'll be right there. Lulu, something urgent came up at the company. I'll come back to see you after work tonight. She gave Lu Lulu a kind smile, then turned and left the ward. As soon as the door closed, Lu Lulu said to the caregiver, Please call the attending doctor for me. Thinking of the generous salary Lu Lulu had promised, the caregiver quickly placed the now-calmed baby beside her and went to fetch the doctor. Dr. Tian soon arrived. Sister Li, could you step out for a moment? Sister Li nodded, closed the door, and left. Once the room was quiet, Lu Lulu looked at Dr. Tian and said firmly, Dr. Tian, I want to be discharged. Dr. Tian, about 35 years old, frowned. Nonsense. You just had your pain pump removed, the tube taken out, and your wound hasn't even healed yet. You can't be discharged. I want to leave. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility.
No.
Your blood tests still show signs of infection. If you leave now, it could spread through your whole body and your wound might tear open. Lulu took a deep breath and whispered, Dr. Tian, I'll give you 30,000 yuan. Please take 3 days off and come to my home to give me 4 antibiotics. Dr. Tian froze. 30,000. 3 days.
No.
I'm a hospital doctor. I can't take private jobs. 50,000. 3 days. Lulu raised the offer. I won't tell anyone about this. Dr. Tian hesitated. After deductions, she only took home about 8,000 yuan a month. 50,000 was half a year's salary. Meeting Lu Yolyo's pleading eyes, she changed her words. I can't take private jobs. But if you really want to leave, I can help you with the discharge paperwork. What about my infection and wound? I have a friend who runs a private clinic. She's a licensed doctor. I can connect you with her. All right, please help me contact her. At 2:30 in the afternoon, through Sister Li's introduction, Lulu arranged for an extra caregiver. At the same time, Dr. Tian successfully completed her discharge. 2 caregivers used a rented hospital bed to wheel Lulu into a long business van. Dr. Lin Fong, the friend Dr. Tian had introduced, joined them inside the van. The ride-hailing driver she had booked drove them toward the Linwan Villa district. Linwan Villa was one of the properties under Lu Liu's name. She chose this place because she had never brought Su Pingting or Ma Weizhou here. It was located 20 kilometers outside City A, in a wealthy area with high ground, open space, and few people. After the world changed, this place became one of the official shelter bases. The outbreak of the virus would happen exactly 1 week after her discharge. She remembered it clearly. The disaster began at midnight on June 6, 2060. That day was also her birthday. 1 year after the outbreak, the infected disappeared. Soon after, the survivors faced natural disasters, months of heavy rain and freezing cold. At that time, she had just been discharged from the hospital, 2 days before everything began. She had asked Sister Li, the caretaker, to clean the villa in advance and buy plenty of fresh food. She planned to invite Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou to the villa for her birthday. She wanted to use the occasion to apologize to Ma Weizhou and hoped he would forgive her. But before she could invite them, the world had already fallen into chaos. At that time, she had just regained the strength to get out of bed, but her milk supply was not enough. Fortunately, before the baby was born, she had stocked up on formula and baby supplies in the villa's storage room. With those supplies, she managed to survive the most difficult first 6 months. 6 months later, an accident happened. She dropped a glass baby bottle, and when she reached to pick it up, she accidentally cut her finger. The ancestral ring on her hand was stained with blood and suddenly activated, opening up a space as large as 10 football fields. But by then, there weren't many supplies left to store. Later, she met Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou, who came seeking shelter, and she let them stay with her. After that, when the supply teams went out to collect resources, others couldn't take extra, but she secretly stored plenty in her space. She kept enough food for herself and her baby, and saved the rest to help Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou. Who would have thought? Lulu lay on the moving hospital bed, her eyes dark and heavy. This time, after being reborn, she had 1 full week to prepare and stock up. About an hour later, the business van stopped at the gate of the 5th villa in Lin Wan's estate. This villa had been bought by her grandfather for 10 million as a gift for her 10th birthday. Lulu had owned it for 15 years, and now its market value had doubled to 20 million. Back then, after giving her the villa, her grandfather also arranged for lawyers and officials to witness her signing hundreds of documents. A month after the signing, her grandfather passed away from late-stage lung cancer. Lulu cried her heart out. Right after his death, her grandmother took her to live quietly in a small county under J City. When she turned 18 and got into university, her grandmother also passed away. As for her parents, They had died in a car accident shortly after she was born. Until now, the authorities still haven't caught the person responsible for the hit and run. Lulu looked at the villa, her thoughts drifting to the past, her expression tinged with sadness. "Miss Lu, we can't get in."
Push me over, she said softly.
Sister Li and another caregiver, Sister Zhen, pushed her to the villa's front gate. "Help me up." The two caregivers carefully supported her. Lulu reached out and entered the code on the gate. With a click, the villa door opened automatically. She lay back on the bed, and the caregivers, along with Dr. Lin Fong, accompanied her inside. Once she was brought to the master bedroom on the first floor, Dr. Lin Fong examined her and reconnected her to the four-drip. Caregiver Sister Li took little Wu to the guest room to settle him and feed him. With Lu Yolio's permission, Sister Zhen and Dr. Lin Fong each chose a guest room to place their belongings. Looking at the 4-bottle hanging from her left hand, Lulu picked up her phone with her right hand. After turning it on, she opened a red-colored app. She remembered the account her grandfather had once given her. Logging in with her birthday as the password, she entered the personal center. It showed that she owned 51% of Yunxiang Technology Company Limited. The value of these shares had grown from 5 billion back then to 10 billion now. After her grandfather passed away, she and her grandmother lived quietly in a small county of Jay City, leading an ordinary life. It wasn't until she turned 18 that her grandmother told her their family was actually worth billions. Now she had 10 billion in her hands, so she didn't need to worry about money or supplies. The Linwan Villa area where she lived would become one of a city's bases a year later, so it couldn't be sold. Time was short, and her health didn't allow her to do too much. So, holding her phone, Lulu opened the Yunxiang shareholders group chat, which she had muted for a long time, and sent a message, selling my 51% shares of Yunxiang Technology. Need liquid cash. The 10 other shareholders in the group were shocked when they saw the message. Within minutes, they all started adding her as a friend. Because of the advanced core technology developed by Lu Yolio's father in his youth, Yunxiang Technology held a crucial position not only in Blue Star but also in the entire Hailan nation. After so many years, the early shareholders of Yunxiang Technology, who held equity, had been living comfortably just from the annual dividends. They all clearly understood how valuable that 51% stake would be in the future. At present, the combined cash flow of the 10 shareholders was just enough to buy the shares in Lu Yolio's hands. "Lulu, I want to buy 10%. I'll pay the full amount based on the current market value." "Nonsense. There's only 51% in total. Why should you alone take 10%? "Exactly." The 10 shareholders in the Yunxiang group chat started arguing. Lulu quietly watched the screen, holding her phone. An hour later, the 10 shareholders reached an agreement. 9 of them would each buy 5% of Yunxiang's shares, while the elder who spoke first would buy 6%. "Have Yunxiang's lawyer draft the equity transfer contract. He can come to me alone for the signature. The money should be transferred to this account, number 655. At 4 in the afternoon, Yunxiang Technology's top lawyer arrived at Lu Yolio's villa with the contract. The lawyer opened a group video call, and the 10 shareholders joined to witness Lulu signing. She glanced at the contract and signed her name in front of them. The lawyer gave a signal through the video. With the lawyer holding the signed contract as proof, the shareholders instructed their financial advisors to transfer the money to Lu Yolio's account. A total of 1 billion yuan was deposited into her card. The lawyer, excitedly holding the contract worth 1 billion, bid farewell to Lulu and left. Lulu logged into the Hailan Bank app. Adding the 600 million she already had to the 1 billion from the share sale, her total balance reached 1.6 billion. She frowned, thinking about how to quickly and efficiently stock up on supplies. She couldn't move much now, as her wound was still very painful, so online shopping was her only option. The supplies she bought online could be stored in her special space. From her past life's experiments, she knew the space had a preservation function. Items placed inside would remain exactly the same when taken out. The space was as large as 10 football fields, so there was no need to worry about fitting 1.6 billion worth of supplies. Thinking of the space, Lu Yulio's gaze shifted to the safe beside the desk in her room. Inside it was the ring passed down from her grandfather. In her previous life, she had lacked supplies. She once opened the safe and exchanged the jewelry inside for some necessities. At that time, she had seen the ancestral ring and remembered what her grandfather had told her before he passed away. Lulu, no matter what happens, you must never sell this ring. You must keep it and pass it down. If one day there is no one left to inherit it, then let the ring return to the earth with you. Lulu looked at the safe and slowly tried to get out of bed. Dr. Lin Fong, worried about her pain, had given her a pain relief injection that afternoon. Now Lulu felt no pain, only weakness and fatigue. 3 minutes later, she opened the safe and took out the ancestral ring. Holding the ring, she slowly walked back to the bed. She found the used 4 needle, pricked her, and let a drop of blood fall onto the black ring. The ring gave off a flash of light. The next moment, she felt a slight heat on her finger. Looking closely, she saw a tiny black there. She tried to connect with that black dot. In an instant, she sensed a storage space as large as 10 football fields. Lulu had activated the space. She let out a long breath, lay back down, and closed her eyes to rest. Just as she settled in, Dr. Lin knocked on the door and came in to check on her. Dr. Lin, how many more days do I need for? That depends on your recovery. Usually, about 3 more days. Once your blood levels return to normal, you'll be fine. Lulu felt uneasy. She still had a property and a luxury car under her name, but selling them within a week would be difficult. Fortunately, she had already cashed out 10 billion in stocks. In her previous life, the Linwan villa had been very safe. The area was quiet, with few residents. It wasn't until a year and a half into the apocalypse that officials came to requisition it. Especially the house she lived in when it was being built. It used the latest safety technology developed by Cloud Tech. At the same time, her grandfather hired a famous foreign designer to carefully design the villa's security system. In the past, several nearby villas had been broken into by desperate residents. Terrible incidents had happened inside those houses. But her villa was the only one that remained safe when zombies and rioters came searching for supplies. All of this was thanks to her grandfather's careful planning. The villa's outer wall was 5 meters high, with a ring of new composite steel spikes on top. Anyone trying to climb over would be injured. The spikes were barbed, making it almost impossible to escape unharmed once touched. They were also connected to the villa's power system. With a single switch, the spikes could release high-voltage electricity. Anyone attempting to climb over would be instantly stopped. The villa's main gate was made of Cloud Tech's newly developed super steel. Without the correct password, even explosives couldn't break it open. The windows were made of the best bulletproof glass. Her grandfather had personally taken part in the design, wanting to give her a home that felt completely safe. Dr. Lin, please call Sister Li and Sister Zhen in for me, Lulu said weakly. Lin Fong nodded and asked the caregivers to enter the room. Looking at them, Lulu asked Sister Zhen, do you have your phone with you? Add me on WeChat. Though confused, Sister Zhen did as she was told. Lulu then found both Sister Zhen and Sister Li in her contacts and transferred 200,000 yuan to each of them. Both of their phones chimed at the same time. Seeing the transfer, they were stunned. Please help me buy some nutritional supplements to speed up my recovery. I feel very weak. The two women looked at Lu Yulio's pale face, then exchanged glances. Miss Lu was truly wealthy, spending 200,000 yuan at once just for supplements. Money doesn't matter. Just make sure to buy the best, even if it's expensive. If it's not enough, call me. The two caregivers could only sigh that the lives of the rich were beyond their understanding. Then, one after the other, They left the villa and rode their scooters to a large supermarket 5 kilometers away to buy the supplements. After the two caregivers left, Dr. Lin Fong temporarily took care of Xiao Wu.
Dr.
Lin, could you please help me buy some common medicines? Lu found Lin Fong on WeChat and transferred her 200,000 yuan. Miss Lu, that's too much. Regular medicines won't cost nearly this much. Dr. Lin, these medicines are for my company's employees. My company is publicly listed, so we need the best supplies, and the selection must be complete. When Lin Fong thought about Lu Yulio's luxury home and heard that her company was listed, she suddenly understood. For someone from a wealthy family, 200,000 yuan was nothing. It was her own perspective that was too limited. With 200,000 yuan worth of medicines, she had plenty of room to work with. If she handled this well, she could easily earn tens of thousands in profit. She was already a doctor and ran her own clinic. Her home was well stocked with medicines, and one of her relatives even owned a pharmacy in City A. Miss Lu, since you don't have anyone else to look after you right now, I'll stay here. I'll first make a list of medicines. If you approve it, I'll have my pharmacy staff deliver them.
All right.
Lu nodded and closed her eyes. Seeing that she wanted to rest, Lin Fong whispered, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be outside. Lin Fong left and closed the door. After she was gone, Lu opened her eyes. She had asked Dr. Lin to buy 200,000 yuan worth of medicines. If it were only for common illnesses, that amount would be enough for her and her baby for a lifetime. As for other supplies, she thought for a moment, then took out her phone and opened the Blue Hungry Yet app. The service was excellent. Anything she needed could be delivered within 30 minutes in the same city. She quickly browsed through the stores on the app. The variety of goods was overwhelming. She opened a well-known warehouse supermarket and began adding items to her cart. Because of delivery limits, each order could not exceed 100 jin. The first thing she chose was rice. She found different supermarkets and convenience stores, adding 100 jin of rice from each. The rice cost about 3.5 yuan per jin on the app, much higher than the wholesale market price of around 2 yuan. But now she was lying in bed, too weak to even walk a few steps. She couldn't go out at all, so she had to rely on this method to stock up on supplies. The higher market price didn't matter. She had 10 billion from selling stocks, plus dividends, and the savings left by her grandparents, making a total of 16 billion. The supplies she and Xiao Wu needed would definitely be more than enough. Lu quickly added different brands of rice to her cart: Wuchang rice, Thai rice, Northeast rice, imported rice. From 100 stores, she ordered 5 tons of rice. The checkout page showed a total of 360,000 yuan. She placed the order and filled in the address of her villa in City A. Right after she confirmed, the system showed that delivery riders had already accepted the orders and the rice would arrive within half an hour. Half an hour later, her phone rang. She answered and told the rider, "Deliver to Villa number 10, Jinshin Villas, City A. The gate code is. Please leave the delivery in the yard." After speaking, she hung up. Soon, her phone kept ringing again. She repeated the same instructions to each rider. Later, before she even spoke, one rider said there were many other riders delivering at the same time. The villa gate was open, so they placed the goods in the hallway. Lu felt reassured. It was still a law-abiding society, and her villa in City A was equipped with high-definition cameras made by Cloud Tech. At that moment, her laptop screen showed the live feed of the villa yard. A group of riders in blue uniforms were unloading bags of rice and stacking them neatly in the hallway. Lowering her voice, Lu spoke through the camera. "Thank you. You've worked hard." The riders were startled, almost jumping in surprise. They had been wondering why such a wealthy person would casually share the gate code and not even come out to collect the goods. Now they realized there were cameras everywhere. Knowing they were being watched, the riders carefully placed the rice, closed the gate, and left. After seeing them leave, Ji Qian immediately reset the villa's gate code through the laptop system. Time was running short. After finishing this round of rice purchases, the sky was already growing dark. The caregiver, who went out to buy supplements, came back. After showing the receipt to Lu, they carefully stored the nutritional products. For dinner, Lulu had fresh meat dumplings made by Sister Lee and Sister Zhen. After eating, she regained some strength. Dr. Lin waited until she finished her meal, then checked her blood pressure and blood sugar. The results showed everything was normal. Half an hour later, while browsing on her phone, Lulu suddenly felt her chest harden like stone, with a painful swelling. From her past experience, she knew this was the discomfort that comes after childbirth. She told Sister Lee, the caregiver, about the pain. "Miss Lu, please wait a moment. I'll get you a pump." "A pump? Can I feed the baby directly? You just had surgery. To help your wound heal faster, we suggest using the pump for the first few days. Of course, the best way is for you to hold the baby and feed directly, which helps your body adjust, but it may slow down your recovery." Thinking of the disaster she knew would come in a week, Lulu said quietly, "Bring me the pump." Sister Lee quickly brought it over. After using it, the pain eased. Sister Lee poured the milk into a bottle, checked the time, and noticed the baby would soon wake up. She placed the bottle in a warmer, so it would be ready. "Miss Lu, would you like to see the baby?" Lulu nodded, and Sister Lee gently placed little Wu beside her. 20 minutes later, the baby woke up, and Sister Lee fed him. Afterward, she said softly, "Miss Lu, it's getting late. I'll take the baby to the next room so you can rest. Right now, your health is most important." Lulu nodded, watching as Sister Lee carried the baby out. Slowly, she closed her eyes. In her previous life, not long after she left the hospital, the world fell into chaos. At that time, Sister Lee's own child had a high fever that wouldn't go down. She asked for leave to care for her child, but she never returned. After Sister Lee left, there was no one to help. To care for her newborn, Lulu ignored her own recovery. Because of that, her wound didn't heal properly, leaving a deep scar on her stomach. Lulu gently touched the bandage on her stomach and picked up her phone to message Dr. Lin Fong. "Dr. Lin, how can I take care of my C-section scar so it won't grow thicker?" "You can start applying silicone scar gel morning and night after the wound has scabbed. Use it together with hydrogel scar patches and tension-reducing strips. This will help prevent scar growth. Then please prepare some post-surgery scar care medicine for me." "About how much will it cost?" "You already gave me 200,000 yuan. I'll include the medicine you'll need after childbirth in that amount." "Thank you, I appreciate it." After finishing her chat with Dr. Lin, Lulu closed WeChat and opened another shopping app on her phone. This time, she opened a red-colored app. After the zombie outbreak ended, City A had heavy rain for a whole month. When the rain stopped, the temperature dropped lower and lower each day. Even though it was late summer, the temperature fell below zero. According to official reports, some areas even reached -50 degrees. Thinking about the storms and freezing cold that might follow the zombie outbreak, Lulu opened the red app and started ordering warm clothes. The app's official store delivered very quickly. If she ordered tonight, the package would arrive tomorrow. After the outbreak, food and water were the scarcest resources. People didn't care much about clothes. They wore whatever they had. But a year later, when the temperature suddenly dropped, warm clothing became extremely valuable and hard to find. On May 29, 2060, at 8 p.m., Lulu opened the official flagship store of Bobo Deng. The clothes there were very expensive. When she was a child, she had always wanted to buy them, but she never dared to ask her grandmother. Back then, her grandfather had her sign hundreds of documents. After he passed away, her grandmother took her to live in a small county town. Her grandmother told her the family had gone bankrupt and they were poor, so she needed to save money. She always believed they were poor. Until she turned 18, when her grandmother finally told her the truth. Her grandmother said, "Lulu, I only did this to protect you. You were too young back then, and the people who harmed your parents were never found. I was afraid you would be in danger, so I took you to live quietly in J City's small county. Remember, when you go to university, be careful of the people around you. Never tell anyone about your wealth, or bad people will target you." At that time, Lulu was very simple and didn't understand what her grandmother meant. After going to college, she followed her grandmother's advice and always kept a low profile. But later, somehow, she met Ma Weizhou. She remembered their first meeting. It was at the orphanage. She had donated 10 million to the orphanage. Whenever she had free time on weekends during college, she would go there to volunteer. Not long after, she met Ma Weizhou, who was also volunteering at the orphanage. Holding her phone in a daze, Lu thought of the past and gave a bitter smile.
Ha.
Ma Weizhou, from that moment on, you already knew who I was, didn't you? And yet, she had thought it was love. Is there still such a thing as love in this world? Lu shook her head and continued browsing clothes in the Bobodeng flagship store. It was the end of the 5th lunar month, and the weather was hot. On the homepage, all the featured items were summer sun protection clothing. She saw the best-selling sun protection jacket and casually added it to her cart. She chose 2 sizes, M and L, one fitted, one loose. She noticed there were men's styles too, so she added 2 sizes to the cart as well. When Xiao Wu grew into a young man, he would definitely need them. She remembered that after a month of heavy rain, the entire city had been flooded. All the warm clothes had been washed away or soaked, and warm clothing had become rare. By the 3rd month after the disaster began, all useful supplies had already been collected by official rescue teams and distributed by the authorities. Sometimes, even a little moldy food or leftover supplies in hidden corners would spark a fierce fight. Thinking of this, Lu sped up her shopping. She focused on 2 things. First, the best-selling items. Second, the most expensive ones. For men's clothing, she also chose 2 sizes, L and XL. As time passed, she added clothes to her cart faster and faster. She picked out all kinds of down jackets in both men's and women's sizes. Later, she saw children's styles and added 2 of each. Those would be for Xiao Wu. After all, no one could guarantee whether the weather would keep getting worse in the future. Lu spent 2 hours at Bobodeng, buying down jackets worth 500,000. When the customer service lady saw the order, she repeatedly asked if she really wanted that many. Lu told her to ship them as soon as possible. Seeing such a big order, the customer service promised to urge the warehouse to pack overnight and even added many free gifts from Bobodeng. Satisfied, Lu gave her a 5-star review. After buying the winter coats, she went to a well-known flagship store that sold wool base layers. According to the plan she made with Xiao Wu, she bought 100% pure wool sweaters in different sizes and styles for men, women, and children. The total for the sweaters was 100,000. She had just placed the order when the clock struck 11 at night. Her phone suddenly buzzed. The caller ID showed it was Su Pingting. She realized she had forgotten to block that pair of untrustworthy people. Ignoring the call, Lu quickly blocked all contact information for both Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou. Now was not the time to deal with them. A year into the apocalypse, when those 2 came to the shelter without her help, she would see how they managed to survive. Thinking of the harm they had caused her, she clenched her teeth but forced herself to stay calm. A few minutes later, she had calmed down and continued shopping on Dongdong. She bought disposable underwear in 3 sizes, enough for 100 years, spending 100,000. Women's undergarments, 100,000. Children's undergarments, 100,000. Men's undergarments, 200,000, saved for Xiao Wu to use when he grew up. For baby and children's clothing, she placed orders at 10 different shops, each worth 100,000, totaling 1 million. For her own spring, summer, and autumn clothes, she ordered from different shops in her size, spending 2 million. For adult men's spring, summer, and autumn clothes in 2 sizes, she also spent 2 million. Next came shoes. She chose lightweight sneakers, chunky shoes, and boots from a few well-known brands, suitable for easy movement. From 3 different shops, she picked size 38 sneakers for herself. She chose men's shoe sizes between 42 and 45, based on the sizes her grandfather and father used to wear. When Xiao Wu grows up, at least 1 pair will fit him. The shoes cost a total of 1 million yuan. Because of the large order, Lu asked customer service to prepare some free gifts. A few minutes later, the staff told her they would include high-quality sports socks from the store, 1,000 pairs each for men, women, and children. Thinking of socks, Lulu quickly went to a specialty shop that sold winter socks and bought 20,000 pairs, each priced under 10 yuan, spending a total of 150,000 yuan. To avoid drawing attention, she filled in the delivery address as Jean Xian Villa in City A for all these items. Xiao Wu was born on May 27, 2060, at 2 in the afternoon. Dr. Lin had said that 5 days later, she would be able to move around more freely. That meant by the afternoon of June 1st, she could go to Jean Xian Villa and collect everything. Even if someone tried to track the supplies at Jean Xian Villa, by then she would already be living safely at Lin Wan Villa, 20 kilometers away from City A. She could also take the chance to shop around City A and stock up on more goods. After buying clothes, Lulu opened the online flagship store for outdoor supplies. She saw smokeless pure fruitwood charcoal, priced at a little over 5 yuan per jean. This charcoal was very useful for heating, barbecuing, boiling water, and simple cooking. She bought all the available stock from 3 outdoor stores, totaling 10.5 tons, at a cost of 470,000 yuan. She also purchased 200 portable stoves with 200 gas canisters included, costing 10,000 yuan. Since each gas canister sold separately for 7 yuan, she ordered 10,000 more, spending 70,000 yuan. As usual, the store added some small gifts. Lulu didn't even have time to check them. She simply placed orders for anything she thought might be useful. Tents, folding chairs, folding tables, trekking poles, camping lamps, air mattresses, folding loungers, sleeping bags, barbecue grills, camping carts, tableware, flame torches, strong flashlights, folding buckets, climbing gloves, wrist and knee guards, portable water containers, blankets, kettles, sausage cookers, barbecue racks. For important items, she bought 100 of each. For less important ones, she bought 20. After shopping at 3 well-known outdoor stores, she had spent 6 million yuan. Lulu saw the light in the room and was reminded of the most important thing, electricity. Many appliances needed power to work. After the world fell into chaos, there were long periods of power outages and eventually, electricity disappeared completely. She quickly found solar power equipment. Each high-standard set cost 200,000 yuan, and she bought 10 sets, spending a total of 2 million. Next, she looked for a well-known bottled water brand. The average price was about 1.75 yuan per half kilo. She stocked up on 200 tons of bottled water, which cost 750,000 yuan. This water could be drunk directly. For daily use, she also ordered many stainless steel and plastic storage barrels to hold water for washing and cleaning. After the outbreak, the authorities announced that natural water sources were no longer safe to drink. They could only be used for washing, not for drinking. At that time, drinking water was extremely hard to find. It wasn't until a year later, when heavy rains came and shelters were built, that the shortage of drinking water finally improved. Lulu remembered the scene of those storms. The rain was fierce, causing floods that rushed in like a wild beast. The downpour didn't stop until the water had swallowed all buildings below the 10th floor. Feeling uneasy, she instinctively stocked up on many water containers. These containers could hold up to 10,000 tons of water for daily use, costing her 5 million yuan. She also recalled that after the floods came a long period of cold weather. So, she went to a flagship store selling warm bedding and ordered 100 goose-down quilts for 100,000 yuan. She also bought a large number of pure cotton bedding sets and goose-down pillows for another 100,000 yuan. Then she noticed real silk quilt covers priced at 1,800 yuan each. She bought 100 sets in different styles, spending 180,000 yuan. Altogether, the bedding cost about 380,000 yuan. The store even gave her many small gifts. Next, she bought raincoats, umbrellas, rain boots, and waterproof bags, spending another 200,000 yuan. Lulu placed order after order, without stopping. For the first time, she felt exhausted just from spending money. When she glanced at the clock, she realized it was already 2 in the morning. Time was running out. Any delay could bring danger. She remembered reading doomsday novels years ago, where disasters often came earlier than expected. That thought made her uneasy, so she decided to secure as many supplies as she could right away. Lulu took a deep breath, opened her payment app, and checked the bills. From the time she was discharged from the hospital until now, at 2 in the morning, she had already spent 20.19 million through the app, transferred 600,000 via WeChat, and paid 15,000 for hospital fees. In just one day, she had spent a little over 20 million. Yet she still hadn't reached her goal of 100 million. No, she couldn't sleep yet. She had to keep placing orders. Before sunrise, she must hit her target of 100 million. Luckily, she had asked Dr. Lin Fong to take care of her this time. Every day, Dr. Lin gave her imported, high-quality pain relief medicine, so the wound on her abdomen wasn't nearly as painful as it had been in her previous life. From her past experience, she knew that as long as she endured the first 5 days, she would be able to get out of bed and walk slowly, without much trouble. At this hour, though, her mind was no longer clear. She opened the Famous supermarket app and started adding supplies by category. Anything that looked useful went straight into her cart. Delivery was fast too. In a developed city, like a city, most items would arrive the next day. Snacks and instant food. Instant noodles priced between 2 to 10 yuan. She ordered 500 packs of each type, totaling 10,000 packs of instant noodles, which came to 60,000 yuan. Bread and pastries, dried tofu and meat snacks, preserved fruits, candies, chocolates, jellies, chips, nuts, assorted gift packs, biscuits, imported cookies and chocolates, and even compressed biscuits for emergencies. Altogether, she spent 1 million yuan. After finishing with snacks, she moved on to grains and cooking oil. The first thing she saw was rice. She had already stocked up 360,000 yuan worth of rice earlier. Calculating for 100 years, with both her and Xiao Wu eating 2 jin of rice per day, she would need at least 36.5 tons. But she had only stored 60 tons so far, which was far from enough. So, she began adding more rice. After tapping on her phone until her fingers felt sore, she finally added 30 more tons. The rice came in different price ranges, some a little over 2 yuan, some over 3, some over 4. At checkout, the total came to 280,000 yuan. After stocking up on rice, she moved on to cooking oil. Without bothering to check the details, she simply chose the top 3 best-selling brands by price and added 300,000 yuan worth of cooking oil to her cart. Grains and cereals, corn, 8 treasure porridge mix, black rice, glutinous rice, millet, sesame, peanuts, oats, barley, chia seeds, organic grains. She felt dazzled by the endless choices. Her eyes scanned the products, and her finger tapped quickly to add them to the cart. Only after spending 300,000 yuan on grains did she move on to the next category. Flour, whether low, medium, or high gluten, corn flour, sweet potato flour. She bought them all without hesitation. Again, she stopped only after reaching 300,000 yuan. Next came imported grains. Lulu looked at all kinds of unfamiliar imported foods. She didn't bother to figure out why they were better than local ones. She simply added more than 10 of each to the cart. Once again, the total was 300,000 yuan. Dried goods from north and south: wood ear mushrooms, white fungus, goji berries, dried bean curd sticks, dried shrimp, and more, 300,000 yuan. Instant noodles and pasta, 300,000 yuan. Kitchen seasonings, 300,000 yuan. Pickled vegetables, 300,000 yuan. Hot pot seasonings, 1 million yuan. Sausages, canned meat, instant porridge, canned food, self-heating hot pots, rice noodles, snail noodles, imported ham, 500,000 yuan. Household paper and cleaning supplies, soft tissues, wet wipes, laundry detergent, washing powder, soap, detergent pods, dishwashing liquid, disinfectant, kitchen tools, scented candles, pest control products for mosquitoes, insects, and dampness, 1 million yuan. Milk, drinks, bottled water, yogurt, alcohol, tea, coffee, cereal drinks, juice, soy milk, 1 million yuan. Then she remembered Xiao Wu and bought 500,000 yuan worth of the most expensive baby formula. She knew that even in 3 lifetimes, Xiao Wu could never finish so much formula. But seeing it gave her a strong sense of security, and she couldn't help but stock up more. Daily necessities: towels, slippers, cookware, car supplies, cups, hardware, and all sorts of miscellaneous items. 500,000 yuan. When she reached the baby products section, Lu Yolio's spirits lifted. She saw diapers and became excited. In her past life, diapers were used up quickly. Even the large stockpile in the villa was gone within a month. This had made things very inconvenient for Xiao Wu at night. By accident, the bed was wet. Diapers were her lifesaver. She found 3 of the best-reviewed diaper brands. They were a bit expensive, about 3 yuan each. Xiao Wu needed around 10 per day, and at least for 2 years. That meant 30 yuan a day, 10,800 yuan a year, and about 73,000 yuan in 10 years. Lulu checked the sizes. They came in S, M, L, XL, XXL, XXXL. Based on Xiao Wu's needs, about 30,000 yuan worth of diapers would be more than enough. But Lulu didn't bother calculating carefully. She simply stocked up 20,000 yuan worth of each size. In total, diapers cost 120,000 yuan. She had already stocked up an unbelievable 500,000 yuan worth of milk powder. Why so much? Because she could afford it and she wanted to. Now Xiao Wu's diapers and milk powder were ready. Next came baby cereal and solid food. She chose the best and spent another 100,000 yuan. Early education books, children's toys, learning materials, kids' snacks, vitamins, DHA supplements, bottles, bottle warmers, thermos kettles, sterilizers, school workbooks. Anything related to children. Once Lulu saw it, she added it to her cart. Altogether, these items came to 1 million yuan. Then she moved on to personal care products. She stocked up on all kinds of shampoos, body washes, and especially toothpaste and toothbrushes. She bought hundreds of regular toothbrushes, electric toothbrushes, dental floss, and water flossers. Toothaches may not seem serious, but when they strike, the pain is unbearable. After the disaster, most hospitals were flooded, and doctors became very rare. If someone had a toothache, it was almost impossible to find a dentist. People could only endure it. That's why hygiene was a must. She remembered clearly that 6 months after the disaster, most survivors had terrible breath when they spoke. Even now, the memory made her feel sick. She also added razors and other men's products to her cart. After all, Xiao would grow up one day and need them. Next came electronics and digital products. Cooling fans, air conditioners, printers, watches, juicers, batteries, tablets, power strips, charging cables, computers, phones, health kettles. For every digital product, she stocked up on 10 pieces as backups. Total, 500,000 yuan. Various imported, labeled healthy snacks, 1 million yuan. Medical and health supplies, including medicines. Masks, alcohol, iodine solution, cotton swabs, sterile gauze, thermometers, temperature guns, vitamin tablets, small umbrellas, pain relief patches, heating pads, cooling balm, sunscreen, blood pressure monitors, blood sugar meters, nebulizers, oxygen machines, oxygen tanks, contact lenses, and cleaning solution. When Lulu saw the contact lenses, she remembered that she had mild nearsightedness. So, she stocked up on different prescriptions of contact lenses, in case her eyesight worsened in the future. Once her health improved and she could move around more, she planned to visit an optical shop and order 20 pairs of glasses for each prescription. After noting this down, she remembered that her grandfather had high blood pressure and her grandmother had high cholesterol. Chronic conditions like these require long-term medication, and without proper control, they could lead to serious problems. She thought that one day she might also grow old and face similar illnesses. To prepare, she stocked up on medicines for lowering blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol. Famous Supermarket was one of the largest online stores, with a wide range of products. Everything she wanted was available. She spent a long time choosing items in the medical and health section. She especially bought a large amount of common children's medicine. The total for medicines came to 1 million yuan. By the time she finished, the sky was already getting light. She hadn't slept all night and felt very tired. But it wasn't time to rest yet. She checked the supplies she had bought from Dongdong and Famous supermarkets, which added up to 11.96 million yuan. Looking at the total bill, she sighed. After working all night, she had only spent a little over 32 million yuan. She was still more than 60 million short of her goal of 100 million. Lulu opened Famous supermarket again, selected the items she had already ordered, and added them to her cart with one click. She did the same on Dongdong supermarket, adding each item twice more. Both platforms had this convenient feature, saving her the trouble of adding items one by one. In just a few minutes, she had placed orders worth tens of millions more. Even so, she had only spent a little over 90 million, still not reaching her 100 million goal. Rubbing her tired eyes, Lulu sent messages to customer service, confirming the orders again and urging them to ship the goods quickly. She set a 2-hour alarm on her phone, and when it rang, she got up again to stock up on supplies. On the morning of May 30th, 2060, at 7 o'clock, the alarm went off. Sisterly came in carrying a bowl of freshly made meat dumplings. "Miss Lu, please have breakfast while it's hot." She placed the dumplings on the bedside table and gently helped Lulu sit up. Lulu quickly finished eating. "Miss Lu, please rest well."
I'll step out now.
"Wait, I want to see the baby." Sister Lee smiled softly. "Of course, just a moment. I'll bring the baby to you." A few minutes later, the sleeping Xiao Wu was placed beside her. Looking at the child's sweet little face, Lulu's lips curved into a tender smile. Not wanting to disturb them, Sister Lee quietly left the room and closed the door. Lulu kissed Xiao Wu's cheek gently. Listening to the baby's steady breathing, she drifted off to sleep with a smile. At 8:30, Dr. Lin came in, as usual, to set up her four. Feeling a small sting in her hand, as if from a mosquito bite, she opened her eyes slightly and whispered, "Dr. Lin, did you prepare the medicine I asked for?" "Yes, it's ready. The pharmacy staff will deliver it this afternoon." Relieved, Lulu checked her phone and saw that most of the supplies she ordered yesterday had already been shipped. Her anxious heart finally calmed. If everything arrived safely, these supplies would be enough for her and Xiao Wu to live comfortably for generations. "Miss Lu, please rest. Call me any time if you feel unwell." "All right," she replied softly. Dr. Lin left the room. Lulu glanced at her sleeping child, then closed her eyes to regain strength. This time, she slept until noon. Hearing her stir, Sister Lee entered with a bowl of slow-cooked 8-treasure porridge. Lulu held the bowl and ate slowly, spoonful by spoonful. The porridge, sweetened with sugar and cooked until soft, was perfect for restoring her strength. While she was eating, Xiao Wu woke up. Sister Jin carried the baby out to feed, then gently placed him back at her side. Looking at the peacefully sleeping child, Lulu smiled again. Then, gathering her energy, she leaned back against the bed and sat upright. She looked at the fully charged phone on the bedside table. She picked it up and unlocked the screen. There were 2 missed calls from unknown numbers, along with many spam messages. Among them was one from Su Pingting. "Lulu, it's me, Su Pingting. Why did you leave the hospital without telling me? Where are you? Why aren't you answering my calls? Lulu, are you upset with me? Yesterday something urgent came up at work, but it's all settled now. Are you in City A? I'll come see you right away." Lulu read the messages and gave a cold smile. After thinking for a moment, she typed a reply. "I'm at the old house in City J. I'll return to City next week." At that moment, Su Pingting was in a hotel room with Ma Weizhou. When Ma Weizhou heard her phone buzz, he quickly picked it up from the nightstand. "Weizhou, what did she say?" Leaning lazily against him, Su Pingting glanced at the screen. "She's in City J. Should I go visit her?" Ma Weizhou shook his head. "No, let her be for now." "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "She really needs someone to look after her right now. She brought this on herself." He pushed her aside, lit a cigarette, and walked to the window.
Su Pingting smiled quietly to herself.
Even though Lulu was a wealthy young lady with highly educated parents, so what? She still couldn't win against her. Su Pingding walked over and gently wrapped her arms around Ma Weizhou's waist. He put out his cigarette, turned, and pulled her into his arms. Meanwhile, Lu Lulu ignored the two of them after sending her message. The end of the world was coming soon, and what mattered most now was stockpiling supplies. She had already spent $1 billion, covering a wide range of goods, but it didn't include vegetables, fruits, or meat. Fresh food couldn't be guaranteed through online shopping, but local supermarkets and produce markets could deliver within half an hour. The problem was, she couldn't go back to the villa in City A to receive the deliveries. For now, she could only add vegetables, fruits, and meat to her shopping cart. Since each store limited deliveries to 50 kilograms, she had to place orders with several large supermarkets to stock up. She spent an hour shopping. Her cart was filled with neatly cut fruit boxes. There were 100 gean of watermelon, all pure flesh, cut and packed into boxes. She also added 100 gean each of cantaloupe, mango, honeydew, kiwi, red grapes, cherry tomatoes, red dragon fruit, milk papaya, and more. All the fruits were cleaned and packed in disposable boxes, ready to eat. For each type of fruit, she ordered 100 gean. Every 100 gean was divided into 200 boxes, each box containing 250 grams, which is half a gean. Altogether, she added 1 ton of fruit. Even if she and Xiao Wu each ate half a gean of fruit every day, 1 ton would last them 5 years. And that was already calculated based on Xiao Wu's future needs when he grows up. Still, 1 ton didn't seem enough. So she added more, this time choosing mixed fruit boxes with 4 kinds of fruit, totaling 500 grams per box. Each box cost between 30 and 35 yuan. She stocked up another ton of these mixed fruit boxes. Now she had 2 tons of cut fruit in her cart. The total price was a little over 120,000 yuan. On average, the fruits cost about 30 yuan per gean. The price was high but reasonable since all the fruit was peeled and only the edible parts were packed. After adding 2 tons of fruit, she had spent 120,000 yuan. She thought that once these orders were delivered, she would place more until she reached a total of 1 million yuan worth of fruit. Next came vegetables. Like the fruit, vegetables were also available pre-washed, cut, and packed, ready to use. Of course, there were also unprocessed ones. She added 1 ton of each type. Vegetables were much cheaper than fruit. Combining expensive and cheap ones, the average price for 2 tons of vegetables was about 6 yuan per gean. That meant 2 tons of vegetables cost 24,000 yuan. So, 2 tons of fruit plus 2 tons of vegetables came to 144,000 yuan. After finishing with fruit and vegetables, she moved on to adding meat. Pork, chicken, duck, beef, lamb, fish, lobster, and more. She added 1 ton of each type of meat to her order. The quality and price of the meat varied, with an average of about 25 yuan per gean. Next were eggs. For now, she stocked up on 2 tons. The price per gean ranged from 6 to 10 yuan, with an average of about 8 yuan. 2 tons of eggs cost a little over 30,000 yuan. Duck eggs and goose eggs were not eaten often, so she added about 30,000 yuan worth. Vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs together came to 1.22 million yuan. After finishing with ingredients, Lulu turned her attention to ready-made food. Milk tea, fruit tea, coffee, iced, hot, less sugar, half sugar, full sugar. She ordered 1,000 cups of each type. With all the brands combined, even if she drank 1 cup a day, it would last her and Xiao Wu 100 years. Besides drinks, there were also box meals. She chose restaurants with real shops and good reviews, not those cheap, low-quality places. These freshly cooked meals cost about 30 yuan each, several times more than the 10 yuan pre-made ones. But she mainly wanted peace of mind, so she only ordered from shops with good ingredients and good taste. She added 100 meals from each shop. When the food arrived, she would try them first. If she found a good restaurant, she planned to contact the owner and book them for 3 days straight, asking them to cook non-stop. There were also dumplings, wontons, burgers and fries, pizza and pasta, buns and porridge, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, Sichuan and Hunan dishes, fried chicken, skewers, snacks, barbecue, Western food, braised dishes, Korean food, cakes, bread, and fresh desserts. As long as it was available on the delivery app, she ordered 100 portions of each. After finishing with food, Lulu turned to medicine. Dongdong and Feimao supermarkets were two platforms, and the delivery app was another. She looked through all the categories of medicine and stocked up 100 units of each. After all this, the total came to 3 million yuan. Lulu let out a long sigh. Spending money was really hard. Since her rebirth, she had only managed to spend just over 100 million. She still had 1.5 billion left to reach her goal. Lulu thought about the freezing temperatures caused by the heavy rain and sensed that more natural disasters might come in the future. So, she opened Qianbeidu to search for what supplies were needed when disaster struck. She saw items like inflatable boats, yachts, life rings, life jackets, rescue boats, heat protection gear, earthquake protection tools, and more. She slapped her forehead. Of course, during heavy rains, people usually went out in official inflatable boats to search for supplies. If she wanted to rent one herself, it would cost a lot of resources. She quickly went to the Dongdong platform and added all the items suggested by Qianbeidu into her shopping cart. Except for yachts, which the platform didn't sell, she bought 100 sets of everything else. These purchases cost her 5 million yuan. Rescue boats needed fuel to run. But in peaceful times, it wasn't possible to stockpile too much fuel. She could only store a small amount for now, and when disaster came, she planned to get more from gas stations. Thinking further, she set her eyes on electric-powered rescue boats. She ordered 100 of them and told the seller to make sure every boat was fully charged, or she would return them. The customer service staff, rarely seeing such a big order, quickly informed the boss, who promised that all boats would be fully charged before shipping. After finishing this round of stockpiling, night had already fallen. For dinner, Lulu ate a bowl of multigrain porridge cooked by Sisterly, along with a small bowl of fresh meatball soup. After the meal, she rested for a while. When Xiao Wu woke up and started making small sounds, Sisterly picked him up and took him to the next room to feed him. Dr. Lin Fong came in to change the medical dressing on Lulu's C-section wound and reminded her to rest well. Lulu lay in bed, exhausted and sleepy, but unable to fall asleep. Every time she calmed down, she thought of what Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou had done to her and Xiao Wu. She clenched her teeth in anger. But with the end of the world approaching, stockpiling was the most important thing. Lulu opened the Dongdong platform again and found a shop selling USB drives filled with electronic resources. Each drive had 2 terabytes of storage. She bought 1,000 of them. The USB drives covered many fields, all carefully organized by the seller into high-quality video resources. Customer service. Dear customer, since you purchased 1,000 items from our store, the boss has prepared a special surprise gift for you. We hope you'll be happy with it and leave us a 5-star review. Lulu read the message from customer service and felt something was a little strange, especially with that mischievous cartoon emoji the customer service added at the end. She curled her lips but didn't think too much about it. She decided to wait until the goods arrived to see what kind of surprise the boss was hiding. After stocking up on resources from different categories, Lulu went to a bookstore and bought all kinds of books. She especially stocked up on books about crop planting, survival skills, and risk avoidance. Looking at the books reminded her of crop seeds. After the world changed, heavy rain caused massive floods that destroyed more than 70% of low-rise buildings. Everything inside those buildings was either ruined or washed away. When the floodwaters receded, the authorities began buying useful seeds at high prices. Seeds became very valuable. After the rain stopped and the floods withdrew, extreme cold followed. The government built large greenhouses to grow crops and increase food production. Unfortunately, Lulu never lived to see those crops mature. She was betrayed and killed. At that time, she had been planning to rent a greenhouse and buy seeds to grow food, hoping to improve life for herself and Xiao Wu. The thought made her grit her teeth in anger. Suppressing her hatred, she found a seed shop and stocked up on a variety of fruit and vegetable seeds. Then she remembered that staying safe in the villa would last for about a year. So, she went to another shop and bought 1,000 power banks. She chose the most expensive ones with the highest capacity, ensuring she could store as much power as possible. Even if power outages became frequent, her phones and tablets would still work with the power banks. With electricity and the entertainment resources she had purchased, she would have enough to pass the long days indoors. Besides power banks, she also prepared matching electronic devices and other digital resources. For example, detailed electronic maps of Blue Star, covering City A, other provinces, and even foreign countries. She needed to store a copy of everything. She quickly found a shop selling digital resources and asked the owner to download all the detailed offline maps of Blue Star onto a USB drive. She also asked the owner to put a collection of top-rated movies and TV shows onto 100 separate USB drives. After stockpiling virtual resources, Lulu thought about power outages. Relying only on portable chargers wouldn't be enough. She found many solar-powered devices that can generate electricity. She also had solar-powered lamps that run continuously with sunlight, along with her previously stored solar generators and 1,000 large-capacity batteries. These could easily power appliances like air conditioners and refrigerators. Lulu remembered the heavy rainstorm last month, which made the air extremely humid. She knew drying machines and moisture-proof supplies were essential. Since there was no sun for a month, her solar generators couldn't store much energy. She needed to fully charge all the batteries in her villa before the rainy period started. In this humid weather, she bought over 10 dryers and dehumidifiers, hoping they would help. Next, she focused on weapons and fuel. She bought diesel and gasoline, but these were controlled by authorities, which made things complicated. Still, she knew that preparing before the end of the world was important because it would be harder to get supplies later. During the first 3 months, zombies were everywhere in City A. As a new mother with a newborn, it was very dangerous for her to go outside collecting supplies. Later, the authorities started killing zombies and set up safe shelters, taking control of local resources. Ordinary people had to do tasks assigned by the government to earn points and exchange for supplies. All resources were controlled by the government, so there was no chance to buy things secretly or for free. In her past life, she had only managed to hide some supplies from the official teams when they weren't paying attention, barely surviving. Now, she realized she needed to stockpile a large amount of fuel before the disaster struck. After the end of the world, it would be very difficult to get supplies. For weapons, she could temporarily use baseball bats or antique swords like tang swords. Lulu ordered 10 solar generators and added 10 diesel and 10 gasoline generators on the platform. She bought the highest configuration models, spending a total of 800,000 yuan. An emergency kit containing various emergency supplies, totaling 1,000 items and costing 410,000 yuan. Lulu finished ordering these items and looked at the pending and shipped items, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She carefully checked and filled in the gaps. The supplies looked so confusing that she decided not to look at them anymore. She continued browsing the shopping platform. Suddenly, she saw a well-known host, Chi, live streaming on the Taobao platform, so she clicked to watch. It said that Chi's recommended products are very affordable and carefully selected for quality. Lulu watched for 3 minutes and thought Chi was very handsome and explained things very well. She couldn't help but click to add items to her cart. Chi was explaining a skincare product. Lulu had heard of this brand before, but never used it. She casually added 10 sets, costing 2,800 yuan. There were also loose setting powder, hair dye, perfume, face masks, sunscreen, hair removal cream, makeup remover wipes, and more. She added 10 of each, without much thought. After finishing the beauty products, her shopping list included many bedsheets, tableware, disposable towels, toilet paper, and sanitary pads. Oh right, sanitary pads. She had stocked so many supplies but hadn't bought many sanitary pads. Lulu decided to stock up on 100 years' worth of sanitary pads. Thinking about sanitary pads, she also remembered sleepwear. When in large quantities, sleepwear is really useful. She exited the live stream, found the store Chi recommended, and added a large number of sleepwear, along with another 100 years' worth of sanitary pads. After adding everything, she returned to the live stream and kept discovering good products. Summer mats, imported snacks, and wine, things she had never heard of before. Lu immediately clicked to add them to her cart. She thought, you can never have too much food. In the electronics section, she found many massage and therapy devices. In busy life, who wouldn't want to relax with a big brand massage chair? Lu ordered 10 massage chairs, each worth 50,000 yuan. Besides the massage chairs, she also stocked up on small massage devices, 10 of each. She spent 5 million yuan in total after leaving Chi-Chi's live stream. Then she scrolled down to Tao live streaming and moved to the next live room. This one was selling women's clothing brands. Lu saw a model with a similar figure and thought her outfit looked good on her. She wasn't sure if she would still wear these pretty clothes in the future, but since they didn't cost much, she bought 2 sizes, one fitting and one loose. While browsing, she came across a live stream selling children's clothes. She has no resistance to cute baby clothes and has already stocked up on 200,000 yuan worth of children's clothing for all 4 seasons. Among her stock are many princess dresses and tiny outfits for little girls. These clothes are really beautiful. When Xiao Wu grows up, dressing him in these little dresses and taking photos would be very fun, she thought with a smile. Since it's summer now, off-season children's down jackets are cheap. Lu bought 100 down jackets. She then saw several other live streams selling clothes, but decided not to buy more since she already had too many. She skipped those streams. Next, she found sellers of hairbands. She bought some. Sellers of immortal water. She bought some. Sellers of bags, backpacks, and outdoor adventure bags. She bought those too. She also bought a survival bracelet with 9 functions, fishing tools, health supplements like vitamins, kitchen tools, and various household items such as toilet paper, tissues, and wet wipes. She purchased different types of fans, including regular and cooling fans. Later, Lu bought a large amount of other items as well. She checked her spending, about 50 million yuan. Adding to her previous expenditure of 100 million yuan, she had stocked up on 150 million yuan worth of goods in just a few days. Seeing these supplies eased her anxiety for now. She turned on the TV at her room and continued watching official news programs. There was no mention of any apocalyptic events or related discussions. Just then, her WeChat rang. It was a message from her childhood friend Jang Yi. Jang Yi's parents died in an accident when she was young. She grew up living with her grandparents in her hometown. Lu and Jang Yi had similar experiences, both losing their parents early, which made them feel close. They had been good friends since elementary school, middle school, and high school. Jang Yi, a talented diving student at High, won the National College Diving Competition. Her talent gained attention, earning her a scholarship and an unusual acceptance to a foreign university. To pursue new opportunities in her diving career, Jang Yi decided to study abroad. This year, she returned from abroad and opened a fitness center in City A, where she teaches diving. Lu saw Jang Yi's message and remembered a similar exchange from her past life. Back then, Jang Yi had heard from somewhere that she had just given birth and wanted to visit her. They had just agreed on a time when the world suddenly faced a disaster. Later, their communication was cut off and they lost contact. At that time, Lu was less than 10 days after surgery, trapped in a villa with Xiao Wu, unable to protect herself. One day, their network suddenly came back briefly. Lu's phone received a video message from Jang Yi. Jang Yi was trapped in her gym office, surrounded by frantic zombie members. She was anxious to know her situation, but she waited all day and night without hearing back. From that day until the shelter was built, she never saw Jang Yi again or heard any news about her. Lulu, are you there? Jang Yi's message brought Lulu back to her thoughts. She slowly typed a word in the chat box. I heard you had a baby. Is it a boy or a girl? Are you still in the hospital? Why didn't you tell me you had a baby? I only found out from a member. After so many years of friendship, how could you not tell me such an important thing? Jang Yi finished typing, accompanied by an angry emoji. Lulu remembered their past and smiled faintly. Jang Yi's concern was still so straightforward and direct. I've been discharged. I'm now living in Building 5 of Lin Wan's villa. I miss you so much. Can you come see me tomorrow if you're free? Lulu worried that Jang Yi might get trapped again in her gym like in her past life. She wanted her to come early and change her doomed ending. In this world, if there's anyone she can trust, it's definitely Jang Yi. However, before she fully trusted Jang Yi, she needed to observe quietly for a while. In her past life, she experienced betrayal by her fiancé and her close college friend. Her friendship with Jang Yi naturally made her a bit cautious. Jang Yi remembered her busy schedule this week and hesitated, saying, Lulu, I have a full schedule this week. I'll come see you next week. Lulu saw that Jang Yi's response was the same as in her past life and insisted, can you cancel some classes? I miss you so much. Giving birth hurts a lot. I have a big scar on my belly and it makes me cry. Lulu sent a message with a sad emoji. Jang Yi was touched. Since childhood, Lulu had always been the soft and gentle one, protected by her. Lulu was delicate and fragile, but she was a tough girl. She had trained in diving since she was young, and her body was strong. Lulu was a premature baby, which made her naturally weak. Later, with her training, she gradually regained normal strength. She couldn't stand to see Lulu cry. Last year, her grandfather passed away. Last month, her grandmother also died. Now, the only person she cared about was Lulu. Wait for me. I'll come over right away. Send me your location. After sending the message, Jang Yi asked her assistant to reschedule all her diving classes for tomorrow to the next day. Finished with her work, Jang Yi went downstairs, got into her SUV, and drove to the nearby Walmart mall. She checked the signs and went to the maternity and baby store on the 5th floor to buy gifts for Lulu. A female sales assistant saw her and warmly approached to ask, Hello, do you need to buy something? Things for newborn. Look at this newborn gift set. It includes 4 sets of baby clothes, matching socks, a milk bottle cover, a hat, and a swaddle. Jang Yi saw the sample with a cute bunny pattern which looked nice. 2 sets, please. There are red, pink, blue, and yellow colors. Which one do you prefer? Of course, she chose the adorable pink. Just 1 pink and 1 blue. The sales assistant noticed Jang Yi didn't ask about the price and guessed she was a big customer, silently wishing she had recommended a better package. You really have good taste. Are you buying this as a gift for someone? The sales assistant looked at Jang Yi from head to toe. She didn't see Jang Yi's pregnant belly, so she was probably buying it as a gift. Jang Yi looked around the maternity store and said, Yes, I'm buying it as a gift. Is there anything good here you'd like me to recommend? Money isn't a problem. I just want good quality. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. She pointed to the brand Mercuor milk powder. Look at this milk powder. It's imported from abroad, from a natural organic farm. It meets new national standards and has dual certification from international and domestic organic standards. It costs only 400 yuan per can. Currently, there's a promotion. Buy a box and choose one of 6 beautiful gifts. 1 box, and I want the big Mercedes-Benz children's car as the gift. The sales assistant smiled brightly.
Take a look at this.
We have strollers, cribs, baby bathing and care products, mosquito nets, natural and safe electric mosquito repellent liquids, imported anti-colic bottles. Jang Yi nodded. I'll take a set of everything. Also, this organic natural bird's nest helps with postpartum recovery. It's on special offer now. A 1-month treatment costs only 18,888 yuan, down from 26,666 yuan. If you buy now, you'll also get a stewing pot for the bird's nest and matching bowls and spoons. Not bad. I'll take 3 boxes. The sales assistant looked surprised. She had thought Jang Yi would buy just 1 box and be happy, but she ended up buying 3. It's rare to see such a wealthy young girl. All right, I see that carrying all this might be inconvenient for you. We can deliver it to your home. No need. Send a staff member to help me load everything into my car. When the maternity store saw such a generous customer, They sent a female sales assistant with a small shopping cart to help transport Jang Yi's purchases to the underground parking lot. All the gifts Jang Yi bought were placed in the trunk of her SUV. She started the car and drove to Lin Wan's villa, following the location Lu had given her. May 30th, 2060, 10 p.m. Number 5, Lin Wan Villa. Jang Yi drove for an hour and arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 5 in the Lin Wan complex. She sat in her car and sent a message to Lu on WeChat. Lu, I've arrived at your gate. Lu saw the message and asked Sister Li to go open the door. The big gate was opened by Sister Li. Jang Yi drove the SUV into the villa's large yard. With the help of Sister Li and Sister Zhen, the three of them unloaded the gifts she brought from the trunk and set them down. Sister Li took her to the door of Lu Yolyo's room. Soon after, Lu heard the door being pushed open. What caught her eye was Jang Yi's incredible long legs. Jang Yi was wearing black yoga pants, a matching black tank top, a white shirt over it, and a pair of dad shoes. As she walked, Lu could see her firm abdominal muscles. Sister Li stood beside her. Jang Yi was much taller than Sister Li, who was about 1.6 meters. Lu, you really are something. Lu held back her excitement and said to Sister Li, you go out first. Sister Li left and closed the door. Jang Yi sat on the edge of Lu Yolyo's bed, frowning. Such an important thing as having a baby, and you didn't tell me. Lu thought about the crazy times from pregnancy to childbirth and sighed deeply. It's a long story and quite dramatic. Since I went abroad, you've been less in touch with me, especially in the past year. I didn't reach out and you didn't look for me either, if I hadn't heard from a member that you had a child out of wedlock. And you're still hiding it from me. We agreed that if we had a child, a boy and a girl, we'd arrange a marriage for the boy, and the two girls would be best friends. 2 boys would be brothers later. Lu blinked her moist eyes. Would you forgive me then? Jang Yi crossed her arms. I can't really be mad at you. Oh, by the way, Yi, how did the members find out about me? Jang Yi pouted. My private gym club caters to high-end clients. The wealthy ladies there like to gossip. I overheard them talking about your name. Just after I heard, I sent you a message on WeChat. What about the baby? Let me hold him. Jang Yi looked excited. The baby is sleeping next door. When he wakes up, you can hold him then. Jang Yi sighed helplessly. Looks like I came at the wrong time. By the way, who's the baby's father? Is he handsome? Lu was caught off guard. That night, she drank a glass of red wine handed to her by Su Pingtong, and then she felt very dizzy. Confused, she was helped and laid on the bed. The next morning, she realized something was wrong with her body. That night, the room was arranged by Su Pingtong. At that time, she suspected that Su Pingtong might have done something. Su Pingtong was crying and refused to admit anything. Lu could only check the hotel's security cameras. Coincidentally, the corridor camera in her room was broken that night. Without evidence, combined with Su Pingtong's sweet voice and innocent eyes, she had no choice but to accept it. Later, she found out she was pregnant. She had thought about having an abortion. When she went to the hospital and heard the baby's heartbeat, she couldn't go through with it. Maybe it was fate. That day after, she took emergency contraception. But it didn't stop the seed planted by that stranger. When Lu was feeling dizzy, she vaguely remembered that the stranger had a small light brown mole behind his ear. As for his face, she had no impression. Lu honestly replied, whether he's handsome or not, what he looks like, I didn't see clearly. Jang Yi was shocked. No way. You and the baby's father had intimacy and you didn't see his face? I was out of it that day. Guessing that the domineering CEO entered the wrong room, you drank too much and lost consciousness. Then the CEO had a one-night stand with you. And you ended up pregnant, right? Lu was speechless. She was partly right. As for whether the other person was the CEO, she didn't know. Lu, is the villa you're living in now the breakup fee that the CEO gave you? Woman, take this card.
Get rid of the baby.
Jang Yi smiled mischievously. Then you accidentally couldn't bear to end a small life, so you decided to keep the baby. Lu sighed. You still love to imagine things. This villa was left to me by my grandfather. I only found out after I became an adult that I am a hidden wealthy lady. My grandmother told me to stay low-key. So over the years, I've been living quietly." As she spoke, Lulu also thought of Ma Weizhou. She indeed followed her grandmother's instructions to live modestly. When she learned she was a billionaire, she never thought about taking any of that money for herself. She was honest and graduated from college, working steadily. Every year, she donated her share of the profits to orphanages and the Red Cross. Everything changed when she met Ma Weizhou. After they became a couple, she heard that his family business was short of funds, so she didn't hesitate to give 2 million yuan to help him through the tough time. Now that she thinks about it, the family's financial trouble might have been a test to see if she was truly wealthy. Jang Yi chuckled when she heard this. "When I was a child, I felt your grandmother had a very elegant aura, similar to the wealthy women I've met before. I never expected your family to be secretly rich. This villa is worth at least 10 million, right?" Jang Yi said as she stood up and looked around the room. Through the glass cabinet in the wardrobe, she saw neatly arranged luxury limited edition bags, all in excellent condition. She had heard wealthy women brag about these bags, each worth hundreds of thousands, limited editions worldwide, worth over 1 million, priceless. Below the bags, in the glass display case, there were many jade stones, gold, and precious diamonds.
Wow.
The things in your wardrobe are worth at least 10 million, right? Curious, Jang Yi opened the wardrobe next to the bags. When she saw clothes with designer tags hanging inside, she almost gasped.
Wow.
These dresses and clothes are worth at least 10 million, right? Lulu said with a bit of annoyance. "Feel free to take whatever you like." After the apocalypse, these items would become just ordinary clothes with little value. They could be used as fuel, but people would dislike burning them because they burn too quickly. Some rare designer bags, after the apocalypse, could only be exchanged for a few packs of instant noodles from women obsessed with hoarding and vanity. All these luxury items are worth less than gold. The base's construction needs rare metals like gold, which are more useful than bags and dresses. Moreover, she heard from survivors that gold could be exchanged for many good things. She had already stockpiled 150 million worth of supplies, enough for her, Xiao Wu, and Yi to live comfortably for 3 generations. The black card from the International Bank still holds over 1 billion yuan. She is not short of money. Jang Yi likes everything, and she's happy to take it all. Then I won't hold back. Jang Yi found several sets of M-size sports clothes, a bag, and some jade jewelry in her wardrobe. Lulu looked at her shopping and shook her head helplessly. Instead of those, it would be better to get more gold. Keep some clothes and bags you like. The rest, except for the gold jewelry, help me sell everything. Jang Yi carried a limited edition bag on each arm, surprised, and asked, "You're going to sell all of these?" "Yes, sell them. Selling now can bring in more cash and help stock up on supplies. Who knows what natural disasters might happen after the heavy rain and cold weather. It's better to prepare more and stock up on supplies. These items are old things her mother used. If she wants to keep a memento, she can keep the family heirloom ring. Although the heirloom ring has lost its shine and she put it into her space, she can take it out during her free time to remember the good old days. Apart from the ring, everything else is just ordinary stuff, better exchanged for food and other supplies." Jang Yi blinked and said, "You really found the right person. Leave it to me. I can sell it for a higher price than those luxury second-hand shops." Jang Yi cheerfully took out her phone, opened a WeChat group. She opened a VIP fitness group for high-end ladies. Holding her phone, she took a short video of the high-end items in Lulu's wardrobe and posted it in the group. Private items of a friend, urgent sale. Private message for prices. She forwarded the same video and message to 4 other groups. Each group has about 200 wealthy women, totaling over 1,000 members. Soon, her phone kept ringing with notifications. "How much is that pink platinum HMX bag? That white platinum HMX bag costs 500,000. I want it. Is it genuine? Authentic? Can I see the item?" Jang Yi looked at the flashing reds on her phone but ignored them. She turned off her phone and set it aside. "Lulu, Too many messages. I'll check them tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find the best buyer who offers the highest price. Lulu has 90% trust in Jang Yi. Since she saw Jang Yi again, she felt a very strong impression. But after being betrayed by someone close to her, she became truly afraid. She also remains cautious about Jang Yi. Lulu, it's late. Rest well. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Don't go. Stay at my villa tonight. You used to say you wanted to live in a big villa someday. Now that you have one, don't you want to experience it? After thinking for a moment, Jang Yi agreed to stay. She was arranged by Sister Lee to rest in another bedroom on the first floor. The bedroom has a private bathroom and a bathtub. The sheets and bedding were freshly washed and changed by Sister Lee yesterday. In the middle of the night, Xiao Wu woke up to nurse. Lulu heard the noise and got up to feed her milk. Jang Yi also heard Xiao Wu crying. She got up, left the room, and picked up Xiao Wu to feed him. Little guy, you don't look anything like Lulu. Those big dark eyes, that face shape and temperament. Your biological father, who you've never met, must be a handsome guy too. Xiao Wu listened to Jang Yi's teasing, closed his eyes without replying. He silently drank his milk, thinking of the scene before his mother's death. It wasn't that auntie. It wasn't her voice. He wanted to drink his milk quickly, grow up fast, and stay far away from that mean auntie. After finishing his milk, Xiao Wu's consciousness blurred, and he fell into sleep. Jang Yi quietly looked at Lulu. Seeing her finish nursing and fall asleep, she quietly left the room. It was around 4 a.m. Standing inside the villa, she could faintly hear birds singing outside. Because it was summer, dawn came early. Half an hour later, the sun rose, and the sky brightened. Jang Yi couldn't sleep. She did some stretching exercises in the living room, then went for a half-hour jog around the villa. When she returned, the sun was up, and the sky was very bright. She took a shower in the bathroom and changed into casual home clothes prepared by Sister Lee for Lulu. Before pregnancy, Lulu wore size M clothes. After pregnancy, she wore size L. Although Jang Yi is 1.74 meters tall, she has exercised regularly, weighs only 52 kilograms, and has a very low body fat percentage. Lulu's clothes are size M, and they fit her perfectly. Jang Yi finished exercising and checked her WeChat messages. In the end, she selected 3 buyers. These 3 are the key figures among over 1,000 wealthy women. Their husbands are all middle-sized company CEOs. These 3 women are the most financially powerful in their social group. Lulu, I found 3 buyers. They want to see the bags and jewelry. No problem. I'll rest in the next room. Jang Yi and the 3 wealthy women agreed to meet at 10 a.m. to look at the items. After some bargaining, the jewelry, clothes, and bags from Lulu's wardrobe sold for 150 million yuan. This was roughly the price of her recent stockpiled items. With this sale, her bank balance returned to 1.6 billion yuan. After the 3 women left, Lulu moved back to the master bedroom to rest. Her wardrobe now mostly contains casual cotton sportswear, costing around 200 yuan per set, comfortable and affordable. She also changed all her shoes to sneakers. Li Jia washed all her favorite casual clothes, shoes, and bedding, then neatly organized them in her wardrobe. Jang Yi spent the whole day with Lulu. In the evening, she prepared to go home.
Yi, don't leave.
Stay with me during my confinement. Lulu reached out and held Jang Yi's arm. In a week, the apocalypse will break out, and she can't let Jang Yi leave. No, I've already canceled a day's classes. If I cancel more, VIP members will complain. You can temporarily suspend your gym for a month. I will cover the losses. Lulu said this and took out her phone to transfer 5 million yuan to Jang Yi. Seeing the 5 million transfer on her phone, Jang Yi almost fainted. Her studio, including all expenses, cost only about 5 million yuan. The venue was rented and the renovation was included. Most of the wealthy women members came because of her international fame to enroll their children in her courses. Some of them were also men with bad intentions, trying to take advantage of her courses. Jang Yi didn't dare to click on the money transfer. Lulu insisted, hold on to it. Thanks to your help selling and used secondhand clothes and bags, the money just arrived 150 million yuan. This 5 million is your loss from closing the shop. I'll give you another 5 million as a commission for helping sell the items. After saying this, Lulu transferred another 5 million yuan to Jang Yi. Jang Yi looked at Lulu, feeling like she was dreaming. She always imagined her best friend would get rich, and then she could relax. She didn't expect this day to come so soon. Jang Yi saw that Lulu wasn't joking. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the 10 million yuan. She pushed back politely, pretending to be modest, but that's not her style. Haha, you're really kind. I'll call the front desk to cancel the classes. Jang Yi took her phone and called her assistant from the living room, canceling all her classes for the next month. She asked her assistant to contact the 10 students enrolled at her courses, refund their tuition, and pay them triple the penalty fee as per the contract. The total compensation, including penalties and tuition, was nearly 1 million yuan. Seeing this amount, Jang Yi didn't feel upset at all. She had just received 10 million yuan. Lulu lived in a big villa, with savings over 100 million yuan. With such a good friend, she didn't want to work hard anymore. It was impossible for her not to work hard. Lulu had no family nearby, and she needed care during her postpartum period. Even if Lulu didn't give her money, she would find a way, taking a break from work to visit her. She planned to move in directly to take care of Lulu. After discussing with her class scheduling assistant, Jang Yi returned to her master bedroom. At this moment, Lulu was walking with the help of Dr. Lin Fong, holding onto the desk for support. She had undergone a cesarean section on the afternoon of May 27th, and today was May 30th, 3 days later. Usually, after 5 days, the wound would scab over. Miss Liu, you're recovering very well, Dr. Lin Fong said with a smile. In a couple of days, remember to apply scar ointment. Lulu nodded, supporting herself against the wall and walking around the room. Jang Yi followed closely to prevent her from stumbling. After walking around, Lulu returned to bed and lay down. Nurse Li, who was retired, took a basin of hot water from the bathroom. She used a damp towel to gently clean Lulu's lower body and any dirt or residue. Lulu couldn't bend over easily, so she relied on Nurse Li to help her with the cleaning. She could wash herself, but bending might hurt her wound. Nurse Li was quick and skillful, cleaning Lulu thoroughly. She then carried the basin out of the bedroom. Dinner was served promptly at 6:30 p.m. Nurse Li brought her a bowl of fresh meat dumplings. The dumplings are easy to digest and rich in meat protein and carbohydrate from the dough. Lulu took the chopsticks and finished the meal. After eating, she expressed milk once. She felt very tired and was about to lie down and sleep. Suddenly, her phone rang. Is this Ms. Liu? The package you ordered from Dongdong Online has arrived. I am at your villa's gate now. Please open the door. I'm not home right now. Please leave it in the yard of my villa, Lulu replied, giving the delivery person the code to her villa. The delivery person from Dongdong opened the villa gate and started unloading boxes from his large truck, one after another. All the items in the truck were purchased by Lulu. He and another delivery worker spent half an hour unloading and arranging everything in the pavilion area of the villa. Lulu watched the delivery team leave through the security cameras and then changed the password again. Next, packages from Famous Supermarket and other online stores arrived. 2 large trucks parked again at the villa gate. Lulu provided the password, and the goods were placed inside the villa. Tomorrow, she planned to go to her villa in City A to retrieve all the items. She also intended to sell her villa in City A. Because of its prime location in the bustling city center, the villa is worth more than her current residence. She estimated it could sell for over 30 million yuan. Lulu opened her phone and contacted a well-known real estate agent, informing them that she wanted to sell her villa. They scheduled a viewing for 2 p.m. in the afternoon. After finishing all this, she sent Jang Yi a good-night emoji. Then she lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, her milk came in, causing discomfort, so she got up a few times to express milk. It was 6:30 a.m. on May 31st. Lulu finished breastfeeding for the third time and sat in Jang Yi's carpool, returning to City A. Lulu, I need to leave for a while. I have to go back to the fitness club to hold a quick meeting with the staff. Okay, go ahead. We'll meet tonight. Jang Yi waved goodbye and returned to her off-road vehicle, heading to the fitness club to handle her work. Lulu carried a suitcase and stood at the villa's gate. She entered the password and opened the gate. As soon as she went inside, she saw the yard filled with various boxes and delivery bags. She didn't look closely at these items. She raised her and gently touched the delivery packages. Soon, all the deliveries in the yard were stored in her space. She sensed that a part of the villa's area was filled, which made her feel more at ease. Then, she opened her phone to check the delivery updates. Some packages arrived in City A last night and are expected to be delivered today. Lulu slowly dragged her suitcase and entered the first floor of the villa. She went to the water dispenser and poured herself a cup of warm water. Then she lay on the leather sofa in the living room and opened a food delivery app. She added items to her shopping cart and placed an order with a single click. The delivery person brought the food one after another. Lulu had to get up and ask the delivery person to place all the food on an outdoor stone table in the yard. If the table was full, she placed it on a nearby stone bench. After the delivery person left, she moved all the food into the second empty space in her storage. There was no time to organize everything now. She decided to continue ordering food this morning. Repeating the same categories as before, she ordered another set. The delivery person who had just delivered to Lulu's address looked surprised when they saw the same address again. Could this girl be mentally unwell? Ordering so much food at once, would she be able to eat it all? Lulu ignored their thoughts. Anyway, they wouldn't see her again in a week. Even if they did, they wouldn't recognize her. When she received the deliveries, she was already fully disguised, wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat. The delivery people couldn't see her face clearly. If one day, a clever person thinks there are supplies here and rushes over to search, they will find nothing. After collecting 2 rounds of takeout, it was already 11:30 a.m. Lulu took out a small bowl of mixed noodles and ate it. Then she packed all the furniture, kitchenware, and anything she could take from her villa into her space. All her clothes in the villa were inexpensive, and she stored them along with the wardrobe in her space. After finishing, she was soaked in cold sweat. Although Dr. Lin Fong had given her painkillers before she left, she still felt weak all over. Lulu sat on the only sofa in the living room that she hadn't taken away to rest. She turned on the flat-screen TV, which was hard to remove, and switched to the official channel to check the latest news. Breaking news: a famous actress from the island country, Song Tian-Yu-jing, is seriously ill. It is reported to be caused by a virus infection. This virus spreads through droplets. The entire hospital at the first hospital of Jing City is in quarantine. At the same time, the top trending topic on TikTok was also about island actress Song Tian-Yu-jing being infected with the virus. Below the news, there were all kinds of funny and ridiculous comments. Islanders just like to try new things. Song Tian-Yu-jing probably caught the rumored AIDS. That can't be right. The official news didn't say it was AIDS. Come on, what does Song Tian-Yu-jing do? I don't think any man doesn't know. With her line of work, it's very likely she caught AIDS. TSK, acting recklessly always leads to trouble. Women should keep themselves pure. What women? The island country develops a special industry chain based on actresses. It's legal there. Actresses in that industry don't see it as shameful, but as an honor.
Let's not argue about this.
I feel sorry for Song Tian-Yu-jing if she's sick. We might not get to see her movies anymore. You old fool, just shut up and say one thing. Lulu frowned when she saw this news. People didn't realize how serious the problem was. This isn't just an ordinary infectious disease. It's very likely a sign of a virus outbreak from the end of the world. She remembers that in her previous life, the incident in her home country also started with a well-known female celebrity. It all began after a scandal involving her staying out overnight after a hair appointment. The celebrity, Lulu, and her husband falsely claimed she went to get her hair done, but in reality, she was secretly with her assistant, staying out all night. The next morning, Lulu was seen leaving her house, and a paparazzi photo caught her, which quickly went viral. Tragically, Lulu told the public she was hospitalized due to pneumonia. To keep this secret, she bribed her doctor and nurse to cover for her. However, after a week, the virus fully broke out, and the entire hospital was shut down and isolated because of her. Another week later, Lulu and her secret lover, her assistant, turned into zombies. The hospital where Lulu was treated was also affected. Over 80% of the people there were infected with the zombie virus. More than 99% of those infected turned into zombies. But danger often comes with opportunity. Among the infected, one person became an awakener. Lulu was very impressed with this awakener. She heard about the awakener from survivors at the base. Back then, Lulu was very famous and loved by many for her pure, wife-next-door image. Her scandal caused a big stir. Whenever people talked about the awakener, they would mention Lulu, so her story spread widely. The awakener's power was rumored to be healing. They could cure serious illnesses like lung cancer, uremia, cancer, and others. His ability was to absorb special energy and transfer it into the bodies of the sick, helping tumors and cancerous growths to be healed and eliminated. It was a very amazing power. Lulu was very jealous. However, the chance to become an awakener was very low. The first condition was to be infected with the virus and survive without turning into a zombie. The second condition was that among those who survived, only a few could awaken their innate talent. Most virus survivors in the post-apocalyptic world did not become awakeners, but their physical strength was enhanced. Due to her physical condition, the survivors were able to withstand some extreme cold after the disaster struck and survived. In her previous life, she stayed mostly in a villa, avoiding contact with the infection source, and did not contract the virus. As a result, she did not become an awakened person. Becoming an awakened person requires a very high cost. Fortunately, after the shelter was built, scientists developed a vaccine for the zombie virus. People like her, who did not get infected, received the vaccine and, because of its special effects, their physical strength was slightly improved. In this life, she is content with her inherited space. Taking the risk to intentionally get infected is not an option, because if she becomes a zombie, Xiao will have no one to care for her. Xiao Wu is just a baby, so she cannot take such a risk. Lulu used her mental power to scan the space. When she saw the abundant supplies, she felt more at ease. However, she had not seen the news from the island country in her previous life, and she was a bit worried that her rebirth might cause other changes in the end-of-the-world situation. So, she needed to speed up her stockpiling. Lulu lay on the sofa, continuing to order takeout. She ordered once every half hour and added 2 more orders. After placing the orders, she stored the food in her space. It was now 1:30 p.m. Her agent, whom she had arranged with, called her half an hour early. Lulu finished her takeout and told the agent to come directly. Soon, the agent arrived at her villa in Jinshin. "Miss Lu, your villa is top-notch in both location and layout. Are you really going to sell it?" "Yes, I want to sell it as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Ideally within 3 days. If you sell the villa, I will personally give you a 3% commission." When the agent heard that Lulu mentioned a 3% commission, he was stunned. This villa is in a high-demand area, easy to sell, especially since Miss Lu is willing to lower the price. He was confident he could sell it within 3 days. As a top real estate agent for villas in this district of City A, he had many big clients waiting to buy property. As long as the price was right, he could sell it immediately. Hearing about the extra 3% commission, he stood up excitedly. "Miss Lu, I'll make a call." The agent stood up, went outside the villa, took photos and videos, and sent them one by one to interested clients on WeChat who were looking to buy a villa. The real estate agent's face turned red with excitement as he said to Lulu, "Miss Lu, we have found a buyer. He is willing to pay 28 million yuan for your house." Lulu knew the villa's price had been lowered by at least 2 million yuan, but she was eager to sell and didn't mind. Getting some money was better than nothing. 28 million yuan could buy many things. Then I will go back now to prepare the contract. The agent hurriedly left, riding his small car away. With this deal, he would earn a commission of 840,000 yuan. Usually, the company takes a 2% cut, so he could only keep at most 1%. Plus, these clients could be difficult. Sellers didn't want to lower their prices, and buyers didn't want to pay too much. He was about to break a record. In one day, he sold a villa worth over 10 million yuan, earning not only the 1% commission from the company, but also a 3% bonus from a client. That added up to over 1 million yuan. It really shows that after 3 years of no deals, one good sale can last for 3 years of income. Worried something might go wrong, the agent sped up, quickly drafted the contract, and also went to find a big client to go with him to Lu Yolyo's Jinshin villa. It was 3:30 p.m. The agent brought along a middle-aged man with a jade ring on his finger and a big belly. Under Lu Yolyo's permission, the man toured around the villa and nodded in satisfaction. The house is very nice. Let's sign the contract. The agent's hands trembled with excitement, and he spoke hesitantly. Here's the contract. Please sign. Lulu glanced at the contract and found no issues. Before leaving, the agent had sent her an electronic version. The middle-aged man had also reviewed the contract on the way here and had no objections. It only took a few seconds for both to sign. The agent's heart was pounding almost out of his chest. Mr. Sun, I have deep feelings for this house. It was left to me by my grandfather. I need a few days to remember the past. Mr. Sun chuckled. I understand. I'll give you a week. After that, I will come to take the house. Mr. Sun was genuinely happy. He had struck a big deal this time. He bought the villa and immediately earned 2 million yuan. Given a location in City A, this villa still had great potential for appreciation. Mr. Sun finished speaking and called the company's finance department to transfer money to Lulu. Zizibio has received 28 million yuan. Lulu looked at the message on Zizibio and nodded to Mr. Sun in response. Mr. Sun took the contract and went to the front gate, got into his luxury car, and told the driver to leave. The agent handed another contract to Lulu. Lulu casually placed the contract on the sofa. Your commission is 840,000 yuan. I'll round it up to thank you for helping me sell so quickly. Ding! WeChat wallet received 850,000 yuan. Hearing the notification, the agent smiled happily while holding his phone. Miss Lu, you are very generous. Payment settled. I have other things to do, so I won't see you off. The agent chuckled. Goodbye, Miss Lu. If you have more property to sell, contact me on WeChat. Seeing the agent leave, Lulu turned and lay back on the sofa. She had been receiving takeout all day and felt very tired. She was handling the sale of her house, and a few rare cars in the garage hadn't been sold yet. These cars were sports cars. After the apocalypse, driving them on the road used too much fuel, and their chassis were low, making many terrains unsuitable. Lulu checked the time. It's 4 p.m. Still early before sunset. She found information about a used car dealership online. The listing included a phone number left by the shop owner. Lulu dialed the number. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, Guagua Used Cars Front Desk. How can I help you? I want to sell 3 cars, including a Ferrari X. The front desk immediately responded. Ma'am, may I ask your address? I will arrange for staff to come and inspect the cars. Jinshin Villa. Okay, please wait a moment. Our staff will arrive in half an hour. Lulu pressed the hang-up button and lay on the spacious sofa to rest. The front desk at Guagua Used Cars quickly relayed the car information to the owner. Sensing a business opportunity, the owner and his assistant headed to Jinshin Villa. Half an hour later, the owner and his personal secretary arrived at the destination. Lulu took them into the villa's garage to look at the cars. The owner carefully inspected the vehicles and was very satisfied. He immediately signed an electronic contract with Lulu. After paying for the car, he notified the staff at Guagua Used Car Shop to come help drive the car back to the company. The car sale went very smoothly. At 5 p.m., Lulu successfully sold 3 luxury cars at Jinshin Villa. She received a total of 5 million in cash. All the cash added up to just over 16 billion.
Lulu was about to go out.
Before leaving, she used her pump as usual. This was a necessary routine. She had gradually gotten used to pumping once in the morning, noon, and evening, and 3 times at midnight. It was troublesome, but if she didn't pump, her would become swollen and painful. After 20 minutes, she finished pumping, cleaned the pump thoroughly, and stored it away. Then, she checked around the villa. Everything that could be moved was stored in her space, except for things welded to the walls. Lulu left the villa, got into a taxi, and headed to the place where she could buy a car. Her unused sports car had already been sold. Now, it was time to buy a new one. After the apocalypse, having a camper was very useful. She could find an empty spot inside the shelter base to park the camper and rest. The parking fee was 4 or 5 times cheaper than renting a single room. Of course, she could also rent a room inside the shelter. But single rooms were very expensive. In her previous life, it was inconvenient to take her child everywhere. If her villa hadn't been requisitioned by the authorities, she might have had to sleep on the floor in a refugee camp with her child. Now, with better conditions, buying a camper was a good backup plan. She could take the camper out of her space and find a place to camp and live. In this life, she no longer wanted to squeeze into a small room with a large group of people. The smell of sweat, feet, and bad breath and people who didn't care about cleanliness were everywhere. Shared bathrooms often had people leaving without flushing. Most frustrating was that people would often steal things. Eventually, some would openly items. Once, she had just finished giving Xiao Wu a bottle of milk. Xiao Wu was walking around with the bottle when a scruffy man snatched it and drank it all. After finishing the milk, the man threw the bottle on the ground. If the bottle hadn't been plastic, it might have shattered into pieces. In shared housing, there were all kinds of strange people. Every day, little Wu is affected by strange smells and loud noises, which make her feel anxious and scared. There is a camper van that can take little Wu on spontaneous trips anytime and anywhere. Also, if the authorities ever try to buy her villa with a little bit of supplies, she will definitely refuse. When her villa was taken over, the authorities arranged for her to live in a small community near a shelter. It was originally a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom house, but the officials, who are very creative with design, turned it into a 6-room, 1 living room, 1 bathroom house by dividing it up. Cooking is impossible because the kitchen was turned into a 6th room. Besides her small living space, she doesn't need to pay points to live there. The authorities also gave her some supplies as compensation. Later, she became overly kind-hearted and saved 2 ungrateful people. They, in return, hurt her so badly that she became disabled and even harmed her child. Lulu was staring at the street view, lost in thought. It wasn't until she heard the sound of brakes that she snapped back to reality. "Miss, we've arrived," the driver said. Lulu opened the car door and slowly walked toward the car sales and rental center. In recent years, the economy has been poor and car sales have dropped a lot. A car salesperson saw Lulu come in and smiled happily. After waiting almost a whole day, finally a customer arrived. The staff warmly welcomed Lulu into the sales center. "Hello, miss. Are you here to buy or rent a car?" "I want to buy a car, specifically a camper van." Hearing this, the salesperson became even more respectful. This is a big customer, and they must catch her. Lulu was guided to the camper van section. This side has used camper vans, which are cheaper than new ones. The row over there has new camper vans, which are a bit more expensive. "Miss, which model do you need?" Lulu remembered she only has a C1 driver's license and frowned. Then she relaxed her eyebrows. The end of the world is coming, and by then, only fools would check driver's licenses. After buying the car, she could have the salesperson send someone to deliver it to her villa, and her income would be enough. What worries her most is gasoline. The authorities control it very strictly. Most places that sell vehicles have some gray channels. Lulu is after this kind of channel. Actually, she could rent a car, keep it for a month, and then never return it. However, since the rental price is low, the car company definitely wouldn't want to provide gasoline through unofficial channels. "Miss, Feel free to ask any questions. There's no need to be polite. The salesperson seemed to notice her hesitation and spoke slowly. I want to buy your camper van with full payment, but I need a large amount of gasoline. If you can help me solve the gasoline issue, I will buy the camper today. Lulu whispered softly, so only she and the salesperson could hear. After a moment of silence, the salesperson replied, "Please wait a moment. I need to ask the boss about this." Soon, the owner behind the scenes of the shop met with Lulu. She was invited to sit in the VIP lounge. A female salesperson brought a fruit platter and made her a cup of coffee. Lulu looked at the owner of the car center and straightforwardly said, "I need a good quality camper with a budget of 10 million on the condition that you can provide me with a large amount of gasoline." The car owner was surprised to hear 10 million. The highest configuration of their campers was just over 1 million. "Miss Liu, how much gasoline do you need exactly?" "At least 2 tons each of 92 and 95 octane gasoline and more than 2 tons of diesel. Miss Liu, with this 10 million, you could buy 2 campers and still have over 7 million left. I do have some channels for gasoline and diesel, but including these, your total spending wouldn't reach 10 million. Do you have any high-priced, good performance vehicles?" "2 off-road vehicles, please." The car owner looked conflicted. Even with 2 off-road vehicles, 10 million wouldn't be enough. Someone willing to spend 1 million easily on cars must be quite wealthy. The car owner smiled politely. "Miss, it seems you're very interested in these vehicles. What do you plan to use them for?" "Company team trips and outdoor photography in other provinces." Lulu casually made up a reason. The car owner was just asking casually. If he didn't make money from wealthy clients, he would be a fool. Hearing her reason, he chuckled. "Miss Liu, even buying a camper and off-road vehicles, plus gasoline, wouldn't cost more than 10 million. The car owner paused, then asked, "Have you considered a yacht? I have a distant relative who sells yachts. If you can buy a yacht, getting a large amount of gasoline and diesel won't be a problem. My relative has some connections with the authorities." Lulu was planning to stockpile supplies and then find a chance to get a yacht in the coastal city. When she heard this, her eyes lit up. "No problem, I want 2 yachts." The car dealer was almost stunned, his hand trembling as he picked up his teacup, causing a few drops of tea to splash out. "When do you need them?" Lulu was very urgent. "Send the 2 best RVs and 2 off-road vehicles to my villa. The password is..." The car dealer found it strange that she was more anxious to buy things than he was to sell. Rich people don't miss opportunities. He didn't care whether she was in a hurry or not. Now, it's a society governed by law. Both sides agree to what they want. He wasn't worried that Lulu might question the source of the gasoline or try to trap him. His relative's influence was strong. They often cooperated with officials to supply gasoline to some self-driving tour groups. Anyone causing trouble or suing would lose the case. The legal advisor for his relative's company was a notorious lawyer named Zhang San. No one in City A was more powerful than Zhang San. Almost all employees of law firms came from Zhang San's family of lawyers. Students wouldn't dare to mess with their teacher's good reputation. The car dealer was confident. "Miss Liu, my relative is in City C. The yacht isn't in City A, so it will take some time to transport. I need to pick up the goods in City C today. Please wait a moment, I'll contact them." Lulu sat on the sofa, sipping some light tea. She opened WeChat and messaged Jang Yi. "I have something to do tonight. You don't need to pick me up. I'll return to City A tomorrow." Jang Yi received the message and replied with an OK emoji. After replying, she went to an apartment across from the gym. The apartment was rented by her. Buying a house here would cost at least 3 million yuan. She owned a luxury fitness club that cost 5 million, almost all her family savings. She couldn't afford a house in City A. Her study abroad tuition was paid with a special talent scholarship. Living expenses mainly rely on her working part-time to earn money. After her grandparents passed away, she chose to start her own business to settle in City A. Now, she is not interested in starting any new business. Her close friend has become very rich, and she just wants to relax. 2 hours later, Lulu and the car owner set off and arrived in City C, near City A. City C is famous for a river that runs through it. On the river, many boats with lights are moving. Lulu looked out the car window and took a photo of the big river at night, illuminated by neon lights. Miss Lu, we will be off the overpass in 800 meters, and then we'll reach the dock, the driver said. Lulu nodded. She closed her eyes and rested for a while during the trip. Her chest started to feel sore and painful again. But she had to endure it. She planned to buy a yacht, chase away everyone, and then secretly store the yacht in her space. If she doesn't buy it now and a disaster happens, zombies will fill the world, and she won't be able to buy a yacht then. Lulu and the car owner arrived at his distant relative's dock. On the dock, many different boats and yachts were moored. From afar, Lulu saw the relative the car owner mentioned. Miss Lu, this is my cousin Xiao Xian, the car owner said. Xiao Xian, is this the big client you introduced to me? Xiao Xian looked at her with suspicion. The woman in front of him was dressed strangely, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. She was fully covered up. Could she be hiding something? Lulu noticed his scrutinizing gaze, so she lowered her voice and pretended to be weak, saying, Boss Xiao, I just had plastic surgery and can't be in the sunlight right now. Xiao Xian suddenly understood. He had several lovers who also had plastic surgery. They often said, don't touch here, don't touch there, which was quite annoying. It looked good, but it lost some meaning. He looked at her outfit and wondered if she had undergone full body modifications. After a quick look, Xiao Xian said seriously, according to Qianzi, you want to buy yachts? Yes, I need to buy 2 yachts, 5 boats, and 3 speedboats. These items were carefully considered by Lulu before deciding to purchase. The inflatable boats and speedboats bought online were of unknown quality. Today, her income was all packed in large boxes, and she hadn't had time to open and check them. In the coming end times, returning goods is impossible. She went to see products with a real store owner and bought some, ensuring good quality. Xiao Xian listened to her speak casually, clearly a big fish. She might be a little helper to some big boss here to buy goods. Miss Lu, you've come to the right person. In City C, no one has better yachts than mine. Xiao Xian said this while showing Lulu around his dock, where yachts and ships were moored. Lulu listened to his boast and praised the yachts enthusiastically. Xiao Xian talked nonstop for an hour, full of enthusiasm. After seeing the last yacht, Lulu, Xiao Xian, Zhao Qian, and Xiao Xian's secretive-looking secretary sat on a large yacht watching the river. The secretary brought them red wine. Lulu, claiming she couldn't drink due to her appearance treatments, asked for a glass of plain water. Miss Lu, you've looked at so many yachts, you must know a lot. Lulu nodded. Yacht 3, Yacht 8, Yacht 5, and ships 13, 14, 15. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. This mysterious Miss Lu was choosing only high-end items under his name. Yachts are also classified by level. The 2 yachts she named were imported and bought at a high price. He spent over 20 million to buy these 2 yachts. The seller included life jackets, rescue suits, and many tools with the yachts. As for the ships, they were just small stuff. Miss Lu, 5 million for 2 yachts. The other ships you want, like speedboats, rescue gear, and fishing equipment, are all free. Lulu only showed her dark eyes, staring at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian felt a bit nervous under her gaze. He wondered if she had noticed his high profit margin. Just a small touch of his lips could earn him 30 million. He didn't feel guilty about it. Anyway, the buyers were knowledgeable, bargaining and negotiating with him. In the end, he made a profit of over 20 million, earning a few million in middleman fees. Xiao Xian prepared himself for her bargaining. But suddenly, she casually said 2 words. Lulu knew she was being taken advantage of, but she didn't care. She had over 1.6 billion. 50 million on the condition that I get gasoline and diesel, 10 tons of each. Xiao Xian's cousin Zhao Qian opened his mouth wide. 10 tons of each type of gasoline? How many times around the earth are you planning to go? Earlier, you said only 2 tons were needed? Zhao Qian was confused for a moment, but saw Xiao Xian, his cousin, looking excited. With a loud slap, Xiao Xian suddenly hit the white thigh of his secretary and cheerfully said, "No problem. It's just gasoline." He has channels both domestically and abroad. As long as Lulu is willing to spend 50 million to buy his 2 yachts, worth 20 million each, he would be willing to get her 100 tons of gasoline if needed. Miss Lu, gasoline prices are very clear. As for the money, I will buy the gasoline at market price, Lulu said calmly. When can the gasoline arrive? Seeing her urgency, Xiao Xian asked. In 3 days. Lulu shook her head. Before tomorrow morning. I need to get the gasoline and diesel. 3 types of gasoline, 10 tons each. 3 types of diesel, 10 tons each. Total 60 tons. Xiao Xian looked uncomfortable. He was about to refuse but saw Lulu extend a white, delicate finger. As long as you can handle this before tomorrow, I will give you 100 million. When Xiao Xian and Zhao Qian heard this, they seemed to think they had misheard. 60 tons of oil wouldn't even cost more than $1 million. Plus the money from selling the yachts, this deal could earn him at least 70 million. 70 million. He had been reselling yachts for a long time, earning only a few 100,000 each time. And it was hard to sell a yacht even once a year. If he finished this deal, he would be truly financially free. 70 million in the bank, no gambling in Las Vegas, just earning interest, enough for 3 generations to live comfortably. Before 8 a.m. tomorrow, the oil should be delivered to number 5 Jinshin Villa, City A. Once the oil arrives, I will pay 30%. If the quality is good, the remaining balance will be paid in a week. After Lulu finished speaking, a small smile appeared at the corner of her masked lips. A week later, the apocalypse broke out, and City A was sealed off. No one could even fly out. By then, she could easily find an excuse to delay another week. Another week passed, and zombies attacked. Boss Xiao Xian. Unless he survives the first week of the virus, he won't turn into a zombie. He was lucky enough to reach the shelter in City A. He was fortunate to arrive at Lin Wan's villa shelter base. He was lucky to find her again, so he could ask her for debt repayment. The chances of all this happening are very small. According to information from the official shelter, in the Blue Sea Star, the country where she is, with a population of 2 billion, the first wave of the virus killed 1 billion people. Then, due to food shortages, another 200 million died. Later, natural disasters struck, killing another 300 million. Out of 2 billion, only 500 million remain. Every day, this number keeps decreasing. Xiao Xian doesn't know the key details inside, only thinking about the small, sky-high target set by Lulu. His breathing becomes rapid, excited and uncontrollable, and he can't help but slap the back of his already stunned secretary. Zhao Qian looks at his cousin, with his heartbeat also speeding up. He is the middleman, and his cousin's deal will make a big profit, so he expects a good benefit. He manages the family's dock operations, selling cheap goods, but doesn't make much money. Miss Lu is truly a lucky money giver. She takes 1 billion just like that. Xiao Xian tries to calm himself, picks up a glass of red wine, and drinks it all. Miss Lu, just wait. I will definitely handle this for you, Xiao Xian says. Then, he and his secretary leave the yacht and go ashore, where he fiddles with his phone. The secretary, dressed lightly, opens a tablet. Before Xiao Xian can speak, she checks the ownership of Villa number 5 in Jin Xian.
Boss.
The villa belongs to the assets of the chairman of Cloud Top Technology. Xiao Xian feels reassured. Cloud Top Technology is well known across the country, with core AI technology used in many industries. Their algorithms are very advanced. The company's market value is close to 10 billion. One word. Do it. For words, just do it. Xiao Xian immediately contacts a trusted supporter from the official background, asking her to open a special channel. With this move, they secretly mobilize the gasoline and diesel Lulu requested. The gasoline is stored in special containers and sent overnight by car to Lulu's villa district in City A. Zhao Qian watches his cousin rush to make money and feels quite envious. He suddenly remembered that Lulu had ordered a camper and an off-road vehicle from his shop. He stayed up all night calling the car shop staff to work overtime and asked them to deliver the vehicles to her villa. His cousin earned so much money. Even if he earned less, he still wanted to make a profit. At midnight, the vehicles Lu Lulu purchased arrived. She quickly paid Zhao Qian 5 million yuan for the cars without bargaining. Zhao Qian made a small profit and couldn't stop smiling. Although it wasn't as much as his cousin earned, it was still good. As for the gasoline, Zhao Xian didn't keep her waiting long. Driven by his cash ability, at 2 a.m. on May 31st, she monitored her phone and saw 2 large trucks parked outside her house. "Miss Lu, the goods have arrived," Lu Lulu told Zhao Xian the password. Zhao Xian instructed the delivery people to open the door, place the labeled oil drums into the villa's yard. Until all the delivery personnel left, Lu Lulu changed the gate password again. The gate was a product of Yunshan technology. Without the correct password, even a bomb couldn't open it. Transfer the money to the card number. Zhao Xian immediately provided an international account opened abroad. This account had no limit. Domestic transfers had too many restrictions and could easily cause trouble. Lu Yolio's bank card had legitimate funds, so she wasn't worried about official investigations. She operated the app on her phone. 3 minutes later, 30 million yuan was transferred in. Her secretary showed an excited expression to Zhao Xian and nodded in approval. "Mr. Zhao, I'll check the gasoline tomorrow when I return to City A. After a week, I'll pay the remaining balance."
Zhao xin smile for Latterling.
"Miss Lu, you're joking."
"Just call me Zhao Xiao."
"No need for Mr. Zhao, haha. I trust your character completely." Zhao Xian thought to himself, Yunshan Technology is such a big listed company, with operations expanded to international markets. After a week, if Lu Lulu doesn't settle the final payment, she won't escape. Moreover, the costs of selling yachts, boats, gasoline, and diesel, plus the official connections fees, 30 million yuan was enough for him to recover his investment. He definitely wouldn't lose money. As for Lu Lulu discovering that the yachts weren't worth that much, it was all cash and goods exchanged, unrelated to him. "All right, I'm going to drive the yacht back to City A. I'll wait for your news in a week," Lu Lulu said tiredly. She felt a dull pain from her cesarean wound. The painkiller's effect has worn off. She needs to go back quickly, put away the gasoline, and have Dr. Lin check her at the villa. Zhao Xian looked surprised. "Miss Lu can also drive a yacht? You're really impressive." Lu Liuli didn't answer. She looked at him coldly. Zhao Xian noticed her displeasure and immediately told his secretary to put the items she bought, such as the boat and inflatable kayak, into 2 different yachts. "Miss Lu, this boat is too big to fit on the yacht deck. The inflatable kayak has been folded and packed for you." Lu Liuli looked at the large yacht that was almost impossible to step onto and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Seeing her urging him with her eyes to leave, Zhao Xian took his secretary and cousin to say goodbye. Lu Liuli glanced at the other yacht nearby, but didn't put it into her space. After getting the yacht keys, she first drove 1 yacht away from the dock. A few minutes later, seeing that the river was empty around her, she pulled out the key, used her mental power to transfer the space, and placed the speedboat on the river surface. In the middle of the night, the river was dark and silent, with no one around and no lights. Only then did she feel safe to store the yacht in her space. Next, she drove the speedboat back to the dock and repeated the process. Fortunately, she had the space. She first stored the speedboat inside, then used her mind to move it onto the river surface. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to move such a heavy object alone. After finishing with the yacht, Lu Liuli drove the speedboat along the riverbank of City C. Following her navigation, she traveled for an hour and a half to a dock in City A. This dock was part of an open scenic spot, with no guards. She looked around the dark surroundings, observed for 3 minutes, and confirmed no one was there. She retracted the speedboat, left the scenic area, and arrived on the main road. By the roadside, she hailed a taxi. Lu Liuli returned to Jinshin Villa No. 5. She checked the time on her phone. It was 5 a.m. on May 31st. Entering the villa, she saw the camper, the off-road vehicle, and the stacked oil drums. She slowly walked over, extended her right index finger, and touched the gasoline and diesel on the vehicles. A few minutes later, she stored all the items in her space. The oil drums and the yacht were placed in a designated area. After finishing these tasks, she felt very tired. The pain from her engorged was almost unbearable. Lulu took out a sofa from her space and sat down on it, then used a pump to express milk. Earlier on the yacht, she had used an excuse to go to the bathroom and pumped milk once. Now it was time to pump again. After she finished, Lulu stored the milk in a milk storage bag and placed it into her space. The space kept the milk fresh, preventing it from spoiling. Even the best formula milk couldn't compare to mother's milk. If she could give Xiao Wu milk, she wouldn't need formula. In her previous life, due to various reasons, she lost her milk early. This time, she had to find a way to produce more milk. Lulu solved a big problem of stockpiling supplies. Lying on the sofa, she gently touched her sore wound and closed her eyes to rest for a while. At 6 a.m, she took out an off-road vehicle she bought from Zhao and drove along the streets of City A. Many breakfast shops had opened. Lulu found a breakfast shop and ordered all their freshly made breakfast items. Congee, soy milk, fried dough sticks, rice noodles, soup noodles, hot dry noodles, egg wine, fried dough balls, 3-ingredient bean curd, soup dumplings, black rice porridge. She booked 5 breakfast shops in a row, taking all their offerings. The shop owners and staff were busy packing. They packed the breakfast according to her instructions, each in a bag suitable for an adult serving, then placed them into large foam boxes, insulated with protective film to keep warm. Lulu sat in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, resting. An hour later, the trunk of her car, the interior, and the front passenger seat were all filled with packed food. She was worried the food might spoil if kept too long. So she drove back to the villa and stored all the packed breakfast in her space. Following this pattern, she went to the vegetable market, large supermarkets, convenience stores, and pharmacies. She kept buying and transporting supplies until evening. Finally, she stopped stockpiling, returned the off-road vehicle to her space, and took a taxi back to Lin Wan's villa. Lulu entered the villa. Li Jia and Jin Jia were cleaning inside. They felt Lulu's salary was too high, and they were uneasy not doing more chores. She looked at the spotless villa and nodded with satisfaction. They also watered the flowers and plants in the yard, which looked healthy and lively. Li Jia, where is Yi? Li Jia heard the voice and immediately put down her work.
Yi?
You mean Miss Jiang? She's in the secondary bedroom nursery watching the baby. The baby is awake. Lulu quickly walked to the door of the secondary bedroom nursery. She opened the door and saw Jang Yi holding Xiao Wu while singing a lullaby. Lulu, you're back. The baby is so cute.
Come and see. Jang Yi smiled and said.
Lulu stepped forward quickly, looked at the baby in Jang Yi's arms, and couldn't help but show a gentle smile. Xiao Wu seemed to sense something. He tried to open his tightly closed eyes, peeking through a slit, and looked at Lulu. His little mouth moved slightly, and in a faint voice, he softly called out, Mama. Jang Yi was very surprised. Lulu, your son is so smart. He's so young and already calling for Mama. Lulu also widened her eyes, feeling amazed. Xiao Wu calling Mama happened when he was 11 months old. Maybe it was just a child's babble. How could a baby who was only a few days old call for Mama? But then Xiao Wu called out 3 more times, Mama. Lulu frowned. She had been reborn after that big explosion. Could Xiao Wu also have been reborn? Otherwise, how could he be so young and already calling for Mama? Jang Yi exclaimed, Lulu, your son must be a genius. Lulu took the child from Jang Yi's arms. Xiao Wu, sleep peacefully. Mama is always here with you. This is your Jiang Mama. A good person. She won't hurt you. Hearing the familiar gentle voice, Xiao Wu slowly closed his eyes and peacefully fell asleep in Lulu's arms. Lulu placed Xiao Wu back on the bed. Yi, please watch him for a while. I need to go find Dr. Lin Fong. Jang Yi looked at Lulu's belly with concern. Lulu, you've just had surgery. Don't go out. If anything happens, I can handle it. Lulu thought about the supplies she had stocked, enough for Xiao Wu and Jang Yi for many generations. But she still had over $1 billion in cash. Not spending it would be such a waste.
Yi, ai fine.
My wound is healing well. After saying this through her pain, Lulu slowly walked toward the master bedroom next door. Jang Yi watched her unsteady figure with a helpless shake of her head. Lulu always liked to act tough. She's really not adorable at all. Lulu returned to the master bedroom and immediately leaned on the bed to lie down. As soon as she lay down, she let out a deep sigh. It was not easy to go out this time, but fortunately, she achieved her goal. Jang Yi pulled Dr. Lin Fong to check on Lulu. Dr. Lin lifted Lu Liolio's t-shirt to reveal the medical patch on her abdomen. The patch showed no signs of blood or seepage. Dr. Lin frowned slightly, but kept her expression calm. She carefully tore open the patch to check the wound. Luckily, no fluid was leaking out. She disinfected the wound with iodine solution, applied growth factor gel, and replaced the medical patch with a new one. "Miss Lu, your wound is fine. No cracks or seepage," she said. "I heard from Miss Jiang that you went out for a day and night, which is not good for your recovery. You should only go out after the wound scab's over." Lulu nodded. "Dr. Lin, this wound will scab over in about a week, right? Usually, it takes 7 to 10 days for the surface to scab. During this time, you shouldn't overexert yourself. It will take at least 2 months to fully heal." After giving some instructions, Dr. Lin left the room. Jang Yi sat on the edge of the bed, annoyed. "Lulu, you should listen to the doctor. If the wound cracks, your recovery will take longer. You might even need to go back to the hospital." Lulu thought about the money she hadn't spent yet. She first shook her head, then nodded. "I'll go out again after the wound scab's over." "That's right. Rest well, and I'll make you some fresh meat dumplings." "You can make dumplings too?" "You know, I learn quickly. It's just dumplings. Sister Lee taught me once today, and I got it." Jang Yi reminded her a few words, then went out to cook dinner. Since her rebirth, Lu Yolio's tense nerves relaxed. She closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Jang Yi quietly pushed open the door, saw her sleeping, and silently left. "This girl, I made these dumplings myself. Forget it. I'll eat them myself. I'll cook more for you when you wake up." After finishing the dumplings she just made, Jang Yi went to the kitchen, washed the dishes, and packed a bunch of dumplings. 20 dumplings per bag, stored in a plastic bag, then placed in the refrigerator. She prepared 5 portions. During the process, Sister Lee wanted to help but was refused. These were handmade dumplings she made herself. As Lu ate, she felt a deep sense of achievement. Lu slept for 10 hours straight. During her sleep, Dr. Lin Fong administered 4 bottles of medicine, but she didn't notice. When she woke up, it was 2 a.m. on June 1st. Just waking up, she felt a strong urge to urinate. Lu slowly got out of bed, supported herself against the wall, and went to the bathroom. She returned to bed feeling very hungry. At this time, she didn't want to disturb Jang Yi and Sister Lee. She casually chose a cup of black rice porridge and a fresh meat bun from her space to fill her stomach. After eating, she lay back on the bed and thought about what to do next. She would be staying in this villa for a long time. The solar power generator and some other equipment needed to be installed in advance. There was still time now. Since she couldn't go out easily, she could ask Jang Yi for help. She planned to stock enough supplies for a year to support the villa until the zombie wave ended and the shelter was built. Lu took out her phone and listed the items needed for the villa in her notes. First, solar-related products. In the first 3 months after the apocalypse, there was still electricity, but after that, power depended on luck. She planned to buy 13 sets of solar batteries, controllers, and solar panels. 3 sets would be installed in the villa, and the remaining 7 sets stored in her space. 3 sets would be used for the villa address, and 10 sets for Jean Xin Villa. She also needed solar water heaters, solar lamps, solar electric bikes. All solar-related products would cost about 1 million. Next, she wanted to stock fresh vegetables and meat in the villa, which Jang Yi could handle. She suggested Jang Yi drive to City A to buy supplies, to avoid attracting too much attention. She preferred dried cured meats, which could last a year or 2. She also planned to buy some chickens, ducks, and fish, raising chickens and ducks in the yard, and fish in a man-made pond. This way they would have fresh eggs. She could also keep some animals in her space. The animals would be the same when taken out as when put in. In her previous life, she experienced that animals seemed to be sealed when inside and would return to life when taken out. She hadn't tried with living humans. She didn't dare try with Xiao Wu, fearing accidents. Other living people who enter might discover the secret of the space. If they are released again, they can only be killed. As long as people don't offend her, she won't harm them. After decades of official education, she is not the type to kill innocents just for experiments. There's no need. She has nightmares when she sleeps at night. She plans to try again when she has the chance. Currently, she only considers live animals like chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. She also needs to dig a well in the villa and fill her custom water tanks with water. She can reach into the well with her hand, use her fingers to transfer water into her space, and control it with her mental power to fill the water storage tanks. Well water is less likely to dry up. After the end of the world, it can be used for watering vegetables. If she only used tap water, even pouring for 7 days and nights wouldn't fill her water tanks. Growing vegetables need seeds, which she has already stockpiled online. She has too much money, so she plans to buy more seeds. Lulu spent 6 hours considering and ordering a year's worth of supplies for the villa, with the delivery address set to Lin Wan's villa. For other supplies, she filled in the address of Jean Xian's villa to fill in gaps. In these 6 hours, she spent 50 million. After completing these orders, she found the contact information of a well digger online. She was willing to pay a high price to have them dig a well in the yard. The well digger is in City A, and he has 5 helpers. Jang Yi drove to City A, shopping according to the list Lulu sent her via WeChat. Lulu told her to buy as many supplies as possible and transferred 1 million yuan to her. Although Jang Yi found this a bit strange, once she learned Lulu was a super rich woman, she didn't find it unusual. She assumed the best imported ingredients for the food to help Lulu recover her health. She went to a well-known, reputable supermarket called Mountain Mother Supermarket. While Sister Li and Sister Zhen took care of little Wu, Lulu quietly went to the small storage in the villa, retrieved the 200,000 yuan worth of medicines she bought from Dr. Lin Fong, and placed 2 first aid kits in the storage. The medical supplies in the first aid kits are complete and suitable for handling minor injuries. After finishing this, Lulu went downstairs for lunch and then took a peaceful 2-hour nap. When she woke up, the well in the yard had already been dug. Concrete with steel reinforcement was poured, and next to the well, a circle of protective stainless steel covers was built as she requested. The covers were locked with iron locks to prevent mischievous Xiao Wu from playing and falling inside. Lulu watched the fresh well water seep into the well, feeling very reassured. After paying the workers, she observed the well water for a while. At this time, the water was cloudy, but the masters said it would be ready for use after 8 hours of sedimentation. Lulu decided to act tonight. Once the water settled, she would fill the water storage containers in the space. In the evening, Jang Yi drove back home. She brought a truckload of rice, flour, grains, and oil. Lulu looked at the items. Most were in foreign languages. Besides English, she could understand, but other languages looked like unreadable symbols. Jang Yi was very happy while unloading, saying, "Lulu, these are imported high-end products, organic and nutritious. Your postpartum period will be healthy and full of good food." Sister Li and Sister Zhen helped unload and stored the rice, flour, grains, and oil in the small warehouse of the villa. Late at night, after waking up, Lulu quietly went to the well outside in the yard. She looked at a device shaped like a faucet near the well and remembered what the master said. "Miss Liu, for watering flowers and vegetables, you don't need to rush. Just turn the faucet to get water. For large amounts, you can open the well cover and use a bucket." Lulu turned on the faucet. Clear, cool well water flowed into the container. Under the moonlight and yard lights, she saw the pure water and felt very satisfied. Natural well water is healthier than water filtered through a purifier. But she needed to test it. Lulu took out a water testing pen she prepared and checked the water quality. The readings showed excellent water quality. She picked up the container and took a small sip of the well water. It was sweet and very cool. Even without refrigeration, she could feel the refreshing chill. She didn't dare to drink more. The water quality was fine. Standing in front of the well, she took out the key, opened the well cover, and stuck her into the well. Using her space and mental powers, she drew the bottomless, clear well water into the space containers. These containers were prepared earlier, taken out from the space after opening the packaging. They were neatly placed on the fourth soccer field in her space. Even so, these containers only occupied a small area. Most of the space in front and the 6 areas at the back are still empty. The first area holds cardboard boxes filled with unopened goods. The second area contains vehicle fuel. The third area stores baby and mother care products. The fourth area has water storage barrels. Lulu checked the space briefly. In just a few seconds, 5 2-ton water containers were filled completely. Even after removing so much well water at once, the water level in the well only dropped by 1 centimeter. The worker had said that the well connects to the underground water system of Lin Wan's villa group. As long as there are rivers, lakes, and underground water near Lin Wan's villas, the well will never run dry. When they left, they kindly gave Lulu 2 water testing pens. While she was thinking, the water level in the well quickly returned to normal. She continued filling the water barrels inside the space. After working for several hours, she finished storing 20,000 tons of drinking water. This amount is enough for a family to live for 100 years. Even if water stops flowing or gets polluted in the future, her family won't run out of water. From her investigation, she learned that a family uses about 11 tons of water each month, totaling 132 tons a year. Over 100 years, that's 13,200 tons, more than enough with the water she stored. After the zombie extinction, it will rain for 3 consecutive months, so there will be no shortage of water. Instead, there might be floods. For now, storing this water is definitely enough. The well water is of excellent quality, comparable to mineral or pure water, safe to drink directly. Lulu solved the problem of the source of life, water. She returned to her room, lay down, and opened the first area of the space to unpack her delivery. She sorted everything into the appropriate areas. She also kept the cardboard boxes from the deliveries. When it rains and temperatures drop suddenly, she can use the boxes for firewood to keep warm. She has plenty of smokeless charcoal for heating, cooking, and barbecues, so she's not worried about the cold. With warm clothes and medicine for colds and inflammation, she made sure everything was in order. After confirming everything was safe, she closed her eyes to rest and recover. She was awakened by Dr. Lin Fong. Dr. Lin brought a light, stomach-friendly breakfast, millet porridge, freshly made buns from Sisterly, a boiled egg, and a small plate of stir-fried greens. Miss Liu, please start eating. After you finish, you'll need an 4 drip in half an hour. Lulu nodded. After eating, she lay on the bed, waiting for Dr. Lin Fong to set up her 4. The 4 was started at 9 in the morning and, based on usual timing, it would run for about 2 hours. After the 4, she would have lunch. During this time, Xiao Wu would wake up once. Sisterly held her to see the baby. Then Lulu closed her eyes to rest peacefully. When she woke up, it was evening, and she had dinner. She would also breastfeed a few times during this period. To help her wound heal faster, she chose not to feed directly, but to express milk with a pump and feed the baby with a bottle. This also made it easier to wean Xiao Wu later. After dinner, her spirits improved, and she started shopping on her phone. At this time, Jang Yi would come over to chat with her. Lulu tentatively asked her what would be good to stockpile if a disaster happened one day. Following Jang Yi's advice, she added more supplies to her shopping cart. On June 2nd, she spent 50 million. Her bank card balance was over 1.45 billion. There were 4 days left. Lulu looked at the money she couldn't spend and felt a bit anxious. She found the supplies she had previously bought on Feimao and Dongdong and purchased another set. By doing this, she had spent about 150 million. She thought about gold's value preservation and planned to visit a jewelry store in City A tomorrow, also browsing the fresh market to buy live chickens, ducks, fish, beef, and lamb. She might not be able to raise all of them, but keeping some breeds could give her a chance to breed these animals again after the disaster and calamities end. Early morning on June 3rd, Dr. Lin Fong examined Lu Liulio's wound and changed her medication. Miss Lu, your wound is starting to scab. In about 3 days, the surface should heal. You can walk around a bit to help recovery and prevent intestinal adhesions. Remember to apply the scar removal cream twice a day, morning and evening. Lu nodded. Dr. Lin Fong, I want to go out briefly. I won't do any strenuous activity, so it should be fine, right? It's not recommended for you to go out. It's best to rest at home. Seeing Lu Liulio's determined look to go out, Lin Fong sighed helplessly and said, Miss Lu, please don't stay out for more than 2 hours. Walk slowly to avoid reopening your healing wound. I will. Lu replied with a slight smile and asked Sister Li to pack her luggage for going out. Sister Li packed everything she needed for the trip. Jang Yi was determined to see her off to the A-World Villa. Lu couldn't refuse her, so she agreed. Jang Yi drove her to the villa gate and then went back to the company to check recent work matters. After she left, Lu put her luggage back into the space, took out a car, and drove to the nearby fresh market. She wanted to buy live animals like chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. However, she couldn't find cattle, sheep, or pigs, only pre-cut meat. She bought a lot, filling the trunk of her car. The shop owner arranged for an assistant to help deliver the live animals she bought to her villa's yard using a tricycle. After they left, Lu placed the 10 chickens, 10 ducks, and 20 fish into a designated area in her space. Then she visited several large nearby markets. Finally, she bought 2 sheep, 3 cattle, and 5 piglets. Seeing rabbits for sale, she also bought 10 rabbits. Usually, she kept them as pets, and if she was hungry, she would just kill them for meat. Lu asked the market owner to deliver the animals to her villa. She drove back with a car full of fresh meat. Once everything arrived, she paid the market vendor and stored the items in her space. After buying the small animals, she drove to a fast food restaurant. The well-rated KKC served food quickly. She ordered a single set meal, spicy chicken burger, iced cola, a portion of fries, and spicy chicken nuggets. Lu was starving. Since her rebirth, she had been craving these foods. Her body was healing, and eating a little to satisfy her craving was fine. She hadn't eaten such junk food in 1.5 years since the apocalypse. It's bad for health and can cause weight gain, but the taste was amazing. Lu sat in the KKC restaurant, eating while looking out the window at the street scene. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There weren't many people inside the KKC shop. It was just after the busy lunch rush from 12 to 2 p.m. Lu had stocked up on many meal packages. She was really enjoying her food. Thinking about how Xiao would grow up someday and might want to try this kind of food, she took out her phone and scanned the ordering code on the table. She ordered 100 sets of the single-person meal she was eating now. Each set cost 35.9 yuan, totaling 3,590 yuan. The shop staff saw the order and thought they had made a mistake. They hurried over to her table to ask about it. Lu confirmed several times that it was a group order for her company employees, and then she sent the staff away. The KKC chain store was very large. The staff told her that her 100 packed meals would take about 2 hours to prepare. She paid and left her phone number, asking the staff to call her when the meals were ready. Then she strolled along the shopping street, visiting various shops. She bought drinks from brands like Gu, Rue, Xing, Cha, Shi, Hu, and Mi, all the top 3 popular drinks, each order for 100 servings. She also left her contact info for the staff to call when the food was ready. Because the order was so large, the staff had to shut down the food delivery platforms, Meituan and Ele. All the staff worked hard to prepare her order. The shopping street was very close to her villa, only about 5 minutes away. The staff told her it would take at least an hour to prepare everything. So she went to shops like Zhou, Zhong, and Lao, looking for gold sold by weight. Each shop bought 10,000 grams of gold, with an average daily price of about 430 yuan per gram, including labor costs. Her total spending was about 13 million yuan. The staff were all surprised by her large order. After being reborn, Lulu valued her time very much and cherished the peaceful days before the end-of-world scenario. When she bought the gold, she acted very confidently. All the waiters serve me, close the doors, and thank the customers. Provide excellent service. Today, I will buy at least 10,000 grams of gold. When the waiters heard her say this, they were all stunned. They looked at each other in surprise, thinking that Lulu must be a patient who escaped from a mental hospital. It wasn't until Lulu showed her bank account balance to the manager of the jewelry store. The manager respectfully welcomed her and immediately arranged for 2 waiters to stand at the door, refusing entry to others. The 2 new waiters were unhappy. Because Lulu was really buying so much gold, the commission for them would be huge. When she was a child, Lulu thought her family was poor and worked in clothing sales. She knew that earning money was not easy for these waiters. After enjoying the best treatment and receiving respectful service from the store staff, she was very satisfied. She told the manager that today's purchase, according to the store's commission rules, should be paid immediately to each staff member, or she would refuse to pay or take the goods back. The waiters must be paid their commission first. The manager initially thought that since she was a big customer, she could secretly keep the commission for herself. But she didn't expect Lulu to make such a move. There was no choice but to agree. Losing such a big customer like Lulu, the store's owner would definitely hold her accountable. Lulu was very fair. She also called the 2 new waiters at the door to come in and gave them their commissions. After this series of actions, 2 hours quickly passed. The reason she bought so much gold was because after the apocalypse, gold could be used for base construction. Many high-tech devices she invented required gold. It was said that a survivor in City H's base had awakened a special ability related to gold. As long as he was given enough gold as a price, he could use it to make advanced weapons and other equipment. These machines were very high-tech. They were at least hundreds of years ahead of current technology. She saw in the base that a second-in-command of the shelter exchanged gold for a private jet. The jet could transform into a small pendant hanging on her body. With a special key input, the plane could expand. It was fully automatic, connected to official satellite systems, so it wouldn't get lost. The plane was also equipped with weapons. Lulu listened to the people in the villa speak with great admiration. She was lucky enough to see once a second-in-command flying a plane away from the base to search for supplies and bring them back by plane. She bought so much gold to exchange it later with someone who has the gold awakening talent in exchange for high-tech products. She planned to use those high-tech items to improve her and Xiao Wu's fighting abilities. After 2 hours, Lulu's phone kept ringing. It was from the milk tea shops and stores like KKC and KBC, asking her to pick up milk tea. She reached out and stopped 3 delivery riders waiting outside the shop to take orders, asking them to help deliver her purchased items to the villa. The delivery riders were initially reluctant. Lulu paid a high price of 1,000 yuan per day. So, they canceled their original orders and decided to follow her to deliver the goods. They worked all day, exhausted, earning only a little over 200 yuan. If they got complaints, they would be fined. Such a good opportunity, not taking it would be foolish. Lulu took photos of their IDs and license plates, then confidently let them pick up the goods and deliver them to the villa. After packing 2 items from the store into her car, she returned to the villa. Soon, the delivery riders delivered all the items she ordered from the shopping street. Lulu looked at the 3 riders and asked, "Do you know which restaurant nearby has good and clean food?" The delivery riders, who often delivered food and knew many places, quickly named a few restaurants. Lulu had never heard of them. She was busy stocking up, running around aimlessly, waiting a long time, and mostly buying fast food under capitalism. "Help me buy delicious food from the restaurant you mentioned. Get as much as you can. When you arrive, show me the menu. I'll order and you wait. The food will be delivered here. Once it's done, I'll give each of you an extra 1,000 yuan as a bonus." The 3 riders were very happy. They took Lu Liulio's phone number, scanned her QR code, and added her on WeChat. Then, riding their small electric scooters, they disappeared into the crowd. After they left, Lu collected all the delivered items back into her space. Then she drove out to visit various banks in City A to buy gold bars. The gold in the jewelry store might be somewhat fake in purity. However, the bank's gold bars are genuine. She spent some time accumulating 30,000 grams of gold. Spending money is too troublesome. It's better to go to the bank and buy all the spare change of her savings, which amounts to over 500 million in gold. Lu visited several banks and bought all the available gold they had in stock. When she first went to the first bank, it was almost closing time. Upon learning she was a major client, the bank manager personally came to greet her. He also contacted managers of other banks to have staff stay late and prepare for her purchase. Lu was very busy. A delivery person messaged her that the meals were stacked in the yard of her villa. She didn't have time to pick them up and could only visit the villa every hour. The delivery staff bought only cooked dishes this time, no bread or noodles. As evening fell and the temperature dropped, leaving the food for a while wouldn't be a big problem. While buying the gold, she noticed that banks strictly control this area. When asked why she was buying so much gold, Lu directly mentioned her role as the key person at Cloud Top Technology. She had recently transferred her shares internally to other shareholders, and this news hadn't been made public yet. The shareholders didn't want it exposed so soon, as it would harm them. Since Lu is the daughter of Cloud Top Technology's founder, her large-scale share selling could be exploited by competitors, causing serious damage to the company. She stockpiled gold mainly because she liked it personally and because Cloud Top Technology needed to develop new products, which required large amounts of gold and other resources. After verifying her identity, the bank confirmed she was indeed the major shareholder behind Cloud Top Technology and immediately agreed to complete the transaction. Cloud Top Technology benefits the people of Hailan country. The company often does charity work, and buying their gold also contributes to the country's development. Moreover, they wouldn't lose money by selling the gold, which was sourced from foreign gold miners at prices much lower than market value. Lu Liulio's purchase also helped generate revenue for the bank. She visited all the banks in City A, spending a total of 500 million. She put all the purchased gold into her off-road vehicle. After returning to the villa, she stored all the gold in her space. At 7 p.m., she arrived back at Jinshin Villa. She returned the food bought by the delivery workers to her space. That day, she ran around for several hours and was very tired. She decided to take out a boxed meal ordered by the delivery workers. As expected, it was different from what regular stores sell. The ingredients were very fresh. The cucumber in the stir-fried meat had a nice cucumber aroma, unlike the bitter cucumbers she had eaten before. The lean meat was also very good. The box meal had 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Lu was very happy. She sent each of the 3 delivery workers a big red envelope with 1,000 yuan. When the delivery workers waiting in the restaurant saw the transfer, they were so happy, they almost jumped. They were full of energy, feeling like they had hit the jackpot, and continued to deliver for Lu at the best kitchen they knew. After confirming the prices, they sent the restaurant's QR code directly to the boss. Lu scanned the QR code with WeChat and transferred the meal money to the boss. The 3 delivery workers were a bit slow in stocking up. It was now 7 p.m., the peak time for orders. Lu created a WeChat group and sent a message to the 3 delivery workers. Do you have other delivery colleagues? Please recommend a reliable delivery person to run errands for me. I will reward you with a bonus of 500 yuan. The 3 delivery workers' eyes lit up. They invited friends from their WeChat contacts into the group. They trusted Lu very much. Living in such a wealthy neighborhood in a big villa, buying meals worth thousands of yuan without blinking an eye. The bonus was at least 1,000 yuan. Soon, through word of mouth, the group quickly grew to 200 people. Lu didn't expect things to develop so wildly. She stopped these delivery workers from continuing to invite friends. The WeChat group was flooded with messages from these delivery workers asking questions. After 10 minutes, Lulu sent out 10 red envelopes. Each WeChat red envelope could hold up to 200 yuan, so she could only send money this way. After sending 10 red envelopes, the messages finally stopped flooding the screen. Lulu appointed the original 3 delivery workers as administrators and asked them to explain to the others. She paid the same salary as the initial 3 delivery workers, 1,000 yuan per day for each. She successfully bought a tasty restaurant and earned a commission of 1% of her actual spending. 200 delivery workers received red envelopes and started their work. They moved through the busy streets of the city. After sending out this batch of messages, Lulu looked at the darkening sky. She realized she had been sitting in the villa's yard for an hour, sending red envelopes and messages in the group chat. Lulu quickly returned to the living room, took out a large standing air conditioner from the space, plugged it in, and turned it on. Next to the air conditioner, there was a sofa. She lay down to rest. She held a remote control that opened and closed the gate. A few minutes later, the air conditioner set the temperature to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Lulu finally felt more comfortable. She took out a cup of milk coffee and drank it to stay alert. Drinking coffee while breastfeeding might affect little Wu a little.
But she didn't care about that now.
Tonight, she still had to send out more deliveries and red envelopes. With new messages in the group chat, Lulu opened the door with a remote control. She always wore a mask and sunglasses to avoid being seen by the delivery workers. After delivering the food, she would close the space again. She wasn't worried about being discovered. If asked, she would say it was a company dinner for overtime. The delivery workers naturally thought Lulu was a manager from a big company, bringing extra meals for employees. So, they delivered the food in batches at different times to the villa. The Jinshin Villa area is made up of standalone houses, somewhat isolated from the busy parts of City A. The villas are terraced, with 50 buildings in total. Not many of the villas are fully occupied. Many are investment properties owned by wealthy people or speculators. The wealthy residents in the villas found it strange that so many delivery workers were coming in and out of Lulu's house, but didn't think much of it. Lulu was not worried about being exposed. She was dressed so differently now that even her grandparents wouldn't recognize her. At 8:30 p.m., Lulu saw Jang Yi send a message. "Lulu, I'll come pick you up soon. Everything at the company is sorted. Next month I'll stay with you during your postpartum period." Lulu's face changed. She almost forgot about Yi. She quickly replied, "Yi, you don't need to come pick me up. I have some things to handle here. Please go back to Lin Wan's villa and help take care of Xiao Wu." Jang Yi shook her head helplessly. "Lulu, do you remember Dr. Lin's advice? You need to take care of your health and not overwork yourself. If you feel unwell, call me immediately." After replying, Lulu lay on the sofa and let out a long sigh. She couldn't let Jang Yi know that the end of the world was coming just yet. She also couldn't tell anyone. She didn't want to be treated as crazy and locked up, nor did she want the authorities to capture her for research. Many years ago, an ancient prophecy said that on a certain year, month, and day, the end of the world would arrive on Blue Sea Star. But after decades, the rumor was proven false. In recent years, as the climate warmed globally, many pessimists kept posting online, claiming the end was near. But it never happened. Lulu knew deep down that even if she posted about it, nothing would change. She could only change the people she had to. Jang Yi was the only person she wanted to help in this end-of-the-world situation. Too many unpredictable things could happen, like butterfly wings causing unforeseen changes. She couldn't bear the consequences of such chaos. Saving Jang Yi was her personal wish. As for what might happen later, she could only take it step by step. Lulu felt numb that night. She was busy receiving packages, storing them in her space, and transferring money for the delivery bonuses. She kept receiving packages from sunset until 3 a.m. After 3 a.m., there weren't many good stores open. Most of the late-night orders were takeout from barbecue shops. Other restaurants had mostly closed by then. She had tried the food delivered by the couriers. Barbecue is honest, tasty, and affordable. At 3:30 a.m., She told all the delivery people to continue running errands and buy delicious food for her after 8 a.m. the next morning. She spent about an hour paying the delivery workers. Each person received 1,000 yuan. Her commission had already been settled when they picked up the food and waited for it. But when she was paying the wages, she was stunned. She had only paid 20 people, and half an hour had already passed. Lulu felt confused and overwhelmed. If she kept going like this, she would be exhausted before dawn and still not finish paying everyone. So, she asked the original 3 delivery workers to each manage a third of the other delivery staff. After each delivery, she calculated how much money each person should get, then transferred it to them, and they would pass it on to the others. She also gave the 3 delivery workers a family card limit of 200,000 yuan. There were 200 people, each with 1,000 yuan, totaling exactly 200,000 yuan. Any extra or shortfall was directly handled by those 3 workers. She really couldn't handle the task of paying wages herself. The 3 delivery workers weren't working for free. She also paid each of them an extra 1,000 yuan for overtime. They all agreed happily. In these 8 hours, the total cost for wages, bonuses, commissions, and meals was over 10 million yuan. Once she arranged the payment process, it was almost dawn. Lulu looked at the sky and saw she still had 9 billion yuan in available funds, feeling very helpless. After her thoughts, she went to the bathroom to take care of her personal hygiene. By the time she finished everything, it was 6:30 a.m. and Lulu collapsed onto the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Until 8 a.m. on June 4th, when a message popped up in the WeChat group. She felt like a nightmare was happening. She quickly called the 3 delivery workers to ask them to tally the commissions for the other staff. Using her restaurant's payment records, she made a spreadsheet and transferred the money to the 3 workers to distribute the wages. Now, it was a society governed by law, so she wasn't worried about those workers refusing to pay. She took photos of their ID cards. The police in Hailan country were very efficient. All she had to do was make a call, and if those workers tried to dodge payment, they would find it very difficult. She didn't want to deal with calculating commissions anymore. She was exhausted from working late into the night. She still had over 9 billion yuan to spend. She didn't want to waste time on wage calculations. All 3 delivery workers were university students who, out of necessity, took on the job. Calculating commissions was relatively simple for them. Lulu simply lay back on the sofa and relaxed. While the delivery workers were on the move, she was shopping for additional items on the same city delivery platform. Time was very tight. Since her discharge from the hospital until now. I didn't expect the end of the world countdown to come so soon. Before June 5th. She must return to Lin Wan's villa and stay inside, not going out anymore. She didn't sleep much all day and felt very tired. But now is not the time to rest. Lulu is lying on the sofa, charging her phone while choosing to order delivery from the same city. After placing the order, she continues to lie down and nap. The delivery person rides an electric bike, coming in and out of her villa gate every half hour. Each time, when only she is left in the villa, she quickly takes back the food. Spending money this way is still too slow. Including what she bought online today, her total spending won't exceed 20 million. Lulu closes her eyes to rest and thinks about how to use these 8 billion to buy useful things. Clothes, food, drinks, daily necessities, transportation tools, land and water vehicles, outdoor survival and heating tools, and more. She has bought them all. Flying objects in the sky. After the end of the world, she plans to find that golden ability user and trade for a high-tech airplane. She has no clear plan yet, but is trying to resist her sleepiness. She opens her phone and searches online for supplies she needs to prepare. After the disaster, entertainment facilities are scarce. Lulu previously bought many hard drives and some books online, but she still feels they are not enough. She decides to go to the library and the electronics market in the afternoon. She makes a plan and then rests a little on the sofa. However, the delivery people come and go at different times and speeds. She also needs to prevent her space from being discovered. She hasn't found much time to rest all morning. She has other things to do in the afternoon. The past 2 days, the delivery people have been running errands for her, bringing food. She could eat it for 100 years and still not finish it. So she sent the message in the group chat. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, settle the wages. Since she already arranged the tips and wages with the other 3 delivery people in advance. When the delivery people deliver their last order and gather in the villa yard to settle wages, Lulu finally finds a chance to go back to the living room and rest for an hour. During this hour, the 3 delivery people calculate the wages for the others. Lulu transfers the money to them all at once. After the transfer is complete, the delivery people leave with smiles on their faces. Lulu stood in the corridor of the villa, not bothering to remind them that the end of the world was near. She could only hope for the best. Only those who survived the virus had the right to enter the next cycle of disaster. Until she saw one of the 3 delivery workers standing still outside the villa. "Miss Lu, your company is quite big, isn't it?" Lulu looked at him in confusion. She saw that this delivery person wore black-rimmed glasses, was of average height, and had sharp, clever eyes. "Do you need something?" The delivery worker sensed her tired voice and looked a bit nervous. "Miss Lu, I see you order a lot of overtime meals for your employees. Your company must be a caring and big company. Honestly, I own a fitness equipment company. Recently, because the industry is slow, many of our gym machines are unused. If your company needs any, I can sell them cheaply." Lulu's eyes lit up. Fitness equipment is very important. After the end of the world arrived, during those boring days, she could only exercise by running in her room with a water bucket. Having professional fitness equipment would be a big help. Lulu nodded. "Our company really needs some new fitness equipment." Wang Wei, who was working part-time delivering food, was overjoyed. "Let's go. Take me to see it." Wang Wei was thrilled, feeling like a gift from heaven. He rode his electric bike ahead to lead the way, and Lulu followed in her off-road vehicle to a shop in City A. Wang Wei warmly welcomed her inside to look around. Lulu was tired, so she sat on the sofa, drinking tea brought by the shop's front desk to refresh herself. "Please explain to me. I only have an hour." Lulu still needed to go to the library and the electronics market, so she couldn't waste much time. Books would be damaged in heavy rain. Now, buying some books was a good idea. They might come in handy later. Wang Wei excitedly introduced her to the various fitness equipment in his shop. "Miss Lu, if you buy now, I'll give you an 80% discount on all items, including instructional videos on how to use the equipment, as well as full sets of real-person training videos for different body parts." Wang Wei looked uncomfortable. He offered a 40% discount, but he wasn't making much profit. Adding the time lost and store expenses, he could only barely recover his costs. Now, with the industry struggling, if he didn't sell now, it would be even harder later. Wang Wei hesitated and said, "Miss Lu, a 40% discount means I will lose money." Lulu paused for a few seconds and then nodded in agreement. While Wang Wei explained, he asked the receptionist to prepare the price list. Lulu glanced at it and confirmed with a nod. "Send all these equipment to my villa. I will pay half as a deposit now, and the rest after delivery." Wang Wei nodded quickly. Lulu added him on WeChat and sent him the villa's password. She was not worried about what Wang Wei might do at the villa. She had already cleared it out. Only a large sofa, an air conditioner, and some toiletries she used remained. There were so many pieces of equipment. Wang Wei would carefully count each item. It would take some time to deliver everything. It was now 4:30 p.m. on June 4th. Lulu drove to the largest bookstore in City A to shop. Hylon Nation had grown very quickly in recent years. Fewer people read physical books, replaced by digital and audio products. This new library, built when Hylon Nation was founded, has never closed. It is said to have official support. It was mainly to preserve Hylon Nation's over 5,000 years of calligraphy and literary culture. It's a kind of special spirit. Lulu parked her car in the outdoor lot at the library entrance. She entered the library, which was very large, but only had 2 staff members. One was standing at the front desk, lost in thought, and the other was organizing books on a shelf. Lulu went straight to the young girl arranging books. "I need a large number of books. Do you have a catalog?" The young girl was surprised, but then smiled happily. The library's wages were low, and the work was tiring. The commission for each book sold was high, but very few people were willing to work here. Every day, she not only had to organize the shelves but also help clean the entire store with the front desk staff, dusting each book. The young girl invited Lulu to sit on a sofa in the library. She took out a tablet and showed Lulu the book catalog on the screen. Economics, politics, biology, agriculture. There are so many books. Lulu glanced at them and felt overwhelmed. She spoke to the female clerk, saying, "All the books in every category in your library, no matter how many, send them to Jinshin Villa." The young girl was stunned. She looked at the crowded bookshelves and opened her mouth wide. Lulu had seen this kind of expression many times recently and felt no emotional reaction. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and prepare. Once ready, send someone to deliver them to the villa." The young girl thought Lulu was joking. "Miss, are you really sure about this?" Lulu stood up and walked to the cashier to pay. "Have her calculate the total price." "I'll pay now." Only then did the young girl realize Lulu was serious. She had been here for several months, but hadn't sold many books. Today, she was incredibly lucky. The cashier was also surprised and helped calculate the total. The total cost of these books was 500,000 yuan. Lulu scanned her payment code and paid directly. "Remember, deliver them to my villa before it gets dark. Otherwise, I won't want these books anymore." After saying that, she ignored the two girls and turned to leave. The girl organizing the books knew she wouldn't get such a big commission. She proactively asked the cashier for help to organize the books together. She was willing to share half of her commission with her. It was now 4:30 p.m., and there were 3 hours before nightfall. Time was very tight. Only the radio operator, who worked in the library and often helped with cleaning, knew the location of every book. The cashier's commission came from selling tea and coffee at the counter, not from the books. This time, with a sales total of 500,000 yuan, she was very excited. They closed the big door and thanked the customers. Then they started preparing the books. While they were busy, Lulu went to the largest electronics city in City A. This place had the most electronic technology talent in the city. She headed straight to the biggest leading company inside. Lulu didn't have time to waste. She asked the clerk to call the store manager and explained her purpose. "I want 2 copies of all entertainment products, including all audiovisual entertainment, electronic information teaching videos, and electronic files available on the market." The store manager was very surprised. However, this was not difficult for him. The country of Hailan has developed very quickly in electronic information technology. Artificial intelligence, AI, has been used in Mr. Li's daily life over the years. "Miss, please wait a moment. I'll give you 2 hours," Lulu said as she lay down on the sofa to rest. Just as she lay down, a feeling of chest pain came on. In the morning, she took some time to pump milk, twice. Before leaving, she also went to the bathroom to pump milk once. Now 3 hours have passed, and she needs to pump again. Lulu helplessly sat up from the sofa, asked the waiter, and went to the store's bathroom to relieve her discomfort. When she came out again, she saw the staff busy packing electronic products. Lulu set an alarm for an hour and a half, then lay on the sofa in the rest area to sleep. The waiter, noticing her, thoughtfully prepared a cooling blanket for her. Lulu slept until the alarm rang. When she opened her eyes, she saw the store manager and the waiter looking at her. "Miss Li, everything is packed for you. Here are your electronic resources. Would you like to take a look?" Lulu shook her head. She didn't have time to look. Even if the staff's preparations weren't perfect, she didn't have time to fuss over it. "Everything is loaded into my car. Let's settle the bill." The store manager took out a POS machine and scanned the code. Lulu paid. Soon, the bill and all the products were placed in her car. The entertainment products of various models were small and compact. Her large-capacity off-road vehicle just fit these gadgets. Just after leaving the electronic city, she received voice calls from the library and Wang Wei. Lulu didn't answer. She replied with a message and then drove back to her villa. She settled the remaining payment with Wang Wei, checked the books and fitness equipment. After the library staff and Wang Wei left, she spent a few minutes tidying everything back into the space. There were some packages from Feimao Supermarket and Dongdong Platform. Angry emoji. Lulu saw Jang Yi's message and called her immediately. Tomorrow is the last day, and she must tell Jang Yi some news about the end of the world. But she needs to do it differently. Her space is her biggest secret, and she can't tell Jang Yi about it. Hello. Jang Yi just finished running and was a bit out of breath. I have something to tell you. Jang Yi took a big sip from a bottle of mineral water, catching her breath. What's the matter? Lulu paused for a moment before speaking carefully. I am a shareholder of Yunshang Technology. You know that, right? Yes, you told me about it a few days ago. I got some news from the internal group of Yunshang Technology. Recently, Hailan country has been unstable. The source of the news is from official insiders. Jang Yi was a bit confused. What do you mean by unstable? Lulu looked serious. The end of the world is coming, within the next 2 weeks. Jang Yi was stunned at first. Then she burst out laughing, covering her stomach. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Why are you joking with me? How can the end of the world be coming? Decades ago, officials said every year that the end was near, but it never happened. Probably just false news. Lulu expected Jang Yi's reaction.
She slowly said, "Trust me this time."
Come to Jinshin Villa in a city now, I'll wait for you. Jang Yi rolled her eyes, not believing Lulu at all. The idea of the end of the world has been around for decades. At first, people even stockpiled supplies, but nothing happened. Such rumors are as boring as the story of the boy who cried wolf. Now, the people of Hailan country no longer believe those words. Jang Yi guessed that Lulu might be suffering from postpartum depression, like the doctor said, and her mental state had changed. She grabbed her keys and coat, then headed to Jinshin Villa. She must persuade Lulu to calm down. On June 4th, at 9 p.m., Jang Yi drove into Jinshin Villa. She strode inside and saw Lulu lying on the sofa, watching the news on the wall opposite. Jang Yi followed her gaze to the TV, where a news program was playing. According to reliable sources, a well-known actress from the island country, Song Tian Yujing, is seriously ill. Her condition worsened today, and she passed away at 5 p.m. Her body has been taken back by her family. Due to her illness, several medical staff at the top hospital in the city have been infected. Currently, there is no known cure for the virus. Lulu, I never thought you'd actually care about Teacher Song. Jang Yi looked at Lulu, smiling mischievously. Lulu felt helpless and sighed. The end of the world is coming. Tomorrow before midnight, the people of Hailan will have their last big celebration. Jang Yi looked unconvinced. Lulu saw that Teacher Song had become a corpse, possibly turning into a zombie at any moment. In her previous life, she didn't follow official news. Now, she always feels uneasy when she sees this. Whether you believe it or not, come shopping with me now. I'll pay for everything. When Jang Yi heard, I'll pay, her eyes lit up. No matter if the end of the world is coming or not, she loves shopping. Today, with Lulu's money, she won't hold back. I love shopping. Let's go now, she said eagerly.
Not so fast.
Before shopping, take this with you. Lulu took out a hat, mask, and sunglasses set she had prepared earlier and handed it to Jang Yi. Jang Yi saw what Lulu was giving her and opened her mouth wide. She helplessly shook her head and chose to wear these 3 spy items. After Jang Yi put on her protective gear, Lulu stood up. They parted ways, each driving an off-road vehicle to a nearby large supermarket. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket entrance and parked. The area around the supermarket was crowded. The store operates 24 hours a day. The mall has 10 floors. Jang Yi and Lulu entered and started shopping from the first floor. It was now 9:30 p.m., just the start of the nightlife, and the mall was very busy. Only the first floor was less crowded. Because the first floor sells jewelry and displays high-end skincare and makeup brands. Jang Yi couldn't help but stare at the sparkling jewelry. She gave Lulu a look and asked, "Are you also going to pay for these?" Lulu nodded. "Go ahead and buy whatever you want." After tomorrow, there won't be another chance. Jang Yi, after saying this, rushed to the jewelry display and asked the staff to bring out a row of jewelry for her to try on. Another staff member at the jewelry store was attending to Lulu. Since it was the height of summer, the staff member was not surprised by their outfits. He thought they were dressing up to look good and to protect against the sun. Miss, if you want to try on a necklace, it's better to take off your mask and sunglasses. The effect will be better that way. Lulu tried to stop her. According to official messages released after the apocalypse, the zombie virus spreads through droplets. Wearing an N100 mask can effectively prevent infection. She wasn't sure where the virus originated from. But now, the end of the world is only a day away. If there is a virus source inside this mall, it would be terrible. Wearing a mask, sunglasses, and hat can be their temporary protection. Jang Yi cooperated with Lulu, pretending the end of the world was coming, and did not take off her gear. She asked the staff to try the jewelry on her as it was. Lulu looked at the gold jewelry inside the display case. Earrings and necklaces are lighter and usually cheaper. She saw a set of 5 traditional style pieces. It included a headpiece, a necklace, earrings, and 2 bracelets. How much does this set weigh? The staff saw the set that Lulu pointed to, which was the store's treasure, and was overjoyed. If she sold this set, her commission would be more than her monthly basic salary. Miss, you have good taste. This set is made of 9-karat gold, weighing 200 grams. Including craftsmanship, the total price is 99,900 yuan. Rounding up, it's 100,000. That's fine. Lulu glanced at it. Wrap it up for me. The staff was stunned for a few seconds, then blushed deeply, thinking she had heard wrong. Don't just stand there. I want this one. Only then did the staff react, packing the jewelry into a red box for Lulu. The store manager saw the commotion, immediately finished with a current customer, and hurried over to serve Lulu. Lulu saw her badge and recognized her as the store manager. Miss, do you need anything else? Let me serve you. The waiter who just came by earlier is still new and lacks some knowledge about gold. The waiter who just processed the bill looked very unhappy when she heard this. Lulu couldn't stand such a boss. She always wanted to take all the commission and big orders for herself. No need. That waiter just now didn't serve me. I don't want any of these. The store manager smiled awkwardly. The waiter looked happy and became more friendly and patient with Lulu. Show me the bracelets you have that are priced by weight. The waiter quickly found a box of bracelets and brought them to the glass stand for Lulu to see. Lulu glanced at them. The style of the bracelets was old-fashioned, but since they are priced by weight, the craftsmanship cost is lower. I'll take this box. Do you have more? Show me all the gold jewelry priced by weight. The waiter smiled happily, but her hands holding the tray trembled uncontrollably. She tried hard to resist the good fortune falling from the sky and went to the jewelry store's warehouse to get more items. Lulu only took a quick look and bought all these gold accessories. Because she bought a lot, the gold shop was having a promotion and gave her many gifts. Meanwhile, Jang Yi, who was looking at diamonds, chose a set of 3 diamond pieces priced at 69,999. Lulu saw her buying these useless diamonds and felt a bit disappointed. Look at the gold jewelry. I'll give you a set as a gift. Jang Yi heard Lulu's serious tone and went to the gold display. Lulu, I really don't want to be too polite. Hurry up and choose. It's getting late. Jang Yi looked around the display and picked a set of gold jewelry. Lulu thought her choice was too conservative. The 5-piece set only cost about 20,000 yuan, so she decided to buy 5 gold bangles, each weighing 30 grams. The jewelry shopping took about 40 minutes. Total spending was 1.2 million yuan. After shopping for jewelry, they went to the cosmetics counter. They looked at big brands like Xiangxianger, Shengshenglan, and Lenku. Jang Yi was busy choosing lipstick shades and couldn't stop. Lulu looked at the time and saw it was almost 10 p.m., so she shook her head helplessly. She went to the cosmetics store and told the clerk, "Give me 2 sets of every type of makeup and skincare product you have." The clerk was stunned. Lulu had to repeat herself. The clerk snapped out of her surprise and quickly asked other staff to help pack the products. There were so many items, she couldn't handle all the commissions alone. She didn't want to keep the customer waiting, in case the customer decided not to buy. Jang Yi's eyes widened like bells when she heard what Lu said. She was already surprised at the jewelry store, but she never expected that at the beauty store, Lu's actions would be even more outrageous. Give me the newest products you have. Don't give me anything close to expiration, or I'll return everything. How much will it cost? I'll pay a deposit first, then come back to pick it up. The clerk didn't know the total price right away, but she quoted a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Lu didn't waste time and scanned the QR code at the cash register to pay. Then she pulled Jang Yi to the next shop. Jang Yi followed numbly, watching her do the same as before. Wherever they went, they caused a bit of a fuss. The staff on the first floor noticed the commotion and looked forward to Lu and Jang Yi's visit. Lu didn't disappoint them. In every store, she did the same thing. After shopping on the first floor, they went up to the women's clothing section on the second floor. Lu felt it was too slow to walk around, since the mall was so big. She said to Jang Yi, "You go from top to bottom, I'll go from bottom to top." After saying that, she operated her phone and transferred 10 million yuan to Jang Yi. Jang Yi was completely stunned. "Lulu, is it really okay for us to spend money like this? The end of the world is coming. If we don't spend it all now, we won't be able to spend it later." Hearing Lu mention the end of the world again, Jang Yi believed her halfway. She was sure that Lu wasn't crazy. Her mental state seemed normal. But what if the end of the world really happens? Thinking about this, Jang Yi decided it might be true and hurried to the underground basement of the mall. When the end of the world comes, the most important thing is to stock up on food. She remembered Lu had told her to stockpile rice, flour, grains, and oil at Linwan's villa, but she still felt it wasn't enough. So she rushed to the basement to buy a lot of supplies. Lu is not worried about having enough stock in her space. She spends a lot of time on the second floor, choosing 5 brands. She asks them to pack 2 pieces of each style that fit her, and Jang Yi pays a deposit and arranges for packing. Lu and Jang Yi shop until dawn. By then, they have almost explored all the floors: jewelry, skincare, household appliances, snacks, and instant food that can last a year or 2. After shopping, they go to a restaurant on the top floor for a meal. While eating, Jang Yi finally comes back to her senses from the shopping frenzy. There are so many things. How will they carry everything home? Their car definitely can't hold all these items. Lu, how are we going to bring all this back? Lu opens a ride-hailing app and finds the contact for a large business vehicle. "I'll order a car now, and the driver will help transport everything." "That's a good idea." Lu doesn't plan to store these shopping items in her space. Since the space can't be exposed, she needs to keep some things in the villa's main area. These items shouldn't be seen by Sister Li, Sister Zhen, or Dr. Lin Fong. Her wound has already scabbed over. With Jang Yi's help, it's time to say goodbye to Sister Li and the others. While eating, Lu sends messages and transfers money to each of them. "Tomorrow morning, after the job ends, I will pay your wages for a month." Sister Li and Sister Zhen don't understand what they did wrong. But since the employer ordered it, they don't dare say much. Working for a week and earning a high salary for a month is very worthwhile. Dr. Lin Fong receives the message and isn't surprised, because Lu's injury is almost healed and she just needs rest. Staying longer wouldn't help much. She accepts a service fee of 50,000 yuan and plans to leave Linwan Villa early tomorrow morning to return to her clinic. For now, take this batch of goods back to Jean Xian Villa. Tomorrow morning you go back to Linwan Villa and wait. When Sister Li and the others leave, call me. I'll have the driver deliver the goods. No problem. After dinner, the large business vehicle Lu ordered arrives at the mall entrance. There are a total of 15 vehicles. Lu doubled the price for them, asked the driver to wait at the door, and helped load and unload the goods. The staff all started helping to put the packed goods into the truck. Jang Yi's SUV was also filled with supplies. I have something to do. You go back with the drivers first. Jang Yi nodded and left with the supplies. Lulu watched Jang Yi and the 15 business cars leave, then let out a long sigh. Her bank card still had 9 billion yuan. Tonight, she spent less than 20 million yuan. Money is really hard to spend. Feeling helpless, Lulu had to go back to the jewelry store again. At this time, the jewelry store had changed shifts. There was only one staff member, someone she hadn't seen before when she was shopping.
Pack all the gold at your counter, she said.
The staff member was sitting bored, playing on her phone. When she heard Lu Yolio's voice, she blinked and immediately stood up. Miss, are you joking with me? I'm serious. Calculate how much it's worth.
Pack it now, Lulu said.
She skillfully went to the store's cash register and scanned the QR code to pay a deposit of 1 million yuan. Payment received, 1 million yuan, the phone announced. The staff member hurried to check the counter, and sure enough, she saw an extra 1 million yuan in the company's account. It was now midnight, and this was the only income in the account. She rubbed her eyes, about to say something to Lulu. But she saw Lulu handing her a note. This is my phone number and WeChat ID. Tell me how much you've packed, and I'll come to pick it up, she said. Afterward, Lulu left, carrying a tote bag. She drove back to Jinshin Villa in 10 minutes. When she arrived home, she saw Jang Yi unfolding the sofa. The sofa turned into a bed, 2 meters by 2 meters. Jang Yi was lying on it, sleeping. Lulu didn't wake her and quietly went to the bathroom. She sat at the dressing table, took out a pump, and expressed milk. Her were painfully engorged. It hurt so much. She pumped for half an hour until her were empty. The pain eased a bit. After finishing, she sat beside Jang Yi, turned on the TV, and listened to the midnight news. There was nothing new. She turned off the TV and lay on the sofa next to Jang Yi to rest with her eyes closed. Unknowingly, she slept for 3 hours. At 4:30 a.m., Lu Yolio's phone rang. Jang Yi was awakened by the noise. On the phone, a clerk from the jewelry store told her everything was packed and ready for pickup. You go back to Lin Wan's villa first. I'll wait for your call. Jang Yi understood that Lulu didn't want Sister Li and the others to know how much supplies were at the villa. As for the truck drivers, they didn't know what was inside. All the goods they bought were packed in boxes, so the drivers couldn't tell what was inside. Under the cover of night, Jang Yi drove away. After she left, Lulu also drove to the jewelry store. She spent a total of 50 million yuan, buying all the gold jewelry in the display cases and the stock in the warehouse. With this move, Lu Yolio's savings reached 820 million yuan. There was only 1 day left. Figuring out how to spend all the money became a big problem. Lulu stood in the large shopping mall, staring blankly at the empty display case where the gold used to be. The staff saw her expression and dared not approach. She was a valued customer, and they couldn't afford to offend her. If she returned the items, it would be a disaster. Once this order was shipped, she planned to resign. Selling 50 million yuan worth of gold, all from her own orders, the commission alone would be enough for her to live comfortably for years. Lulu didn't understand what the staff was thinking. She frowned, worried about how to spend the 800 million yuan. On her way back to Jinshin Villa, she saw a 24-hour pharmacy. When she entered, the cashier was sleeping. Hearing the "welcome" at the door, the cashier opened her sleepy eyes. Lulu walked up to her. She repeated the phrase many times. "I want all the medicines in your store." The pharmacy clerk was stunned. "Are you joking?" Lulu saw the clerk's face show a strange expression again. It seemed to say, "Are you seriously ill?" Lulu didn't bother with more words. She directly scanned her phone to transfer 200,000 yuan. "This 200,000 is a deposit. Please count all the medicines in your store's inventory. I want to buy everything." The pharmacy clerk patted her head hard and asked, "Am I dreaming?" Lulu replied impatiently, "Hurry up. I'm in a rush." The clerk pinched her thigh hard, feeling pain. She quickly stood up and prepared the medicine for Lulu. As for why Lulu bought so much medicine, she didn't care. The store was just doing business. As long as she got her commission, it was fine. As long as the money was paid, selling the medicine to anyone was okay. These medicines followed official rules, and if anything went wrong after selling them, it would be blamed on the strange woman. There was a transfer card number. If trouble really happened, they could just contact the card owner. It had nothing to do with the pharmacy. Lulu saw the clerk taking the medicine and could only go back to the back seat of the car to rest her eyes and think about what else to buy. On June 5th, at 5:30 in the morning, the pharmacy clerk carried all the medicines to Lulu's car. Except for the driver's seat, every other space was filled with packages. After loading everything, Lulu paid $5 million in total. She numbly drove back to Jinshin Villa, storing the medicines and gold in her space. She opened her phone and saw a message from Jang Yi. Sister Lee, and the others have left. Hearing this, Lulu immediately called a car to come and pick up the goods. The driver moved all the items from the villa yard onto the car. Lulu didn't stay long. Her priority was to deliver the goods to the villa. After solving her breastfeeding problem, she left the city with the truck driver. About an hour later, with the driver's help, all the supplies arrived at Lin Wan's villa yard. The drivers left one after another. Lulu asked Jang Yi to help count the goods, then went to see Xiao Wu in the nursery. Xiao Wu was sleeping peacefully. The baby in the postpartum room ate and then slept. They spent at least 20 hours a day sleeping. Lulu watched Xiao Wu for a while and quietly closed the door. Jang Yi was moving boxes from the yard into the small storage room of the villa. Because she had been exercising regularly, she moved the boxes easily. Lulu, you should rest for a while. I'll handle these. Lulu nodded, but she felt a little worried. Today was the last day. It was already 9 a.m. 80 million yuan had not yet been spent. Jang Yi didn't understand her worries and was busy with her work of moving goods. Lulu decided to go to City A one last time. If she couldn't spend all the money, she would exchange everything for gold. Please take good care of Xiao Wu. I need to go to City A again. Don't worry, I will watch Xiao Wu. You can start unpacking the goods and sort them out. Jang Yi sat on a chair, opening boxes with a craft knife. She enjoyed the fun of opening mystery boxes and was completely absorbed. Lulu looked at the tall steel security net on the villa's high wall, then turned and drove away in an off-road vehicle. Lulu drove her car to a spot about 3 minutes from the roadside. There were no surveillance cameras there. She parked her off-road vehicle in a hidden spot and ordered a ride through her phone. After about 10 minutes, the driver arrived from 5 kilometers away from Lin Wan's villa. Lin Wan's villa was near a large shopping area, about 5 kilometers away. It was hard to get a taxi nearby. Few ride-hailing cars came to this area. Because Lulu was in a hurry, she paid extra for a long-distance ride, which could earn the driver more money, and waited for the driver to accept the order. Lulu got into the car and took out her phone to contact the bank president she had spoken with on WeChat. 8 billion yuan couldn't be spent all in one day. Her WeChat Pay and other platforms could lend her tens of thousands of yuan. These platforms usually require monthly interest payments. Lulu not only wanted to spend all the money but also planned to take advantage of the 2 major platforms to get as much benefit as possible. I also need a batch of gold. Help me contact other banks to arrange for more, with a budget of 5 billion. The bank president, enjoying a massage from his secretary in his office, received the message. He immediately pushed away the secretary, stood up, and contacted other clients with gold resources. Last time, their bank didn't have gold bars in stock, so they had to get some from other banks. This time, their bank had just received a shipment of imported gold bars worth 3 billion. The remaining 2 billion could be obtained by negotiating with other jewelers. Under the bank president's instructions, Lulu spent half an hour on the phone with him to set a time. An hour later, she went to the bank to see the goods. Jewelry merchants quickly mobilized resources from 5 stores in City A to supply Lulu with the gold she needed. Lulu arrived in City A around 11:30 a.m. She still has 300 million yuan and decides to hire help. She finds the group chat she created earlier with 3 delivery drivers. Lulu sends a message in the group. Pay remains the same, daily payments, 1,000 yuan a day. The delivery drivers, who are out delivering food, see the message pop up and their eyes widen. After working with Lu for 2 days, plus commissions, they earned almost half a year's salary. Delivering food isn't as profitable as helping Miss Lu with other tasks. At the same time, the 3 delivery drivers stop their bikes and immediately send messages in the group. Miss Lu, should we still order food from the restaurant? Miss Lu, we're the right choice for you. Miss Lu is generous. I'll take this job, Wang Wu. No, you should go to the supermarket and buy things for me. What should they buy? The 3 drivers, holding their phones, look confused. Go to Wowo Ma, Zhongzhong Mall in City A and buy things for me. All kinds of goods in the supermarket with a maximum spending limit of 300 million yuan. The total cost of your purchases will earn you a 1% commission. You can also ask your family members for help, but there are 3 conditions. First, no more than 1 million yuan per product category. Otherwise, they might buy expensive, impractical electronics, which would be useless to her. Second, all purchased items must be delivered to Jinshin Villa, and the goods must arrive in perfect condition. Third, the total value of fresh produce must reach at least 10 million yuan. The 3 drivers are stunned. Their minds keep flashing the words 300 million and 1% commission. They even take out their phones and use the calculator function to figure it out. Buying 300 million yuan worth of goods would earn a 3 million yuan commission. Even if split evenly among the 3, each would get 1 million yuan in commission. 1 million yuan, after working hard delivering food for 10 years, they might barely earn that much. After deducting expenses, it could take at least 20 years to save that amount. The 3 drivers' hearts race. They quickly reply, received. Then they contact their wives and mothers to go shopping together. Their combined strength is small, but what about the strength of their families? Darling, please ask Nana and Bingbing to take a day off so we can go shopping. Mom, shopping for 3 hours makes me breathless. Come help me. After this, I'll have worked as hard as I did in 20 years. Yes, call up all the uncles to help. I'll pay them 500 yuan a day just for shopping. Uncle, is your big truck still available? I'll pay double rent for a day. Please drive it to Wowo Market. Lulu clearly explained, then closed her eyes and leaned back on the taxi seat for a quick rest. An hour later, she arrived at the bank. The bank manager and a few assistants greeted her at the door. Miss Lu, your visit is an honor for our bank. Lulu listened to his flattery, then silently followed him to the office. The office was spotless, with a table full of expensive fruit. There was tea, coffee, and red wine, all prepared very well. Lu sat on the sofa and said calmly, I'm in a hurry. Where is the merchandise? The manager saw she was as efficient as before and didn't hide anything. He simply asked someone to open the vault and bring out gold bars and goods urgently shipped from jewelers, placing everything on a makeshift long table. Miss Lu, everything is ready. We only charge you cost price, 390 yuan per gram. You can check today's latest international gold price. Lulu didn't lower the price. She knew these people had special channels. The international gold price was 390 yuan per gram, but they only paid about 200 yuan per gram for the goods.
Lu didn't argue with them.
Because the gold was imported from some war zones abroad, which took time, money, and effort to handle. The bank manager handed her a contract. Miss Lu, check if the goods are okay. If so, we'll sign. Lulu casually picked up a few gold bars and touched them. She also randomly checked several others, and the bank's gun was fired. She examined every box, randomly inspecting a few items. Besides the gold bars, everything else was just some gold jewelry assembled together. The jewelry bore the official stamp of Zhou. Lu looked at the contract, printed on only 2 A4 sheets, and read it carefully. She studied management in college and was familiar with common contract terms used in businesses. The contract was fine. Lulu signed her name. To the corporate account, the bank manager immediately provided 2 account numbers. One was a bank account, and the other was Zhou Lifu's corporate account. Lulu transferred 5 billion in installments. Soon, the bank manager and Zhou Lifu's supervisor received confirmation of the transfer. The bank manager smiled happily and said, Miss Lu, it's been a pleasure working with you. If you need our bank's help in the future, just ask. Lulu was polite and asked, "Please open a credit card." The bank manager was momentarily surprised, took her ID, and then asked staff to process her credit card application. As a major client, she was granted a black gold card with the highest limit of 10 million. While waiting for her credit card, Lulu asked the bank clerk to give her 20,000 yuan in cash. After the first phase of the apocalypse ended, the authorities allowed exchanging money for supplies. However, inflation was rising, and cash could be used to hide wealth or for emergencies. Back then, cash could still buy some supplies, but money stored in banks became just numbers with no real value. After withdrawing the cash and getting her credit card, Lulu received a message on WeChat from Wang Wu and 2 other delivery workers in a group chat. "Miss Lu, please scan to pay 1 million. Seeing the long bill video, she felt overwhelmed. She scrolled to the bottom and saw the total amount was exactly 1 million. She scanned the official QR code of Wowuma's payment system sent by the delivery workers and paid 1 million. The other 3 delivery workers also paid 1 million each. In total, she spent 3 million. Just then, her banking affairs were completed. However, the 2,500 pounds of gold she bought posed a problem. Lulu asked the bank manager to look at the gold and went out to find a car. With so much gold, taking a taxi was impossible. Fortunately, her villa was very close to the bank. She returned to the villa, found an off-road vehicle, and drove to the bank. At her request, the bank manager asked the clerk to bring a black suitcase and packed the gold bars and jewelry inside. A ton of gold filled the suitcase. The bank manager told the staff to open their phones and record the weight of the suitcase. After subtracting the suitcase's empty weight, the net weight matched the amount Lulu bought in grams. Lulu nodded to show she understood. A few male staff members worked together to lift the black suitcase and place it in the front passenger seat of the SUV. Lulu closed the car windows and drove away. The bank manager and other employees watched her leave, each lost in their own thoughts. 2 minutes later, she reached a 3-way intersection. The traffic light turned red, so Lulu had to wait in line. While waiting, she looked out the window and saw familiar faces. Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting. Ma Weizhou was driving with one hand and holding a cigarette with the other. Su Pingting was turned to the side, smiling as she talked to him. After a few words, Su Pingting kissed him on the cheek. Lulu clenched her teeth and stared hard at Su Pingting's back. Su Pingting finished the kiss, then reached up. Ma Weizhou held her head and kissed her lips, which were painted with lipstick. Lulu clearly saw Ma Weizhou stick out his tongue. Maybe her gaze was too intense. Ma Weizhou quickly noticed her looking from the back seat of the taxi and looked over here. Lulu instinctively looked down to avoid his gaze. The traffic light changed to green and the cars moved. Ma Weizhou found it strange and looked away, driving off. Lulu gritted her teeth and followed them in her car. She didn't understand why she was doing this. But her anger and sadness couldn't be stopped. Lulu's car stopped by the side of the road. She saw Su Pingting wearing a strap dress and a white shawl, walking with Ma Weizhou, holding his arm. Following their direction, she saw the shining sign of the Regal Hotel, and her mind went blank. It was at this hotel that everything had happened. Ma Weizhou had confidently promised she would be the happiest woman in the world. Her birthday was also the day he proposed to her at the engagement party. Lulu felt like she was the happiest woman in the world that day. That night, she agreed to transfer half of Yunsheng Technology's shares to Ma Weizhou as part of her dowry. Fortunately, an unexpected event disrupted her plans, and the shares of Yunsheng Technology were saved. Unluckily, news spread about her having a child out of wedlock and a one-night stand with a stranger. Yunsheng Technology's chairwoman's daughter was known for her chaotic personal life. It was said that she spent the night with a stranger multiple times. According to insiders, the situation was intense and deafening. What exactly does intense and deafening mean in this context? When Lulu saw the ambiguous words in the news report, her heart sank. That night, she remembered nothing. In that moment of reflection, She saw Su Pington and Ma Weizhou's silhouettes entering the Crystal Hotel through the revolving glass door. She reached out, pulled her suitcase from the passenger seat into the trunk, and then hurried into the hotel. As she entered the hotel lobby, she saw Ma Weizhou holding a room key, walking toward the elevator with Su Pington. Lulu approached the front desk. The clerk smiled and greeted her, about to assist, when suddenly the front desk phone rang. "Ma'am, I apologize. I need to take this call. Please wait a moment." While answering the phone, the clerk's eyes glanced at Ma Weizhou, and Lulu noticed a red room key on the counter. She had seen that key before. At the birthday banquet, the hotel manager used this key to open the restaurant door. The key was marked with 3 large characters. Master Control Key. Taking advantage of the clerk answering the call, Lulu tiptoed and reached out to grab the key, which quickly entered her hand. In an instant, the Master Control Key was in her possession. After the clerk finished the call, Lulu asked, "Which room did they just go to?" The clerk shook his head. "Ma'am, we cannot disclose guest information." "Sorry, I'll give you 1,000 yuan if you tell me the room number." The clerk looked up at the security camera and shook his head. "Ma'am, please don't make things difficult for me. We really can't reveal guest details." Lulu took out her ID card. "Book me a room on the same floor as them." The clerk had no reason to refuse and processed her check-in. Lulu took the key and went up to the 16th floor. When she arrived there, she found that Ma Weizhou and Su Pington had already disappeared. The 16th floor is the presidential suite, with only 8 rooms, costing 28,888 yuan per night. Lulu remained calm. She held her room key and went into her designated room. The presidential suite truly lives up to its name. There is a glass swimming pool high above, a large balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows. The bedding and bathroom toiletries are all high-end brands. On the table, there are free fruit plates and red wine. The suite is equipped with a sofa, a large flat-screen TV, a projector, and an electric massage chair. It's really a luxurious experience. Lulu calmly packed all the items in the room into her space. Spending 28,888 yuan is worth it. She wouldn't regret it. There's no need to check out. She didn't leave behind the bathtub bed or the expensive mattress. Checkout is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, but by then it's useless. City A has already sealed off the city. Besides, how could she prove she took the bed? Lulu remained completely untroubled. After finishing packing the room, she also packed the bathroom. She took all the toiletries, hairdryer, and other items. The bathrobe was made of silk. Spending 28,888 yuan was worth it. Only after completing these tasks did she call the front desk. "Your room is very nice. I need to book 6 more rooms." The staff member was pleased to hear this and began to promote her to become a VIP member, which would give her discounts on future bookings. The staff secretly hoped she would become a member, as they could earn a commission. Lulu followed her advice and signed up for the top VIP membership. Then she asked the staff to reserve 6 rooms for her. When she went downstairs to pick up the room keys, she saw that 7 rooms had been assigned. It was obvious where Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou were staying. Now that she was here, she remained very calm. First, Lulu sent the villa's access code to 3 delivery workers, instructing them to put things inside and wait for inspection. Then she moved items out of the presidential suite, including wine glasses, fruit plates, coffee cups, a small fridge, slippers, silk pajamas, and the large TV. Unfortunately, the suite had central air conditioning, so she couldn't exploit that. After clearing all the rooms, Lulu nonchalantly approached the door of Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting's room. She stood outside, listening to the pleasant music coming from inside. Through the layout of the 7-room suite, Lulu knew there was a living room outside the bedroom, and the bedroom was further inside. She listened to the sounds outside and was about to use the control card to catch someone in the act. She wondered how Ma Weizhou would react if she caught him cheating. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard footsteps approaching. Lulu saw the long corridor clearly and knew there was nowhere to hide. So she held the control card and pretended to be checking in to open the door. Su Pingting came out and saw her acting suspiciously, then saw Lulu guarding the door. She thought she was someone's mistress and didn't pay much attention. Fortunately, Lulu had been disguising herself well with her supplies these past few days. Su Pingting didn't notice anything unusual. After Lulu opened the door, she saw Su Pingting walk into the fire escape corridor. She gently closed the door, then moved to the fire escape door and listened. She heard Su Pingting holding her phone and talking to someone. "Don't go too far. I already gave you some money before. Miss Su, that money is enough to feed a beggar. Don't you want me to tell Mr. Ma what you did to Miss Lu? I advise you not to push your luck. If you tell him, he won't believe you, especially since you have no proof. I already had someone destroy the surveillance footage. Who would know it was me? Miss Su, you'd better transfer me 1 million now, or I will anonymously tell Mr. Ma. Then tell Miss Lu. Guess what will happen when they find out? The transfer receipt you sent me earlier is proof, isn't it?" Su Pingting's angry voice rang out. 1 million. This is the last time. Lulu was a bit confused. From Su Pingting's words and tone, she could tell she was being threatened and extorted. The other person wanted 1 million, but she didn't hear what else was said. Su Pingting's footsteps approached. Lulu casually entered a nearby suite. Soon after, she heard the door open and close. A few minutes later, only music was playing inside the room. Lulu opened her suite door and then went to the door of the room they were in. She held the control card, ready to open the door. But she heard loud, sharp sounds coming from inside. The noise was very loud and grating. It even penetrated the well-insulated door of the presidential suite. Su Pingting's overly sweet and annoying voice made her sneer. "Do I really want to go in and see that couple entangled together?" Lulu stopped and hesitated at the door. However, after 10 minutes, suddenly, the sound stopped. Lulu sensed something was wrong and slipped into the next room. She leaned against the door and heard voices outside. "Brother V, why are you leaving so early today? Stay and keep me company. Don't be silly. I have work. I'll be back after a quick trip." Ma Weizhou turned and left. Su Pingting helplessly entered the room to enjoy the feeling of staying in a presidential suite. Lulu thought she was very foolish. She was just thinking about using the master control card and a knife to go in and stab Su Pingting. But then she heard knocking at the door from next door. "Su Pingting, I know you're inside. Let me in quickly, or I will tell Miss Lu and Mr. Ma about what you did." Su Pingting, lying inside enjoying herself, was shocked. She was forced to open the door and let a young man standing outside into the room. Lulu's thoughts were disturbed by the sudden visitor. She heard the door opening and closing, so she went back to the door of the room. "What are you doing? Let me go." Su Pingting's sweet voice trembled. She was being choked by Ma Donglai, pressed against the door. Lulu heard Su Pingting's clear voice and was frightened, taking a few steps back. 1 million, or you know what? "Where can I get 1 million for you?" asked Ma Weizhou. "He's the son of the Ma Group's boss and has a lot of money. This room costs 28,888 a night, and you can afford it. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. You don't want Miss Lu to find out what happened that night, right? And if Miss Lu finds out you drugged her and QJ'd her, what do you think will happen?"
Ma Donglai chuckled.
Su Pingting's face turned pale. "I only have 200,000. Take it and leave. I'll find a way to get the rest later." TSK, since you can't pay now, let's settle with your body." Su Pingting was shocked. Then, a seductive voice sounded. Lulu frowned and took a few steps back. It turns out that what happened that night was not just a coincidence. It was that despicable Su Pingting who drugged her. Lulu immediately felt a wave of nausea. Was the man she spent the night with that night the person now threatening Su Pingting? Lulu fell into confusion. Until, after a brief pause, she heard the voices of Su Pingting and Ma Donglai behind the door. She listened again to their conversation. "Quick, leave now. Ma Weizhou will be back soon." "Why rush? He won't be back today." "How do you know?" Ma Donglai chuckled and tried to pull Su Pingting to continue. Thinking that everything had already happened, Su Pingting decided to let Ma Donglai hold her as they moved into the room. Lulu withdrew her thoughts and decided to investigate further. She used the main control card to open the door. Silently, She tiptoed into the living room, which was fully visible. The sounds of the two people came from inside the room. Lulu reached the door of the room. She took out her phone, turned off the flashlight and sound, and turned on the camera to record. The intimate sounds inside continued. Lulu recorded several videos. Just as she was about to leave, she overheard the conversation between the man and Su Pingtang again. Who do you think is better, me or Ma Weizhou? Who can satisfy you more? Both Su Pingtang and Lulu fell silent. The room fell into a brief silence. Ma Donglai slapped Su Pingtang a certain part of her body. Su Pingtang helplessly said, "Of course you're better." Lulu felt exhausted and wanted to comment. Ma Weizhou finished in 10 minutes, but this person took 20. It seemed that this person was slightly better than Ma Weizhou. TSK, you're not bad either. Too bad I couldn't get Miss Lu. Miss Lu's looks and temperament. Su Pingtang was furious. While sleeping with her, he was thinking about another woman. Especially that woman was Lulu. What does Lulu have? Her figure is just like dry-fried green beans. What do you know, can a top star like Xue Feifei and a borderline actress be on the same level? Idiot. You actually said I'm a borderline actress. Good sister, think of a way to let me sleep with Miss Lu once. Su Pingtang sneered. You're just dreaming. When Lulu heard this, she realized that the person she spent the night with was not this man. Who could it have been? With this question in mind, she quietly left the room and returned to the neighboring suite. She couldn't let Su Pingtang die too quickly. Lulu took a sofa from the space and placed it in the living room. After sitting down, she found Ma Weizhou, whom she had blocked on WeChat. She unblocked him and added him back. She sent a video clip. She recorded 3 videos. This one was the most intense and the clearest. Ma Weizhou, who was in a meeting at the company, saw that Lulu had sent him a message and felt pleased. Lulu first lowered her head. As long as she did, he could continue to manipulate and control her until he gained all her shares. Out of trust in Lulu, he thought this video was just some usual food and fashion sharing. But the moment he opened the video, the sounds of a woman moaning and a man breathing heavily filled the entire conference room. All the employees and Ma Weizhou's father looked at him. Ma Weizhou's father, angry but continuing the meeting, then abruptly left. In the eyes of all the employees, who looked at him with meaning, Ma Weizhou's face turned pale. He suppressed his anger and first went to apologize to his father, then drove quickly to the Lijiang Hotel. 15 minutes later, Ma Weizhou bought a new room card at the front desk and hurried upstairs. When he opened the door to the room, he saw a shocking scene. Su Pingtang was being pressed on the bed by a young man, engaged in intimate acts. Su Pingtang. Hearing the voice, Su Pingtang and Ma Donglai froze. Then, Su Pingtang's face turned pale, and she put on a nearby bathrobe, tears streaming down her face. Brother Weizhou, listen to me. This is all his fault. He seduced me. Ma Donglai was stunned for a moment, then slowly got up and looked at Ma Weizhou. Ma Weizhou saw Ma Donglai and frowned. It's you. Yes, it's me. Your woman is quite lively, good in bed. Saying this, Ma Donglai ignored Su Pingtang and left after dressing. Ma Weizhou did not stop him. Ma Donglai was his half-brother. They shared a complicated blood relationship. Initially, Ma Weizhou's father held a banquet in his hometown and married a rural woman. Soon after, they had a son named Ma Donglai. Later, Ma Weizhou's father became successful in business and forgot his first wife, marrying Ma Weizhou's mother instead. At that time, 10-year-old Ma Donglai appeared at the Ma family home, causing a big stir. In the end, Ma Weizhou's father had to compensate Ma Donglai, giving him and his mother 5 million to settle the matter. Even after 15 years apart, Ma Donglai's face remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Did he think that sleeping with his woman could be his way of revenge? Ma Weizhou was just a bit angry. He thought that women like Su Pingtang from ordinary families but with a good figure and looks were easy to replace. Brother Weizhou, everything is his. I was forced, she said sadly. Ma Weizhou stood up, looked at the pitiful Su Pingtang, and said calmly, break up. I'll give you 1 million as a breakup fee. Su Pinting refused to agree. She still dreamed of someday having Ma Weizhou's child and marrying into the Ma family to become a wealthy lady. Don't leave me, she begged, rushing forward to hold him, but he pushed her away in disgust. Don't be shameless. I know what you're thinking, he said coldly and rationally. After transferring the money via his phone, he left. Su Pinting collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the world was falling apart. She saw the 1 million transfer on her phone. There was no way to turn back now, and no excuse she could make. She had become just as tainted as Lu. Ma Weizhou had a serious obsession with virginity. He, as a man, couldn't tolerate her infidelity, especially after witnessing the shameful truth with his own eyes. But why did Ma Weizhou so easily let that man go? Was he really so heartless? When he saw his woman being violated by another man, shouldn't he have stood up for her? Su Pinting was confused. She thought she had seen through Ma Weizhou, but now she realized it was only the tip of the iceberg. After Ma Weizhou left, he sat in his luxury car outside the Lijiang Hotel, smoking. He was waiting for Lu. This kind of trick, along with the camera angle, clearly shows that the filming was done inside the Regal Hotel. The filming wouldn't end until the very last moment. The crew wouldn't leave early. However, he waited for 2 hours and didn't see Lu's figure. Instead, he saw Su Pinting leave the hotel in a taxi. Lu, whom he was thinking about, had already returned to Jinxing Villa to gather supplies. She originally planned to leave through the front gate, but as soon as she stepped out, she saw Ma Weizhou's car parked at the hotel entrance. She didn't want to meet Ma Weizhou in this situation, so she chose to leave through the back door. At 3:30 p.m., Lu successfully paid 2 million yuan for the goods. There were less than 9 hours left. Hurry up, you only have 5 hours left. 3 delivery workers and their families quickly called friends and family to shop frantically. Lu kept receiving deliveries until 8 p.m. During that time, she saw ice cream and refrigerated cabinets appear in the video. She instructed them to buy all the products from the Vovo Ma shopping mall's freezers. One delivery worker's family even had their mother contact the ice cream factory to order a large truckload of ice cream to the villa. Lu was almost stunned when she saw this. She was very happy and even sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope to the delivery worker's mother. With so much ice cream and cold drinks, she, Xiao Wu, and Jang Yi could eat for a lifetime and still not finish. The 3 billion yuan worth of supplies Lu planned to stockpile. By evening, only 1.5 billion yuan had been spent. Of that, 15 million yuan was paid using her newly opened credit card and loans from 2 major platforms. She still had 150 million yuan left and planned to spend 2 hours shopping around. Whether she spent all the money or not, she immediately headed back to Lin Wan's villa. Lu drove an SUV away from the villa. Ma Weizhou arrived at her villa's gate. He held his phone, waiting from the afternoon until night, but he didn't receive any news from Lu. He became anxious. He was determined to get a stake in Yunshang. He believed that Lu's disagreement with him was because of Su Pinting. The filming was also a sign of her jealousy and love for him. So, he chose to compromise and went to apologize to Lu. When he saw that the inside of the villa was completely dark, he felt cold inside. Ma Weizhou couldn't help but send a message to Lu. But a red exclamation mark appeared. His phone number had already been blocked by Lu. He tried to use a passerby's phone to call her, but the call wouldn't go through. Lu was deliberately not answering her phone. Besides the few delivery numbers she had saved, she ignored and blocked all unknown numbers. Lu was driving around the streets, thinking about taking another look around. If she couldn't spend her money, she would go to the jewelry store and buy as much gold as she could. Just as she was feeling troubled, she suddenly saw herself added to a group chat. There were many familiar faces in the group. They were the good people who had bought her shares. Aguohua Hotel, 6th floor. The auction starts at 8:30 and ends at 10:30. Entry with an electronic invitation. The catalog of items is as follows, with a total of 20 lots. There's even a beautiful American woman trained to be a tool. Lu heard their discussion, parked her car at a temporary spot, and opened the auction catalog to check. She looked at it for a long time, mostly antique jade, paintings, and calligraphy, until she saw the 10th item, a ring. This ring looked very much like the one her grandfather left her. A voice inside her was shouting that she must get this ring. She glanced at the starting bid, which was 10 million. She didn't have time to continue shopping. Her intuition told her she had to win this antique ring. Lulu checked the time. There was half an hour until the auction started. She drove to Guohua Hotel. Upon arrival, she showed her electronic invitation to the staff. Such invitations were only given to billionaires. She had seen some shareholders discuss this in the group chat before, but she had never participated. Lulu was led to the special elevator that took her directly to the 6th floor of Guohua Hotel. When she entered, many people were already seated in the venue. The staff checked her ID and learned she was from Yunshang Technology. They led her to a seat in the 3rd row and handed her a paddle number. The air conditioning was very strong, so Lulu didn't feel hot. Everyone had their own private seat with a small table, on which there was a fruit plate and a teapot. During this time, the waiter asked if she wanted coffee or red wine. Lulu shook her head. After lessons from her past life, she no longer dared to accept anything offered by others. Better safe than sorry. Soon, the auction participants began to take their seats. At 9:30 p.m., the item Lulu was interested in was brought onto the stage. The starting bid was 10 million yuan. This ring was said to originate from the Tang dynasty. The staff introducing the item finished, and people quickly started bidding. 11 million, 20 million, 60 million. Many people kept bidding, until someone raised their paddle. 20 million once, 20 million twice. Lulu saw her chance and increased her bid, 30 million. After she bid 30 million, no one else competed. Although the ring was from the Tang dynasty, the host explained that it came with a beautiful love story, once belonging to an emperor and his consort, as a token of their love, with 2 rings in total. The other rings' whereabouts were unknown. Many believed that a missing ring made the antique less valuable, and no one was sure if the story was true. After winning the ring for 30 million, Lulu left the venue. With the staff guiding her, she went to pay and collect her prize. Things went more smoothly than she expected. After receiving the ring, she felt the tension in her mind finally relax. Holding the ring, she hurried back to her car. Without hesitation, she took out a needle from her space and pricked her finger. A drop of blood seeped into the ring. A flash of white light appeared. She felt a burning sensation in her, as if it was about to melt. After a few seconds, the frightening feeling disappeared. The black on her finger also vanished with the burning sensation. Lulu was a bit panicked. The black, marked by her space identifier, was gone. She tried to communicate with the space using her mental powers. When she saw her familiar space reappear, her tense heart finally eased. Although the black dot was gone, the space still existed. As long as she called on it with her mind, she could sense it. At the same time, she noticed that the space had undergone a special change. In a space about the size of 10 football fields, there was a staircase in the middle of each field. The staircase was dozens of meters tall, ending in a large white door. Lulu tried to use her mind to open the door, but it didn't move at all. She tried for a long time, without success. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was the alarm she set for 10 p.m. There were 2 hours left. Lulu stopped paying attention to the strange staircase and white door in the space. She quickly drove to a 24-hour shopping mall and asked a jewelry store employee to pack gold for her. While the employee was working, she set a limit that she had to leave in 1 hour. She looked around the first floor and saw a store selling beauty devices. Lulu carried a shopping basket, ignoring the prices, and put all the devices on display into her basket. After filling 2 baskets, she went to pay. The whole process took her 20 minutes. The staff were very friendly and promised to help put the items in her car later. She spent 100,000 yuan on beauty devices. Seeing she still had half an hour left, she hurried to the basement level to a section with health supplements. There were dried goods like birds' nests and abalone, which were quite expensive. She asked the staff to help pack all the items on the counter into baskets for checkout. The total was 200,000 yuan. A few staff members helped her put the items into the trunk of her SUV. At that moment, a staff member from the jewelry store told her that her gold jewelry was ready. They packed all the gold with red ribbons as she requested, but didn't use large red boxes. All the gold added up to 50 million yuan. Just after paying, her phone alarm rang again. Lulu didn't delay and drove away toward the outskirts of City A. Her bank account still had 12 million yuan left unspent. But that was okay, this trip was worth it. She had taken a picture of that old-fashioned ring. On her way back, she saw many shops still open, but she didn't stop. She only paused when she reached the commercial area 5 kilometers from Lin Wan's villa on the edge of City A. All the beauty devices, birds' nests, gold, and other items had been stored in her space. Now, her car was completely empty inside. Lulu went to a fruit stall and saw a cart full of Kailan watermelons. How much? 5 yuan per gene, guaranteed ripe, the owner said, handing Lulu a toothpick to try a piece. Lulu looked at the watermelon and thought it looked good. Give me the whole cart. The owner was surprised. Make an offer. He hesitated and named a number. Lulu agreed without hesitation. Miss, where do you live? I can deliver it to you. Lulu shook her head. Just load all the watermelons into my car. The owner looked at the SUV and happily started filling it with watermelons. Every space in the SUV was filled with Kailan watermelons. Boss, you should go home now. After selling all the watermelons, the seller packed up happily and prepared to leave. Lulu didn't say much and drove away. About a kilometer from the villa area, Lulu stored all the watermelons in her trunk and then drove back to the villa. In the yard, Jang Yi was unpacking a delivery when she heard the horn at the gate. She ran to the security monitor and saw Lulu's car. She immediately opened the gate for her. Lulu parked her car in the yard and got out. Lulu, why are you back at this time? Jang Yi put down her craft knife and went inside the villa with Lulu. Lulu went to the water dispenser, poured a cup of warm water, and drank it all. Remember what I told you? The end of the world is coming. Jang Yi was half convinced. Lulu knew that actions speak louder than words. She turned on the LCD TV in the living room and switched to the official channel 1. Jang Yi sat beside her on the sofa, watching the news. Lulu changed several channels, but all showed the same program. Emergency notice. A city has a new virus. There is no specific cure yet. Residents are asked to stay home and not go out for the next week. All highways and roads leaving the city are closed. The city is under complete lockdown. Jang Yi saw the news and couldn't believe it was real. It was fine yesterday, so how did such news suddenly appear? Keep an eye on official updates. I'll go check on Xiao Wu. Lulu gently pushed open the door and turned on the nightlight. Xiao Wu was sleeping peacefully in bed. During his dreams, he heard Lulu's gentle footsteps. He opened one eye and, seeing it was Lulu, smiled softly. Lulu saw Xiao Wu's happy face and couldn't help but smile back. She lowered her head and gave Xiao Wu a gentle kiss on his forehead. Xiao Wu slept peacefully, with a smile. Lulu left the room and saw Jang Yi, still watching the official news. There were 3 main points. First, City A was under lockdown, allowing entry but not exit. Second, residents were asked to stay at home in quarantine, but the source of the virus was still unclear. Third, there was no special medicine for the virus. Once infected, death was very likely. Lulu, it feels like the end of the world is really coming, Jang Yi said. Lulu nodded. Get some rest. The supplies we've stored are enough to last a year. Jang Yi thought about the large stock of rice, flour, and oil in the warehouse, feeling reassured. In recent years, she and Lulu only exchanged messages occasionally during festivals and holidays. She didn't know much about what had happened to Lulu. Now Lulu seemed a bit mysterious to her. Lulu had changed, but she couldn't say exactly how. That night, Jang Yi couldn't sleep. She sat on the sofa, watching the official news live stream. Lulu returned to her room, first using a pump to express milk, then taking a shower. While showering, she filled a basin with hot water. Her cesarean wound couldn't get wet yet to prevent infection. She avoided the area with the dressing and took a simple shower. After a busy day, she was covered in sweat. She finished and waited about half an hour. Lying on the bed, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Until 2 in the morning, Xiao Wu's crying woke her up. She woke from her sleep. She heard Jang Yi calling softly, "Lulu, you're sleeping. I'll take care of Xiao Wu." Lulu closed her eyes again. In her drowsiness, she heard the faint sound of official news coming from the living room. Jang Yi skillfully took the milk Lulu had just pumped and placed it in the warmer to feed Xiao Wu in the nursery. Xiao Wu had seen Jang Yi these past few days and was familiar with her face. 15 minutes later, Xiao Wu finished his night feed and went back to sleep. Jang Yi felt a little hungry and went to the kitchen to cook some small dumplings to eat. These chaos creatures were made earlier by her at the villa with Sister Li and the scholars. There are hundreds of small chaos creatures stored in the freezer, 20 per batch, with a total of 30 batches. When cooking the chaos, she entered Lu Liolio's room and saw she was sleeping deeply, so she only cooked her own batch. Jang Yi carried the cooked chaos and drank it with a bottle of cold cola. In the past, she rarely drank these unhealthy drinks. Now, with the end of the world approaching, she needs to control her body fat and stay fit. She has had enough of this life. Every day, she eats chicken and lettuce along with some fruit, with little oil and salt. It's very hard for her to endure. If the end of the world really comes, she thinks now is the time to eat and drink what she wants. After finishing her meal, Jang Yi lay on the sofa, listening to the news, and fell asleep without realizing it. Lulu woke up at 3 a.m. The pain from her milk engorgement forced her to wake up. She got up to pump milk, and the sound of the pump woke Jang Yi. She saw Lulu pumping milk and pushed open the door to ask, "Lulu, do you want fresh meat chaos?" "Yes, make a big batch for me." Jang Yi immediately got up to cook the chaos. After Lulu finished pumping, Xiao Wu woke up again. She quickly warmed the milk with a bottle warmer for a few minutes and poured it into a bottle. Jang Yi carried the chaos from the kitchen. "Lulu, hurry and eat. I'll feed the baby." Lulu didn't refuse. Her abdominal wound was aching faintly. Dr. Lin Fong left her some painkillers, but she hadn't taken them. Once the painkillers are used up, she can't breastfeed Xiao Wu anymore. She could only endure the pain from her wound. Lulu sat at the dining table, blowing on the hot chaos. She saw a thermos of warm water on the table. She poured a glass of warm water and drank half of it before starting to eat the chaos. The TV was still on, repeating the latest news. After finishing her meal, Lulu couldn't sleep. She sat on the sofa with Jang Yi, who had just finished feeding and washing the bottles, watching the news. Latest news: actress Lulu from City A's hospital has died from a virus infection after unsuccessful treatment. Lulu saw this news, but wasn't very surprised. In her past life, the official news had also reported this. 666, this virus is so powerful. It probably causes people to turn into zombies like in the movies, right? Lulu nodded. You guessed right. After people die from the virus, their bodies change at different times, turning into zombies. Some people slowly turn into zombies while still alive, and others become mindless walking corpses a few days after death.
Wow.
What should we do? Will there be special powers like in the stories? If not, and we, 2 weak women with a newborn, encounter zombies, don't worry. In a year, the authorities will send special powers to eliminate all the zombies. It will be safe then. Special powers? Will there really be people with abilities after the apocalypse? How does one become a person with powers? Jang Yi asked eagerly, full of hope. Lulu shook her head. You have to be infected with the virus. There's a small chance that you'll awaken special abilities after infection, but most will turn into zombies. Yi's hopeful look dimmed a little. Then she reacted and asked Lulu, you know everything about what will happen in a year. Are you really a reborn person like in the stories? Lulu nodded and admitted. At this point, there was nothing to hide. But she would never admit the secret about her space. I was reborn 1.5 years after the end of the world.
I don't know what will happen after that.
But before the official shelter was built, the villa was very safe. Let's wait here peacefully. This villa is very secure. It has bulletproof glass and a high-tech door from Yunxiang technology. Even bombs can't break it. The wall is tall, made of reinforced steel with spikes on top. The spikes are electrified, and when you press the switch, they emit high voltage. It's impossible to climb over. A few days ago, I had solar generators installed with batteries enough to keep the door powered with high voltage for 24 hours. Even if someone sneaks into the yard, the main door inside the villa is just as strong. Jang Yi looked at Lulu, confident and calm, but still feeling a bit scared. Lulu, thank you. If you hadn't called me here and told me this, I'd probably still be at the gym. Jang Yi thought about the crowded gym and felt a chill. She worried about the staff on duty at the gym, so she quickly sent a message telling the security guard and the front desk to go home. After sending the message, she saw many discussions in the group chat. What's going on? I still need to go to the gym tomorrow to work on my abs. I just came out of the gym, and the night market on the street has completely disappeared. I saw city officials driving by and forcing vendors at the night market to leave. Also, all the nearby billboards are showing messages telling everyone to go home and not go out. Nothing to worry about. I'm at the club, and it's very lively. The person at the club posted a video showing young men and women in very short shorts and skirts everywhere. At the club stage, a group of girls in bikinis were dancing provocatively. Wow, bro. Why didn't you invite me to the club? The girls tonight are really pretty. Come over. I'm at a booth, and there are several beautiful women here. Jang Yi saw these reckless actions, but didn't bother to warn anyone. She only posted a notice in the group that the gym would be closed for 2 weeks and to stay home in response to official calls. After posting the notice, she sat on the sofa with Lulu to chat. Lulu, after the end of the world, what will happen to me? You will die. Lulu remembered the video Jang Yi sent her before she died. It showed her trapped in the gym's office, surrounded by darkness, with people trying to persuade others to keep exercising. All of them turned into zombies, and these zombies are stronger than normal because they worked out. Jang Yi shivered and then said gratefully, "Thanks to you." Lulu, are you the only one reborn? Are there others? Lulu frowned. I don't know. How did you die? I was betrayed. Lulu said coldly. She looked seriously at Jang Yi. Can I trust you? Jang Yi felt frustrated. If you don't trust me, who can you trust? Don't worry. Anyone might betray you, but it definitely won't be me. Jang Yi. Lulu looked at her with firm belief and sighed deeply. Hopefully, after the end of the world, she and Jang Yi won't turn against each other over something as simple as food. At the same time, Jang Yi's question reminded her. Besides her rebirth before the apocalypse, were there others who also came back to life? Lulu wasn't sure what caused her own rebirth. The reason was still unknown. She didn't know if others had also been reborn. But Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting definitely hadn't. You must not tell anyone about my rebirth, she said. Don't worry, I understand, replied. Lulu, the money you gave me before, if I don't spend it now, after the apocalypse fully breaks out, won't I be unable to use it? No, I need to stock up on supplies now while there are no zombies. Lulu remembered that the zombies appeared a week after the official announcement. That week was the best time to gather supplies. She had already stored enough resources in her space for several lifetimes, but she couldn't tell Yi. Going outside now was risky because of the chance of infection from the zombie virus. But based on her past experience, as long as she took proper precautions, she could effectively block the virus. The virus spreads through droplets and infects through the upper respiratory tract. Lulu thought about the 130 million yuan she hadn't spent and nodded. Let's take precautions before we go, she said, then got up and went to the warehouse. Inside, there were N100 masks and protective suits she had prepared in advance. Yi followed her into the storage room. Lulu took out the protective suit and mask. Once it's daylight, we'll change into the suits and set out. Yi nodded, took the protective suit, and went back to her room to rest. Both of them went back to their rooms to sleep. During this time, Xiao Wu woke up and Lulu held him and fed him milk. On June 7th, the first day the A city authorities announced the lockdown, at 6:30 in the morning. Yi put on the protective suit and 100 mask, sunglasses, and sun hat, fully armed, and went to buy supplies at a market 5 kilometers from the villa. Lulu stayed home to take care of Xiao Wu. She held the sleeping baby in her arms, lying on the bed in the master bedroom, watching the news on the LCD TV. An official expert suggested a solution: wearing N100 masks to prevent infection. At the same time, all major hospitals in a city were full, with long lines at fever clinics. Many people even refuse to leave the corridor, as if they will die if they leave the hospital. However, many uninfected people still go to work every day to support their families, even if they are not very capable. Some unscrupulous business owners order their employees to work no matter what reasons they have. Jang Yi goes out to stock up on supplies, making a 2-hour round trip each time. Every time she returns, her SUV is full of goods. All the supplies are placed in the villa corridor, sprayed with alcohol for disinfection, and kept empty. Jang Yi does not go inside the villa. She continues shopping and gathering supplies. She makes 3 trips in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. The corridor is filled with boxes of various goods. Lulu wears a mask to disinfect these boxes. After delivering 6 loads of supplies, Jang Yi returns to the villa yard, sprays herself with alcohol, and cleans her body. Then she takes off her protective suit and mask, throws them into a stone pit in the yard, pours alcohol over them, and burns the used protective clothing and masks. After finishing, she stands by the well in the yard, draws a bucket of water, and washes off her sweat. Lulu just finished comforting Xiao Wu to sleep, cooked rice in the rice cooker, and made a soup with pork ribs and potatoes, along with a green pepper and shredded pork dish. Yi, come in quickly to eat. Jang Yi stands at the door, still feeling uneasy. She says to Lulu, I won't go inside. You bring the food out. In case I accidentally get infected outside and pass the virus to you and Xiao Wu, Lulu cannot guarantee that the virus can be completely isolated. Thinking of Xiao Wu, she nods in agreement. Lulu wears a mask, takes out a metal tray used in the cafeteria from the kitchen, fills it with soup and dishes, and brings it to the pavilion in the yard. Seeing the delicious food, Jang Yi eats hungrily. That day, she dares not put anything in her mouth because she fears eating might infect her. But she is extremely hungry now. While she eats, Lulu takes out camping gear from the storage room, including a small moisture-proof tent, a small air conditioner fan, and a matching ground mat. When Jang Yi finishes her meal, she sets up the tent. The weather in June is quite hot. After Jang Yi finished eating, she washed the dishes with well water and handed them to Lulu. Lulu, you can't move those boxes. Take your time to unpack them and put the items into the warehouse in batches. If you think of anything you need, just tell me. I will go buy supplies again tomorrow. Lulu really wanted to tell Jang Yi that she had everything she needed in her space, but in the end, she chose to keep this private and didn't mention her supplies. Jang Yi didn't touch the disinfected houses. After eating, she turned into the tent, turned on the air conditioner, and lay down to sleep. Today, she was exhausted from shopping back and forth. Especially wearing a non-breathable protective suit, she was sweating all over, but didn't dare to take it off. Seeing her resting, Lulu slowly squatted down and took apart the large and small cardboard boxes along the corridor. She had previously sent some items in batches to the warehouse. Lulu disinfected the last batch of boxes with alcohol and let them sit for a while. After disinfecting, she returned to the villa's living room to check on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was sleeping soundly. Lulu went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for dinner. After eating, she carried Xiao Wu to her own bedroom and went into the bathroom to wash herself. Just after her shower, she saw Xiao Wu opening his big, dark eyes, staring toward the bathroom. Lulu walked over to Xiao Wu and smiled. Xiao Wu, you're awake. Are you hungry? Xiao Wu blinked and made a childish sound. Mommy, hungry. Hearing Xiao Wu speak, Lulu covered her mouth in disbelief. Xiao Wu, could you also have been reborn? Xiao Wu didn't quite understand what reborn meant. he whispered. "Hungry, want milk." Hearing this, Lulu kept her doubts to herself and turned to the living room to get warm milk for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu drank 50 milliliters and closed his eyes to sleep. He really wanted to talk to his mother, but he was so tired. After drinking milk and saying those 2 words, he used up all his energy. Lulu looked at Xiao Wu, lost in thought. A baby born during confinement shouldn't be able to speak so early. Xiao Wu must also have been reborn. Lulu kept her thoughts hidden and found a hairdryer to dry her hair. While drying her hair, she stared at her long hair in a daze. With such long hair, washing shampoo and water are inconvenient and wasteful. Lulu found a pair of scissors and cut all her long, shiny black hair in front of the full-length mirror inside her bedroom wardrobe. She cut her hair to about ear length. Previously, she had been busy stockpiling supplies and forgot to visit a hairdresser for a short haircut. Her short hair was uneven. Lulu didn't feel sad at all. In the end-of-the-world situation, staying alive is more important than looking good, and it also helps protect herself from bad intentions. She adjusted her uneven short hair, then went back to her bedroom and slept next to Xiao Wu. In the middle of the night, she got up as usual to feed, pump milk, wash bottles and the pump, then put everything into the sterilizer to disinfect and dry. After cleaning the bottles and pump, Lulu couldn't sleep. She tried to turn on her phone to check and saw that the Hungry Dead and May Group buying apps were still active. This reminded her how brave she was in her previous life. Without any protection, she drove with Xiao Wu to the nearby shopping center to stock up. Even so, she was very lucky not to have been infected by the virus. She walked to the villa entrance, looking at the tent, lost in thought. She couldn't let Jang Yi go out again. She could continue ordering online and have the delivery person bring the supplies to the entrance of the villa area. The next morning, Lulu shared her plan with Jang Yi. Jang Yi thought it was a good idea, as it could avoid crowded shopping areas. So Lulu and Jang Yi placed a lot of orders on 2 different platforms. After ordering, Jang Yi drove to pick up the delivery staff. Jang Yi waited at the intersection, then used the off-road vehicle to transport the supplies into the villa 1 box at a time. When passing the villa gate, the security guard at Lin Wan's villa booth opened the gate for her. They didn't let delivery people go directly to the villa door to prevent being targeted by malicious people. At the intersection, there are 4 villa groups. Lin Wan's villa is just one of them. However, Lin Wan's villa has the fewest units, the highest prices, the most luxurious decoration, and the best location among the 4. Jang Yi and the delivery person parted at the intersection, with the delivery person unaware of which villa group she went to. The security guard on duty at the booth looked curiously at Jang Yi's off-road vehicle. This car has been frequently coming in and out of the villa recently, which is unusual. But there is something even more strange than that. He has guarded the villa gate for over 10 years, and he has never seen anything like this before. In the past, only during summer and winter holidays would some wealthy people come with their children or relatives to vacation here. Recently, however, things have become very strange. The 10 villas that were previously uninhabited are now all occupied. These new residents' names do not match any of the original owners listed. They are all strangers, and they carry a strong presence. They don't seem like ordinary wealthy people or business people. The security guard shook his head and sat in the guard booth, playing with his phone. He didn't care who they were, his job was just to watch the gate. Being a security guard here is easy and pays well. Jang Yi drove along the wide cement road of the villa area, noticing many business cars parked in front of other villas. She felt something was wrong. 66 had told her that before her rebirth, there were hardly any people here. Why are there now cars at every villa, and the people getting out are well-trained and organized? 66 wouldn't lie to her. What exactly is going on? Unsettled, Jang Yi drove to the gate of Villa 5. She entered the villa, unloading goods while telling Lulu about what she saw outside. Lulu listened and found it hard to believe. In her previous life, the villa group only had visitors 3 months after the zombie outbreak, when a group came to break in. She hurried to the villa gate and saw from a distance, about 20 meters away, another villa with a line of black cars parked outside. What is going on? Where did these people come from? Jang Yi stood beside Lu, and they both looked at the men carrying supplies into the villa, exchanging glances. The men had very short hair, all wearing plain black t-shirts without any logos, paired with black work pants and black combat boots. Each of them wore a round watch on their wrist. As they moved, a strong military aura could be felt from afar. Lu stared at the round watches secured with black straps on their wrists, lost in thought. These watches were issued after the shelter was built in her previous life, used to track points. In the shelter, people trade supplies using points managed by the authorities. Basically, points are like money from before the apocalypse. These round discs appeared 1 year and 3 months ago. Now, right after the virus outbreak, this watch was released. She experienced these events early, ahead of others. Happy and lazy, red wolf, gray wolf, a ringing sound brought Lu back to her thoughts. Jang Yi answered the phone. Hello, Miss Jiang? Your order has arrived at the intersection. Please come pick it up. Jang Yi hung up. Lulu, I'm going to get the delivery. You go back first. When I return, I'll find out what's going on. Lulu nodded, looked away, and went back to the villa to rest. Jang Yi made several trips. Until nightfall, she and Lulu stopped ordering deliveries. That day, they spent 10 million points. The goods filled the entire warehouse, with nothing left to store. The remaining items were temporarily piled in the villa's corridor. Lulu cooked some small dumplings she had wrapped earlier, and each of them had a bowl. After dinner, they put on N100 masks and sat in the pavilion outside, chatting. Lulu, have you seen these people in your past life? Yes, they are official people. Lulu felt uneasy. The timeline has shifted. In her past life, these people only arrived here 1.5 years after the apocalypse. There must be others who were reborn and told the officials early. And those people are probably connected to the authorities. Otherwise, the officials wouldn't believe rumors of people returning after the apocalypse so quickly. Jang Yi comforted her. Don't worry. They're officials. Our house is right in the middle of the villa, protected by official personnel. It's very safe here. Lulu shook her head. In her past life, this was the headquarters of the officials. The villa I lived in was exchanged for points and a small separate room. The officials wouldn't let us stay here anymore. Just as she was speaking, the doorbell rang. Jang Yi got up and went to the door. Through the monitor, she saw a young girl with short hair standing outside. Hello, I'm a staff member from the A City Police Department. May I come in? Jang Yi heard her introduce herself and opened the villa door to invite her in. Hello, my name is Zhou Yining, and I am the head of logistics at the City A Police Department. Lulu looked at Zhou Yining, who had dark skin, short neat hair, and a masculine appearance, and frowned. Zhou Yining was, in her past life, the well-known head of logistics at the Linwan shelter. She managed all the supplies and housing resources for the shelter. Back then, the villa she was in was also negotiated and persuaded by Zhou Yining. Eventually, she took control of this villa for the authorities. At that time, she urgently needed warm clothing, food, and medicine like fever reducers and antibiotics for children. 1.5 years later, during a severe cold snap, Xiao Wu developed a fever. He had a high fever that lasted 3 days and nights. Coincidentally, the authorities arrived at the Linwan villa area and found her still living in the villa. At that moment, she was desperate and tried any remedy. The authorities offered to move her to a regular house behind the Linwan villa area, providing her with 3 months of food and water and, most importantly, access to rare fever medicine. Lulu, who had been living in a cramped space for 1.5 years, had no bargaining power. She had to give up a villa worth millions. Because she knew that, for someone with no power or influence, she couldn't hold on to that villa. Fortunately, she had a hidden space to store supplies. All the food and water given by the authorities were hidden in that space. She and Xiao Wu moved into a high-rise residence arranged by the authorities, sharing it with 5 other survivors. The room was a converted 5-room apartment, originally 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. If survivors wanted to rent a room, it cost 100 points per month. But the room given to her by the authorities was free, with permanent residency rights. Lulu thought that with a stable home and her efforts, she could survive well. However, with a child, she couldn't complete many tasks. Once, when she went out, she met Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting, who were seeking refuge at the Linwan shelter. They offered to help take care of Xiao Wu. Naturally, they moved into the small room where Lulu and Xiao Wu were living, squeezing in together. Lulu and Xiao Wu slept on the bed, while Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou slept on the floor. At that time, to thank them for helping care for Xiao Wu, Lulu often shared her hidden food with them. Who would have thought that it was food that ended her and Xiao Wu's lives? Lulu looked back on the past and chuckled at herself. She blamed herself for trusting Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting. She thought that with their help, they could survive the end times better together. But she never expected that these two scoundrels had already started plotting against her. "Miss, hello. Sorry to bother you so late," Zhou Yining said with a gentle smile, looking at the dazed Lulu and Jang Yi. Lulu was pulled back from her thoughts by her words. She frowned and looked at Zhou Yining. "No need for pleasantries. What do you really want?" 38. Conditions for buying the villa. When Zhou Yining negotiated with other villa owners before, she introduced herself and was well received. Those wealthy people respected the authorities. In their business dealings, they often interacted with officials. When they heard the government wanted to requisition their property, they quickly agreed to sell at a good price. She didn't expect to encounter resistance from Lulu. "Madam, I must be honest. I am here representing the Hailan government to discuss the villa requisition. Rest assured, we will offer a fair price so you won't lose out." "Oh? And what is this fair price?" "Based on the market value of 20 million, the government will buy your villa outright." Lulu shook her head. She didn't understand why the situation she expected to happen in a year and a half was happening now. But she had to get a fair deal, otherwise, she wouldn't sell the villa cheaply. "Miss Zhou, look over there." "What is that?" Zhou Yining was puzzled. She followed Lulu's gaze and saw the water well in the yard, feeling very surprised. According to the information from the mysterious man, after the end of the world, there would be a long period of water shortage. The city's tap water could cause stomach issues. But mountain spring water, filtered through layers, was drinkable. If the prophecy about the end times was true, this water well could be very valuable. Just this one water well could save many people's lives. "This water well means a lot to me. My grandfather built it especially for me when he was alive." Lulu lied without feeling guilty. Who caused Miss Zhou to be tricked when she bought supplies in her past life. It was agreed that she would have a private house to live in, but she ended up sharing with 5 other families. Her villa became the core area of the shelter after it was built, and its value is priceless. Zhou Yining narrowed her eyes. "Madam, your grandfather's kindness is truly worth more than 20 million. Therefore, based on the original official budget, I will personally add 1 million yuan for you." She doesn't believe Zhou Yining, standing in front of her, is unaware of the value of this water well. Lulu walked to the villa door and pointed at the steel spikes on the wall. "Miss Zhou, look. What do you see on this wall?" Using her good eyesight, Zhou Yining clearly saw the anti-theft spikes on the wall and said indifferently, "These are ordinary anti-theft spikes. Could it be that these spikes were specially made for you by your grandfather when he was alive?" No, that's not it." Lulu shook her head. "These spikes were indeed custom-made for me by my grandfather. Besides that, these spikes are electrified." As she spoke, she opened the electrical system on the rain shelter at the gate. Suddenly, the spikes on the wall crackled loudly. Zhou Yining was shocked. She didn't expect the defenses of this yard to be so strong. "And the spikes are electrified." Lulu smiled. "Miss Zhou, these spikes are powered for 1 hour and run 24 hours a day. This security technology is a unique product of cloud technology. Even the floor-to-ceiling windows you see are made of super bulletproof glass, far better than ordinary market glass." Zhou Yining realized that the petite woman in front of her was trying to raise the villa's price. She can afford the price. Money is just a number. After the apocalypse, all official currency will become useless. Money is just a digital figure. Even if Lulu demands 100 million, she can decide to pay. Madam, your villa is indeed very good. I will personally apply to the authorities for a compensation price of 20.2 million. Lulu secretly cursed. The heart of the logistics director, Zhou Yining, is really dark. She suspects that the officials also have reborn people who preemptively knew about the coming apocalypse. This is how they treat her as an ordinary, unaware person to be exploited. The end of the world has already begun to show signs. With so little money, what's the use? A week later, zombies fully outbreak, and everything becomes useless. Miss Zhou, actually, I want to say that money isn't a problem. I'm not someone who's short of money. I don't plan to sell this villa either. This is a family heirloom left by my grandfather. I can't let him down. Zhou Yining frowned and looked steadily at Lulu. Madam, everything has a price. Just tell me what you want, and I'll try to meet it. Lulu stepped closer to Zhou Yining, looked up at her sharp, intelligent eyes, and calmly said, I don't want money. You don't want money? Then what do you want? I want a house in the Linwan community behind Linwan Villa. Zhou Yining instinctively shook her head. The Linwan community has already been taken over by the authorities. All residents moved out a week ago. The authorities have specific plans for the Linwan community. Miss Zhou, I grew up here with my grandfather. This place means a lot to me. If you want my villa, then trade it for a ground floor house in Building 5 of the Linwan community. A house in the community for a villa, you're not losing out. After hearing Lu Liolio's words, Zhou Yining looked her over carefully. Does this girl know something in advance? Otherwise, how could she want a house in the Linwan community? That house is right next to the planned shelter area. Madam, I apologize for asking, but what is your family name? My family name is Lu, and my given name is Lulu. Miss Lulu, do you have relatives working for the authorities? Zhou Yining asked cautiously.
Lulu smiled gently.
Yes, I do. Officer Zhou, don't try to fool me. I know about the approaching end of the world. Zhou Yining looked surprised. She didn't expect Lulu to speak so directly about the end of the world coming. Fortunately, this was inside the villa. There were no other people nearby. If others found out, it would cause serious panic. This past week, the authorities have already taken action, mobilizing grain supplies from national granaries and planning carefully, aiming to save more people when the outbreak begins. Officer Zhou, I won't beat around the bush. If you want this villa, it's possible. The only condition is that I receive 20,000 points, 2 single apartments. The apartments must be independent, not shared with anyone, with at least 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. If I can't meet these requirements, I won't leave the villa. Zhou Yining considered this carefully. The Linwan community can accommodate 3,000 households, and later, more residential buildings will be built around the area. There is a house in Linwan that exactly matches this type. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. This kind of house is usually reserved for scientists and people who have contributed to the shelter. Even she doesn't have the right to live there. Most importantly, the villa where Lulu lives is right in the center of the villa group. She must gain the right to use this villa as the main base for the shelter. As the head of the logistics department, she must take control of the villa group by any means necessary. This place houses the most important core technicians and command staff of the official team, and there can be no mistakes. As for the so-called ancestral water well and ancestral protective power grid that Lulu mentioned, they are just nice additions. Many official technicians can easily create countless water wells like that. The power grid is barely useful. With insulating suits, these power grids are almost useless. To ordinary people, the villa looks very strong and unbreakable. But to them, it's just a small trick. The added value of these things is far less important than 20,000 points. 20,000 points is really a lot. She doesn't have the right to agree immediately. Who leaked the information inside? If she catches them, they won't get away easily. This Lulu, who is standing in front of her, even knows about points. Even she only learned about points today after getting her smart identity watch. Miss Lu, I need to report your conditions to my superiors. After saying this, Zhou Yining said goodbye to Lulu and Jang Yi, then left the villa. Lulu watched her back, feeling no rush. This villa is in a prime location. Whether they trade or not doesn't matter to her. If she trades 200,000 points, she won't lose anything. These 200,000 points are worth much more than a villa. Plus, the officially renovated apartment is almost as safe as a villa. Together, the two apartments are a bit smaller in size, but she gains because of the extra points. All the nearby villas have been taken over by the authorities. She and Jang Yi are stubbornly staying as permanent residents, but in the future, they might be judged by the surviving officials. As for the water well, she prepared a natural, pollution-free well for her family that can last over 200 years. The well is just an added bonus. These things are mainly excuses for her to get more points. Also, she wants 2 small apartments because she has a special space. Living with Jang Yi for a long time makes it hard to share resources inside the house. Jang Yi is very close to her, but in her past life, she died because of space issues. In this life, she must not be discovered. Once she feels better, she plans to live separately from Jang Yi. Lulu, the end of the world is really coming. Jang Yi finally confirms that the news about the apocalypse is true. The police from City A have come. No, I need to stock up on supplies, Jang Yi says excitedly. Lulu, it's still early. Shops outside are probably still open. Lulu looks at the boxes of supplies in the yard and feels a bit overwhelmed. Their villa's small storage is already full of supplies. They bought so much, but there's no more space. However, she still has over 100 million points left. Let's split up. 2 cars can carry more supplies. Remember to take proper safety measures. Jang Yi recalls seeing a group of men wearing masks and sunglasses. It seems the authorities already know how to prevent the virus. She nods and puts on the mask, sunglasses, and hat set that Lulu gave her. Jang Yi can't wait and drives away from the villa under the cover of night. Lulu no longer hesitates. She puts on her protective gear, places the sleeping Xiao Wu in the baby box, and secures it in the back seat. She takes Xiao Wu with her and drives toward the shopping center. If she and Jang Yi go together, it will be hard to stockpile. Her space must stay hidden. They drive out of the villa area one after the other. The security guard at the villa gate found it strange. Recently, more and more cars have been coming in and out of the villa, and the frequency has increased. His workload has also unexpectedly grown. Lulu and Jang Yi arrived at the shopping center. Some nearby shops were still open. Near the entrance of a third-rate university, many small vendors were selling food at stalls. Lulu and Jang Yi's goal was not these small, unregulated stalls. Usually, they would stop to taste the food. But now, with the virus outbreak, they couldn't touch unwrapped food. Lulu, I'll go south. Okay, I'll go north. They agreed to shop separately, one heading south, the other north. Lulu found a convenience store open in the north, a nationwide chain that operates 24 hours. She took a shopping basket at the store entrance and went inside. It was around 11:30 p.m., and the store was empty. This made it easy for her to shop quickly. First, she went to 2 large freezers from yesterday, filled with various drinks, and put everything into her basket. She repeated this 10 times until both freezers were emptied of cold drinks. These drinks, kept cold in the freezer, would stay icy. It was nice to have a cold drink on a hot summer day. After shopping, Lulu paid and asked the clerk to put everything into the trunk of her SUV. The clerk found her shopping behavior a bit strange. Could it be because of recent official news that she was stockpiling so much? There had been similar reports over the years. Whenever such news appeared, many people would start hoarding and buying excessively. The clerk had seen this happen a few times and thought those people were silly. He didn't believe a disaster was coming. He silently thought this, but quickly helped load the drinks into her SUV. While the clerk was moving the goods, Lulu continued browsing the shelves. The store was messy, but it had all the daily essentials. She saw some stationery, paper money, a computer, notebooks, and other items, and put them all into her basket. When Xiao Wu grows up, he will still need to learn to read and write. It is wise to stock up on supplies just in case. Lulu bought 1/3 of the supplies from the convenience store until her SUV could no longer hold any more. Then she drove away. She drove to a hidden corner to retrieve all the supplies from her car. Then she went to another Zhongsan convenience store nearby to shop. This store, like yesterday, is a nationwide chain franchise. Similarly, after filling her cart, she went to a hidden corner to collect the goods. Over dozens of trips, Lulu cleared out all the goods from 2 Zhongsan stores in the north, including all the fresh milk, yogurt, and ice cream in their freezers, which she packed and bought. When she left for the last time, she saw the cashiers restocking the shelves. Lulu didn't plan to empty the stores completely. The back storage rooms surely had more stock. These supplies were left for local residents nearby. As the saying goes, one should not be too ruthless in life. After shopping at these 2 stores, Xiao Wu woke up. Lulu took out the stored warm milk from the space and fed Xiao Wu. After feeding, Xiao Wu quickly fell asleep. Lulu closed the car door, expressed milk, poured it into bottles, and stored it in her space. After finishing, she drove around the northern commercial street, then continued to the eastern commercial street to gather more supplies. Jang Yi didn't have the same space as Lulu. She had to fill her car repeatedly, return to the villa to unload, and then go back to stock up again. Lulu took this opportunity to sweep through all the convenience stores on this commercial street. At dawn, students and residents nearby woke up and started their day. Seeing the crowd gradually gather on the main street, Lulu drove home. It was the morning rush hour, and she didn't want to join the crowd, just in case she encountered someone carrying the virus. Lulu returned to the villa with a car full of supplies. Jang Yi, immersed in the joy of moving goods, ran over to help unload when she saw Lulu come back. But after unloading, she felt something was off. She asked Lulu, "Did you really buy only this much last night?" Lulu nodded blankly. "Yes, there were so many items I couldn't choose. I was overwhelmed." Jang Yi helplessly shook her head. "Lulu, you are really Lulu. These are very special times. When you see food, just put it in the shopping cart. Don't worry about the price and don't need to pick carefully. Okay, I understand," Lulu replied politely. Jang Yi looked disappointed. "Once this cart is unloaded, I'll go shopping on the commercial street again to stock up. It's rush hour now, very crowded." "Let's wait until after the peak to go," Lulu suggested. Jang Yi thought that made sense, so she gave up on continuing to stockpile for now. She unloaded the groceries from the trunk, carrying each item into the living room. Lulu carried the sleeping Xiao Wu out of the car. She returned to her room, placed Xiao Wu on the bed, and went to wash up. After washing, she woke Xiao Wu to feed him milk. When Xiao Wu fell asleep again, Lulu took out a fresh meat bun, a tea egg, and a cup of soy milk from her space. She hurriedly finished her breakfast, and then lay down next to Xiao Wu to sleep. 3 hours later, Xiao Wu woke up, making soft sounds. Lulu heard him and picked him up to feed him. While feeding, she was lost in thought. Last night, during the shopping spree, she had visited all the convenience stores on that commercial street. There was no need to go anywhere else. Risking going out to stock supplies was not something she considered right now. Her supplies in the space were enough for her and Xiao Wu to relax and stay safe. After feeding Xiao Wu, Lulu transferred 1 million yuan to Jang Yi. Xiao Wu needs someone to take care of him. Please help with the stockpiling," she said. Jang Yi saw the transfer and promised confidently, "Lulu, don't worry. I won't let you down. Stockpiling supplies is a small matter for me." "Then I'll leave it to you." Lulu sent a cute emoji. Then she pulled down the light pink blackout curtain and lay back on the bed to rest. Jang Yi checked her account and then drove back and forth between the trading center and the villa group. Lulu rested peacefully at the villa, taking care of Xiao Wu. She slept for 3 hours each time, and Xiao Wu would wake up once. Jang Yi still kept busy shopping and was happy doing it. Lulu gathered her energy, placed Xiao Wu in the portable baby box, and took him to the living room. She sat on the sofa, with a baby crib next to her where Xiao Wu was sleeping. Xiao Wu's chubby little face made her want to kiss him gently. Lulu picked up the remote control and turned on Channel 1 to watch the latest news. Breaking news: the zombie virus is spreading quickly. Residents of City A are advised to stay at home. Do not go out unless necessary. Community committees will send out supplies. The news showed footage of workers delivering supplies. In the scene, the busy downtown area of City A was completely empty, with no one in sight. In just one night, the lively, crowded streets had become a deserted city. The official reporter continued, "People in City A are following the official advice. No pedestrians are seen on the streets." The reporter was live, praising the efficiency of the authorities and the strong response of the people. Suddenly, a group of young, non-mainstream boys and girls approached the camera. "Is this an interview with a TV station? Let me show my face. I want to be on TV too." Seeing this, the live cameraman quickly turned away, awkwardly adjusting the camera. Soon after, the live broadcast was cut off. Lulu couldn't help but think how brave some people were. Even during such a serious time, they were still wandering on the street. She turned off the news and got up to go to the kitchen in the east to boil water. Now was a good time, as the apartment had enough electricity. She quickly boiled some water to prepare. Lulu took out 3 electric kettles from her space, filled them with well water from the yard, and plugged them in to boil. While waiting, she found a large rice cooker to steam rice. All the water used for washing rice came from the natural well in the yard. Tap water was only for washing up. The quality of tap water was not as good as the well water. This tap water could be used for everyday chores like washing dishes and vegetables. According to reliable information after the end of the world, the virus spreads through droplets and respiratory routes. Boiled tap water would not cause infection. Lulu steamed a big pot of rice. She used her mental energy to communicate with her space and found a box of disposable containers inside. There was so much rice that she knew she wouldn't finish it all today. She only reserved tonight for herself and Jang Yi. The rest was packed into containers and stored in the fridge. The rice was still warm from cooking. When she wanted to eat, she could take it out any time without reheating. Lulu continued steaming rice and packing it repeatedly. While she did this, the kitchen door was closed, so she didn't worry about Jang Yi suddenly coming back and seeing this scene. Also, Jang Yi was completely focused on stockpiling supplies and hadn't entered the living room at all. To save time, she unloaded goods into the yard and then hurried outside again. Lulu was worried she might skip meals, so she sent her a message asking her to eat dinner after finishing unloading. Jang Yi replied, "Okay." Half an hour later, Jang Yi entered the password Lulu gave her and drove into the villa. Hearing the noise, Lulu gathered all the packed containers and put them away. She carried a tray and placed the prepared dinner on the table. Jang Yi took off her protective gear in the yard, threw it into the metal bucket, disinfected with alcohol, and burned the used gear and outerwear. She then went to the living room and, under Lulu's watchful eye, quickly finished her dinner. After setting down her bowls and chopsticks, Jang Yi took protective measures and drove to the commercial market. She felt the time was running out. The largest supermarket nearby had all its vegetables sold out. The remaining ones were either spoiled or priced so high that no one bought them. Even the grains, oils, and instant foods she had stockpiled earlier had doubled in price. Jang Yi sped up like a lightning bolt toward the trading market. Many nearby residents were also stockpiling supplies. Yesterday, they didn't think much of it, but once they saw someone secretly stockpiling and many shelves empty, they followed the trend, rushing into various convenience stores and markets to gather supplies. Lulu said the virus outbreak first started at the First People's Hospital in City A, so she couldn't go there. Currently, the suburbs were still safe. She had to seize today's golden opportunity to stockpile supplies quickly. Lulu washed the dinner plates she had used. For tonight's dinner, she made beef kelp soup and a small stir-fry of green vegetables. Jang Yi finished eating, leaving more than half of her meal. Lulu calmly ate her dinner and washed the dishes. Then, she poured boiling well water into a large iron pot and stored it in a corner of the space. Next, she fed milk to Xiao Wu and wiped his body with a damp towel. When Xiao Wu fell asleep, she went to the kitchen to continue steaming rice. One rice cooker was too slow, so she found 2 more large rice cookers in the space. She used all 3 to steam rice at the same time. While the rice was steaming, she turned on the outdoor light in the yard and looked at the pile of cardboard boxes, feeling stunned. There were so many supplies, it would take time to store them all properly. Lulu took a craft knife and started opening boxes. She unpacked all the supplies Jang Yi had stored. Then, she also opened all the boxes of supplies stacked in the corner of the living room. After 2 hours of work, Lulu was very hungry. She finished the beef and kelp soup from the insulated pot and ate a small portion of rice. Then she continued working. Half an hour later, all the boxes were opened. Jang Yi was busy storing supplies and saw the boxes in the yard being opened. She softly said, "Lulu, you just had a baby. Take care of yourself. Leave these tasks for now. When I finish storing supplies, I'll come back and organize everything." Lulu nodded in agreement. However, after Jang Yi left, she kept working. She sorted the supplies by type and stored duplicates of daily necessities in the space. The space was filled with supplies, packed tightly. Whether there were many or few, it was hard to notice. She did this because she knew she wouldn't use all these supplies in a year. The space could keep things fresh, and as long as they were stored there, they wouldn't expire. When Jang Yi needed something, she could take it out. Otherwise, with so many things, if they were discovered, they could easily attract unwanted attention. Lulu moved all the supplies from the yard into a spare bedroom of the villa, using the space as a medium. The storage was full, so she had to clear another room to store everything. The villa's first floor had 5 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 3 bathrooms, and a large scenic balcony. She and Jang Yi each stayed in a room with a private bathroom, and 3 other rooms remained empty. The room only has a wardrobe, a desk, and a basic bed. With Lulu's help, she slowly moved all the cardboard boxes from the yard into the living room and bedroom. Jang Yi returned to the villa and saw that the supply boxes were decreasing. She advised again, "Lulu, if your wound opens up again, where will we find a doctor? Trust me, I will handle all these tasks." Lulu looked at Jang Yi's worried face and said helplessly, "All right, if you go shopping for supplies while I do these chores, I won't go out anymore. Don't worry, I won't move these things again." After getting Lulu's repeated promises, Jang Yi drove back out to stock up on supplies. Lulu looked at the latest batch of a dozen large boxes. She helplessly returned to the living room and placed the steamed rice along with the 2 rice cookers into the space. This time, she didn't choose to pack meals in boxes. After several hours of moving and cooking, she was quite exhausted. Her back and stomach hurt, especially around the wound, with a pulling pain. Lulu decided not to be brave anymore. She pushed the baby stroller with Xiao Wu and went back to the master bedroom to wash up and rest. A day and night of busy work had ended. In the early morning, Jang Yi returned to the villa. Lulu sat with her in the living room. Jang Yi panted heavily. "Lulu, how many days until the zombies attack?" "Today is June 10th. The first corpse turned into a zombie in 2 days. Starting today, don't go out to stock supplies. I learned from official news that the first zombie outbreak happened at a certain time, but that time is uncertain." Jang Yi nodded at the piles of supplies in the living room and yard. "These supplies are definitely enough for us to live comfortably for several years." While they were talking, the doorbell rang at the villa entrance. Jang Yi got up to open the door. Outside stood Zhou Yining, with short hair and a slightly tired look. Jang Yi opened the door and invited her into the villa. Zhou Yining looked at the piles of boxes in the yard and paused for a moment. Finally, her gaze turned to Lulu. After a night of investigation, she couldn't find out who the insider was that leaked the information. Because she had checked Lulu, and there was no official background. Her parents, grandparents, and all family members had passed away. She also investigated Jang Yi, who was with Lulu. Neither of them has an official background. So, how did they learn about the apocalypse and the point system? Zhou Yining is very curious about the secret. She and Jang Yi enter the villa. Jang Yi is polite to the official staff. She invites Zhou Yining to sit and makes her a cup of instant coffee. Miss Liu, hello. Hello, Officer Zhou. Lu smiles. Officer Zhou, are you here to agree to the conditions I proposed? Zhou Yining's expression stiffens. She takes out a contract and 2 new high-tech watches from her bag. Miss Liu, our leader agrees to your conditions. This is the villa transfer document. You just need to sign to confirm. Zhou Yining pushes the contract toward Lu. Lu picks up the document, glances at it, and signs her name. Zhou Yining puts away her signed contract and hands over the watches. Miss Liu, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lu asks, where are the keys to my 2 small apartments? Zhou Yining looks a bit surprised. She wonders, does Miss Lu, who knows about the apocalypse and points, not know that the apartment doors are open with watches? Miss Liu, the keys to your apartment doors are these 2 wristbands. These 2 apartments are on the same floor. Each floor has 2 units, and you live on the 12th floor. Lu picks up a wristband to check. The black wristband looks similar to the watch, but smaller, like a sports band. In her past life, she had one before, so she's familiar with how to operate it. She opens the wristband, links her face and fingerprint, and the balance screen shows 20,000 points. She checks carefully and asks, can this wristband really open the apartment door? Zhou Yining patiently explains, yes, these wristbands have special codes. The apartment doors match the wristband codes. Without the wristband, you can't open the door. If you're worried about forgetting the wristband after entering the apartment, you can verify your fingerprint and face. Using fingerprint and face recognition, you can also open the door. I see. That makes sense. Zhou Yining stood up and pointed to the supply boxes in the living room. I have arranged for someone to help you move these to the apartment. Jang Yi immediately expressed her thanks. Officer Zhou, you're so kind. I was worried about how to move all these supplies. Lu didn't react much to Zhou Yining's help. She understood that Zhou was urging them to move out because the zombie wave was about to arrive. Go pack your things. I'll send people over to help right away. Zhou Yining left the villa. Soon after, she found a convoy to help move the supply boxes. Each vehicle had a very strong-looking man getting out. They all had buzz cuts, wore blue medical masks, black work pants, and short-sleeve shirts, looking very energetic. Jang Yi's eyes sparkled. Just because these people stood in front of the villa, their presence was so cool. Even without seeing their faces under the masks, her heart raced, feeling almost like falling in love. Their physique was stronger than any gym trainer she knew. She was very tempted by the firm muscles barely visible under their black t-shirts. How did these men train? She really wanted to learn from them if she had the chance. Lu looked at Jang Yi, who was starry-eyed, and remembered her past self. When the official shelter staff arrived, she saw this group and felt the same way, such great bodies, such good presence. How could she resist? But after experiencing betrayal, she had become immune to this type of man. No, not just this type, she was wary of all men now. Because of Ma Weizhou's betrayal, she now automatically thought all men were untrustworthy. This feeling of being hurt once and then fearing everything deeply affected Lu. She watched the group silently, her expression blank, as they quickly loaded the supplies from the villa onto the trucks. Soon, all the supplies stored in the villa were moved onto official trucks. As for the furniture, Zhou Yining suggested that Lu leave it for the official staff. She said, in the apartment, we have prepared all the necessary daily items and household appliances. Lu thought for a moment and agreed to keep the original furniture from the villa. Apart from the family heirloom ring, everything else in the villa didn't matter much. Lu carried a backpack containing things Xiao Wu needed. She and Jang Yi each drove an off-road vehicle, following the team helping with the move. After 2 hours, Lu and Jang Yi arrived at the apartment on the 12th floor of Building 5 in the Linwan community, assigned by the authorities. The apartment is 50 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, in a loft style. The high ceiling of the loft does not feel oppressive. Miss Liu, the ceiling height of the Linwan community loft apartment reaches 8 meters. The upper level has an open design, and after subtracting the space taken by the staircase, Each floor has a ceiling height of over 3 meters. Living here with your friend won't feel cramped. The apartment is fully decorated and move-in ready, with all household appliances included. Lu and Jang Yi listened to Zhou Yining's introduction and exchanged glances. They were very satisfied with the apartment. From one glance, they could see the dining area, open kitchen, living room, and balcony all at once. Zhou Yining took them to see the bathroom and bedroom separately. The bathroom has a dry and wet separation, with a bathtub and shower, which is very nice. It also has a bright window. The bedroom is simply decorated, with a wardrobe, bed, and dressing table. The curtains are light yellow. Overall, upstairs is the rest area, with a small walk-in closet, 2 bedrooms, and a separate bathroom with dry and wet separation. Downstairs is the leisure living area. The entrance has a shoe cabinet and an entryway. To the left is a study. To the right is an open kitchen with a dining table and chairs. Further ahead is the living room with a sofa and coffee table. The washing machine is placed on the fully enclosed transparent glass balcony, making it easy to dry clothes with good lighting. Below the staircase, there is a small bathroom for simple washing and toilet use. The room's decor is in a minimalist, nature-inspired style. Miss Liu, all the furniture in this house is made from eco-friendly materials, and it has been used for 2 years. After professional testing, the room contains 0 formaldehyde. It is very safe for you and your child to live here. Lu felt relieved upon hearing there was no formaldehyde. Little Wu is too young and lives in a house with high formaldehyde levels, making her easily get sick. Zhou Yining's introduction eased her last worries. Miss Liu, these 2 apartments have the same design and style. One faces northeast and the other southeast. You don't need to worry about lighting. As for your supplies, I have someone place them at the elevator entrance. After that, you'll need to organize them yourselves. Currently, only you 2 are living in this apartment. Please organize the supplies in the corridor as soon as possible. We are not responsible for any loss. Do you have any other questions? Lu and Jang Yi shook their heads. Zhou Yining finished her task and turned to leave. After she left, Jang Yi cheered happily. Lulu, this apartment is really nice. Yes, it is quite good. After cheering, Jang Yi said to Lulu, you rest for a while first. Take good care of my godson. I'll go organize the supplies. Officer Zhou said she's not responsible if anything gets lost. If someone steals it, we'll be in big trouble. While speaking, Jang Yi ran to the corridor, picked up a craft knife, and started unpacking boxes. Lulu looked at Little Wu in her arms. Little Wu was sleeping very soundly. She gently held him, then placed him on the sofa in the living room of the apartment. Lulu didn't try to be brave. She lay on the luxurious sofa, lifted her plain white t-shirt, revealing the medical patches Dr. Lin Fong had applied. It had been 10 days since her cesarean section. She could remove the patches now. Originally, she could have taken them off after a week, but she was worried her wound hadn't healed properly, so she waited a few extra days. She peeled off the medical patch on her belly, revealing a brown scar. The scar was scabbed over and could be covered with scar cream. Lulu looked toward the apartment door. Jang Yi was behind her, organizing supplies with her back turned. Then she looked around the apartment again. To be cautious, she reached into her shoulder bag, which was actually a space bag, and took out a scar cream. She carefully applied the cream to the scar. After applying the medicine, she lay back on the luxurious sofa and slowly closed her eyes to sleep. She slept very deeply. When she woke up, she looked toward Little Wu. He was staring at her with 2 big, black eyes. Lulu checked the time and realized she had unknowingly slept for 3 hours. Little Wu must be hungry. So, she reached into her backpack and took out a kept-warm milk bottle. She picked up Little Wu and fed him milk. While holding the baby, she felt a pain in her lower abdomen from her wound, and she frowned. Lulu endured the pain and continued feeding Little Wu. After finishing the milk, Little Wu smiled at Lulu and fell asleep in her arms. Lulu placed Little Wu on the sofa, stood up, and went to the corridor outside the door to organize supplies with Jang Yi. Lulu, don't move. Let me do it. Jang Yi said quickly when she saw Lulu bending over. Lulu bent down and winced in pain. She had overestimated herself. In the past few days, she had been relying on painkillers to manage her supplies. Today, she didn't take Dr. Lin's medicine, and once the effect wore off, the pain was really intense. Fortunately, this pain was similar to the worst days of her period. She could barely tolerate it. Jang Yi rushed over and helped her stand up. "Yi, please handle the supplies. I'll go to the kitchen and cook something for you." Jang Yi nodded. She found a foam-insulated box and put all the wontons from inside into the apartment's fridge. Lulu took out 2 portions of wontons and went to the kitchen to boil them in water. The kitchen had a branded pot, which she cleaned briefly before using. Soon, the wontons were cooked. Lulu served the wontons into 2 large white porcelain bowls. "Yi, come eat." Jang Yi heard her and moved a box of laundry detergent into the unused study on the left side of the apartment entrance. The study was filled with various supplies she had brought in. Jang Yi set down the supply box and came to the dining table to eat with Lulu. After finishing the meal, Jang Yi continued to work. Since her southeast-facing apartment study was full, she moved the supplies to the northeast-facing apartment across the hall. After an afternoon of moving, all the supplies in the corridor were stored in the 2 apartments where Lulu and Jang Yi lived. In the afternoon, Lulu used a small pasta machine from her space to make many noodles. With the advanced technology of Hylon country, she used a noodle-making machine to do it. All she needed to do was add the right amount of water and flour. She cooked a dish of green peppers with cured meat and also made pork rib and lotus root soup. She served it with freshly made noodles for dinner, for herself and Jang Yi. After dinner, Jang Yi changed the bed sheets and quilt for Lulu, then organized her usual skincare products before leaving. Lulu closed the apartment door, carried Xiao Wu to the second-floor room. She gently placed the sleeping Xiao Wu on the bed to rest, then turned on the air conditioner with the remote, and went to wash up in the bathroom next to the bedroom. Her wound had finally healed completely, so she could take a shower. This time, she washed happily. Before, she could only use a damp cloth to wipe her body. She also washed her hair, which hadn't been washed in 10 days. After washing, Lulu changed into a silk sleepwear and dried her hair. She returned to the bedroom. The room was at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, very cozy. Lulu lay on the bed, staring blankly at Xiao Wu's face. Xiao Wu really looked nothing like her. Her appearance was quite good, so it couldn't have been unimportant genetics. People say children usually look like their mothers, but her son didn't resemble her at all. According to the law of natural selection, maybe Xiao Wu's father was even more attractive than her. Xiao Wu looked very cute, like a doll. She had seen many children online, and a kid like Xiao Wu could easily be a spokesperson for children's products. Lulu was being objective, without any motherly bias. Xiao Wu, the virus had already taken hold. That night, the stranger's identity was a mystery, and it was the end of the world. This life, her poor Xiao Wu was destined to have no father. But it didn't matter. Her mother could raise him healthy and chubby alone. With hope for the future, Lulu gently kissed Xiao Wu's forehead. She had slept for a few hours in the morning and still wasn't sleepy. So she took out her phone to check the news online. She was surprised when she looked. On the popular short video platform, the top trending news was about the virus and City A's lockdown. Oh no, is the end of the world really coming? It's very likely because the convenience store downstairs has nothing left on the shelves. Who says not? When I heard that City A was locked down this morning, I went downstairs to buy supplies and was lucky to grab the last small umbrella. You still fighting for small umbrellas at this time? I'm different. I grabbed 2 packs of cigarettes. I can go 3 days without eating, but I can't go a day without smoking. TSK, a smoker. If you don't stock up on food, you'll starve someday. I won't starve, don't worry. I live in a nice neighborhood, and the building staff have been bringing me supplies every day. These are enough for me to eat for more than 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks? I've stocked enough to last a year. An animated avatar from City H posted a picture comment. The picture shows a room filled with rice, flour, cooking oil, and other quick foods. Wow, you all stocked up. I didn't buy anything. No way. I'm going downstairs now to get supplies. After a week, more and more people rushed to markets, supermarkets, and convenience stores to buy things in a big rush. City A's officials saw this and issued an urgent announcement to calm the people. People saw the official message and it trended on social media. Their fears eased a bit. But just after the official message was released, at City A's First People's Hospital, a doctor was live streaming. The scene was terrible. In the hospital's infection ward corridor, people were screaming and running away in panic. A beautiful face covered in blood appeared on the doctor's camera, shocking viewers across the country. Oh my gosh! Isn't that Star Lulu? Wow, it really is her. Such a big wound. Is this a scene from a movie or a prank? Blood, messy black hair, a pale face, and a torn outfit showing through. Alright, I'm inhaling now. I'm ready. Brothers, cheers first. You're brave to go in there. I'd be scared stiff. Many viewers rushed to watch the doctor's live stream. Through his phone camera, they could see Star Lulu walking slowly down the hospital corridor. Her clothes were torn and stained with blood. In the struggle, her clothes barely clung to her body, revealing too much. Many viewers, confused and curious, watched the shocking scene unfold. Most people sensed something was wrong when they saw the scene and hurriedly rushed to nearby shops to buy supplies. On TikTok Live, the male doctor watched for a while, then saw the famous Star Lulu leave. He pushed open the hospital office door and ran outside. However, as soon as he left the office, the infected patients in the ward, smelling fresh food, pushed against the door and chased after the doctor. Hearing the noise, the doctor was terrified. He panicked and ran toward the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, it was filled with zombies rushing toward him. He let out a loud scream. His phone fell to the ground. The viewers watching the scene realized that the end of the world had truly arrived. The authorities in City A knew they could no longer hide the truth. They issued an urgent notice. Due to an unknown virus, City A's first hospital has fallen. If you notice your loved ones showing cold symptoms, they may be infected. Please isolate them and avoid contact. After the official announcement, City A plunged into chaos. People in other provinces and cities became anxious and started frantic shopping. Lulu saw the overwhelming fear and worry online, but felt helpless. The way the virus spreads and its source remain a mystery. Even if she warned others early and posted about it, she would only be seen as crazy or mentally ill. Fortunately, someone leaked the information early, and the government built a shelter a year in advance. She doesn't have grand ideals or see herself as a hero. She is just an ordinary mother trying to survive the end of the world with her child. Helping others is just a joke to her. In her past life, she only saved 2 loved ones she cared about most, but they ended up in such a terrible situation. She no longer wants to interfere. She helped Jang Yi because Jang Yi was her childhood friend. In her previous life, Jang Yi reminded her to hide when surrounded by zombies, even when facing death. Jang Yi considered her the most important friend. She couldn't just watch her ignore her. Even if she chose to save Jang Yi, she would stay alert at all times. They took 2 apartments. If it were just her alone, she would definitely choose to live in a better, private apartment complex. She is selfish, but to survive well, she must be selfish. Lulu kept watching short videos, repeatedly viewing several about the coming end of the world, featuring close-up photos of the actress, Lulu, in distress. News spreads quickly online. In a short time, many internet users left comments under the official videos. Meanwhile, in many parts of City A, people noticed others coughing and running a fever. They hurried to call ambulances, hoping hospitals would send help. But all the major hospitals were busy and the infectious disease departments were full. Many doctors, fighting for their lifelong jobs, had to stay in hospitals to treat patients. Some private hospital doctors, not afraid of the virus, believed there was always a way to solve the problem. They charged extra for treatment and admitted suspected infected patients. Others, infected but unwilling or unable to afford hospital care, stayed in their rooms to isolate themselves. As rumors of zombies in City A spread, the virus infection expanded to nearby areas. In hospitals, countless infected patients had no cure and lay on beds, praying for doctors to save them. But for most people, waiting meant waiting to die. Lulu sighed helplessly. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. It was an unknown call. She had rejected all previous unknown calls. Since then, she had only received calls from delivery people. She guessed it was Ma Weizhou calling. Before she could answer, the call was disconnected. Then, she received a message from the unknown number. Lulu, are you okay? I think I've caught the virus. Can you come see me? Lulu, I miss you so much. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Do you know I was with Su Pingting and that's why you ignore me? Lulu, I really miss you. Until the last moment of my life, I realized the woman I love most is you. Please come see me one last time. Lulu looked at the non-stop messages, expressionless. Did she really catch the virus? She didn't believe it at all. In her past life, Ma Weizhou never caught the virus. He came alive and arrived at Linwan shelter. That scumbag still wants to deceive her even now. She wanted to see what tricks the scumbag was hiding. Lulu was holding her phone, replying to messages. Victoria? I also caught the virus. It's really painful. I feel like I'm turning into a zombie. Ma Weizhou was sitting on the sofa with his parents, thinking about what to do next. He was trying to get some benefit from Lulu. His phone vibrated, and his face darkened. Son, what did Miss Lu say? She has the virus. Oh.
So,
I think you should forget about her. Since she's infected, if we go to her villa, we might get infected too. Maybe we should stay at home and wait for official help. Dad, you don't understand. Lu Yulio's villa is a standalone house in a busy part of City A. Few people live nearby. The security system uses cloud technology, so it's very safe. Dad, we need to move somewhere else. But she's infected. If we go there, we'll catch the virus too. Ma Weizhou thought for a moment. Dad, don't worry. In a few days, when Lulu turns into a zombie, we'll move to her villa. Lulu, don't be afraid. I'll come to find you right away. Even if I have to die, I want to die with you. Ma Weizhou was saying things he didn't even believe himself. Then, he got to the main point. Lulu, what's the password to your villa's front door? I'm on my way. Lulu saw the message and chuckled. Victoria, come over first. I miss you too. When you arrive, I'll open the door for you. Ma Weizhou had no intention of going there now. He just wanted to find out the password to Lu Yolio's villa door. Once Lulu died, he planned to sneak inside and hide there. Lulu, stay in your room and tell me the password. I'll open the door and come to find you. Lulu remembered the empty inside of the villa. A mocking smile appeared on her lips. Go ahead. Aren't you eager to get in? What do you think it will feel like when you see that there's nothing inside? Lulu was looking forward to it. She didn't bother teasing Ma Weizhou anymore and told him the password to her villa's door. Then, she saw many homeless people on TikTok suspected of being infected with the virus and kicked out by their landlords. So, Lulu took the initiative to add their contact information, provided the address of Jean Xian Villa, and shared the villa's door code with them. The virus carriers who were homeless had nowhere to go. When they saw the message, they were overjoyed. Some of the homeless remained suspicious and did not go to the villa. Others decided to try their luck. The chances of infection among these people were very low. Those who survived would have a much stronger body. People living in the villa survived, but Ma Weizhou found it hard to stay. The people in the villa had died. They were greeted by frantic zombies. She hoped this gift would be appreciated by the Lulu smiled, turned off her phone, and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, she got up to feed little Wu, and then went back to rest. She repeated this 3 times until morning. Lulu received a WeChat message from Jang Yi. She looked at little Wu sleeping peacefully, then got up to open the door for Jang Yi. Lulu, try this. I cooked a bowl of egg noodles. Seeing the delicious-looking egg noodles, Lulu swallowed hard. She invited Jang Yi inside. Jang Yi closed the door and sat with her to have breakfast. They chatted for a while. Jang Yi suggested making more wontons and dumplings to freeze in the fridge. Lulu agreed. Jang Yi went back to her place, found fresh vegetables and side dishes she bought, took out the fresh meat from the fridge, and pushed her camper to Lulu's kitchen. They prepared the filling for dumplings and wontons together. Just as the filling was ready, Lulu heard Little Wu calling from upstairs. She went upstairs to feed Little Wu, then carried him downstairs and placed him on the sofa to rest. Jang Yi brought the prepared wonton and dumpling wrappers to the table. Lulu and she sat together to make dumplings. Soon they made a lot of dumplings and wontons. Both apartments' refrigerators stored various flavors of dumplings and wontons. For dinner, they ate a family-style hot pot with all kinds of dumplings, trying each flavor. The taste was very good. As for what to do with the dumplings and wontons after the power outage, Lulu was not worried. This place was taken over and set up by the authorities early on. The apartment building already had enough solar panels and batteries installed for daily use. Power outages would only happen a month after the end of the world. Even if there was a power outage, the solar energy system installed by the authorities would serve as a backup. After dinner, the two of them finished eating. Jang Yi sat on the sofa and said, "Lulu, your wound still needs time to heal. I checked, and it will take at least 56 days. During these 56 days, I will cook and take care of you and Xiao Wu." Jang Yi spoke sincerely. Lulu didn't refuse her. "Okay, tomorrow morning I want to eat fried dumplings with lauchin vinegar and small chili peppers. Lauchin vinegar is fine, but small chili peppers are not. Eating spicy food isn't good for the baby's breastfeeding. Got it? Then I won't eat small chili peppers." As Lulu spoke, she moved closer to Jang Yi and took off her wristband. "Yi, I'm not being polite. You shouldn't be polite to me either. Officer Zhou gave me 20,000 points. I'll share some with you." Seeing the sparkle in Lulu's eyes, Jang Yi felt warm inside. She knew that if she refused the points, Lulu would say, "Don't want the points? Then I won't take care of you and Xiao Wu." Jang Yi took the wristband without hesitation. She didn't realize at that moment how big a fortune 10,000 points really was. "Lulu, rest well. There's a guest bedroom upstairs. I'll take Xiao Wu to stay there." Before Lulu could refuse, Jang Yi carried the sleeping Xiao Wu upstairs to make the bed. Lulu didn't stop her from sharing the room. Her wound still hurt. In 10 days, only the outer layer had scabbed over. The inner part was still healing. She had taken care of Xiao Wu all night yesterday and hadn't slept well. Jang Yi took Xiao Wu away to look after him, so she could rest properly. Lulu got up and went back to the master bedroom upstairs to rest. She continued to scroll through short videos for a while. At 8:30 p.m., she finished breastfeeding and stored the milk in the small fridge on the apartment floor. Then she went to bed early. Jang Yi stayed up late to care for Xiao Wu, feeding him a night bottle. In his sleepy confusion, Xiao Wu heard Jang Yi's voice. He could feel that Jang Yi's tone was very gentle, similar to how his mother spoke. Xiao Wu felt a strong sense of safety. She did not resist Jang Yi and obediently ate her milk and went to sleep. After feeding Xiao Wu, Jang Yi did not sleep. She simply couldn't fall asleep. With zombies and other creatures appearing in the end of world, she was very curious about how others were doing. Jang Yi stayed up all night watching short videos, still feeling very energetic. She got up, prepared breakfast, and brought it to Lulu's room. Breakfast was fried dumplings. After finishing her meal, Lulu drank milk and continued sleeping. Jang Yi washed the dishes, took care of Xiao Wu, and watched videos online. Thanks to her help, Lulu's days became very comfortable. Jang Yi's assistance with childcare was a big help to her. Online, as the zombie situation worsened, more and more zombies appeared on city streets and alleys. Everyone was too scared to go outside because of The Walking Dead. The authorities quickly organized rescue teams to fight the zombies. There were many worried comments online, but the officials seemed prepared and quickly controlled the zombie groups in the streets and corners. Lulu and Jang Yi stayed inside for several days, not leaving the apartment, taking care of the baby. During this time, besides following the latest news online, they also studied recipes. They focused on how to keep food fresh for longer. Jang Yi learned some techniques online, drying leftover vegetables to make long-lasting dried vegetables. Lulu was stopped from doing any tiring activities. Under Jang Yi's careful care, she really relaxed and rested. Every day, she woke up, ate, watched her baby, browsed videos, then ate again, and went back to sleep. Jang Yi took full care of Xiao Wu's daily needs. Her life was very comfortable. However, after a week, she found she could no longer fit into her size M clothes. Postpartum, size M clothes were already a bit tight. After a week of Jang Yi feeding her, she truly couldn't wear size M clothes anymore. Lulu immediately weighed herself and found she had gained 7 jin, about 3.5 kilograms, in just 1 week. Her weight was increasing by about 1 jin, about 0.5 kilograms, per day. It was obvious in her face, which had become rounder in the mirror. She decided to cut down on food and find time to exercise. Jang Yi advised her not to do strenuous activities. With nothing to do, she could only walk around her apartment, pacing back and forth. One evening, Lulu was wandering inside her apartment and noticed a large pile of trash in the kitchen. She told Jang Yi to go outside and throw away the garbage. Seeing how bored she had been all week, Jang Yi decided to go out for a walk with her. "I'll go with you," Jang Yi said, then found a small camper in the apartment. She laid a soft mat and a blanket inside, then put Xiao Wu in. The two pushed the camper and took the elevator downstairs. At sunset, the sky was painted red with the evening glow. In the clear blue sky, a few birds flew by and white clouds drifted peacefully. It was very beautiful. "Such a lovely sunset," Lulu said with admiration. "Lulu, look up there. It seems like someone is on the sunset." Jang Yi pointed to a dark shape above their heads. Lulu squinted and looked up. In the blink of an eye, the dark shape grew larger. It was a small private plane. Jang Yi also recognized that someone was flying the plane. They both froze in place. Recently, Zhou Yining had arranged some people to stay in the apartment, mostly arriving by car with lots of supplies. Those people looked quite distinguished, either wealthy or noble. But this was the first time they saw someone arrive by plane. Lulu and Jang Yi were very curious about who might be inside that plane. BZZZ. The small helicopter circled once in the sky before landing in the large square in front of Linwan community. After the plane landed, a person stepped out shortly after. The person wore a black leather jacket and jeans. From a distance, they looked tall and straight, like a pine tree, elegant and strong, with a noble air. As the person approached, Lulu saw clearly that he had his leather jacket open, revealing a plain white t-shirt underneath. He had a neat, short haircut and was wearing a blue mask, so his face was not visible. Lulu guessed he was at least 1.80 meters tall. "Lulu, that man looks very charming," Jang Yi said, staring. Lulu was a bit stunned until the man stood in front of them. "Hello, may I ask which way to Building 5 in Linwan community?" he asked. Jang Yi was confused. Lulu was stunned. "Hello, may I ask which way to Building 5 in Linwan community?" Xiao Ju saw them staring blankly and greeted them again. Lulu heard his deep, clear voice and felt a shiver all over her body. This kind of deep yet pure voice. Unlike the male hosts on audio platforms, with their exaggerated tones and awkward pauses, that man spoke naturally, as if he was born to speak that way. Just this one sentence left Lulu and Jang Yi completely confused. Jang Yi's face, which had been beautifully tanned, showed a slight blush. It was the tanning effect that made her blush hard to see. She was so excited, like she had been energized, and reached out to reply, "Hello, I'm Jang Yi." "Xiao Jiu." The man slowly said his name, giving his full name. Lulu trembled all over. Even though it was a hot summer evening, hearing this familiar voice made her feel like she was falling into an icy pit. That night, that evening, that man. By instinct, Lulu turned her head and looked toward the man's ear. There was no right ear. On her left ear, a brownish-red birthmark was clearly visible. A loud bang echoed in Lu Yolio's heart.
So his name was Xiao.
Are you asking about Building 5? We happen to live in Building 5. Let me take you there. From now on, we'll be neighbors. Xiao listened to Jang Yi chattering excitedly, but didn't reply. His gaze shifted to the camping car Jang Yi was pulling. The camping car was open, and Xiao Wu was lying inside, smiling peacefully in sleep. When Xiao saw Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but frown. This child, why does he look so much like him? Almost identical to a childhood photo of himself. Xiao Ju looked at Jang Yi with a meaningful gaze. Is this your son? Jang Yi nodded. Yes, this is my godson, Xiao Wu. Isn't he adorable? Godson? Yes. My godson. I'm Xiao Wu's godmother. Hearing this, Xiao Ju looked down at Lu, who was silent. The little person in front of him, with her head bowed, only showed her dark hair. What's your name? Xiao Ju asked. Lu remained silent. Jang Yi was infatuated and introduced. This is Lu, my friend. Lu. Xiao Ju silently repeated the name in his mind, feeling like he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. Miss Lu, are you this child's mother? Xiao Ju asked softly. Lu nodded silently. She recognized the man as Xiao Wu's biological father and didn't know how to respond. Seeing her look like she wanted to keep her distance, Xiao Ju didn't press further. The girl in front of him had a cute, childlike appearance but also a mature aura, an interesting mix. Next to her, Jang Yi was very familiar, acting like an older sister, but behaving like a child. These two were quite amusing. Although the sleeping child in the camper looked very much like Xiao Ju when he was young, he didn't think much of it. He didn't connect the fact that Xiao Wu looked like him to the idea that he might be his son. In his past life, the only time he had a sudden incident was that night when he had a brief relationship with a stranger woman. The person monitoring him had told him that woman bought contraceptive pills at the pharmacy and took them in a corner. This meant he probably wouldn't have children. Many people in the world look alike, and the child in front of him couldn't possibly be his son. The three of them had different thoughts as they took the elevator into Building 5 of Linwan Community. A chime sounded. Mr. Xiao, we've arrived. Jang Yi and Xiao Ju waved goodbye. Lu lowered her head, feeling overwhelmed. Xiao Ju glanced at Lu, who was always acting aloof like an ostrich, and said, I live upstairs from you. Nice to meet you. Feel free to stay in touch when you're free. Jang Yi smiled. Xiao Ju nodded, and the elevator doors closed automatically. Lu quickly walked to the apartment door, pressed her fingerprint, and unlocked the smart lock. Jang Yi pulled the camper behind her, and they returned to the apartment one after the other. Lu picked up Xiao Wu from the camper. Rest well today. I'll take care of Xiao Wu. After saying that, Lu went back to her room upstairs to rest. As soon as she entered the room, Xiao Wu opened his eyes. Mom, hungry. Lu looked at Xiao Wu's face and remembered the man she had just seen. He really looked just like him. She was busy all morning. If it weren't for Xiao Wu completely emerging from her belly, she would doubt whether this child was truly her own. There are many coincidences in the world, but this time, Lu began to wonder if she had really taken on the heroine's role in a story. First, she had a special talent, then a one-night stand with a handsome, wealthy man. A year later, he returned with their child, and they occasionally met as father and son. Such a dramatic situation actually happened to her. Could it be that she is truly the chosen one? Lu Yolio's mind was wild with thoughts. She took a bottle of warm milk from the fridge to feed Xiao Wu. The space's preservation function is really good. Any leftover milk can be warmed for a few minutes in the warmer and kept in the space to stay fresh. She read in a parenting book that milk can be stored at room temperature for 4 hours and in the fridge for 24 hours. She has a storage space even better than a fridge, so she doesn't worry about the milk going bad. Xiao Wu was hungry and could drink fresh milk at a constant 45 degrees anytime. After feeding Xiao Wu, Lu decided not to acknowledge Xiao Ju. With Jang Yi helping her share most of the work, she didn't need anyone else to take care of Xiao Wu. Plus, she had supplies in her space, so she didn't need a man. Although that man looked quite good. He was just an accidental seed provider. there was no need to acknowledge him. Lulu carried Xiao Wu to the bed to rest. Soon, Xiao Wu fell asleep. Jang Yi made fried dumplings and seaweed chicken soup, then came upstairs to call her for dinner. After they finished eating, Jang Yi went back to her apartment across the hall to organize her things and rest. She had been staying in Lu Yolio's small bedroom all week, as many things in her original apartment still hadn't been sorted out. It was only 7:30 at night, still early. Lulu couldn't fall asleep for a while, so she turned on her phone and scrolled through the latest videos. She scrolled through more than 10 videos, all about official efforts to eliminate zombies. It seemed that the authorities had been prepared long ago. In her previous life, many places' networks had been down at this time. Today was June 15th, nearly 2 weeks after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Many people were hiding at home, complaining that there was nothing to eat, and the convenience store downstairs was empty. Hunger caused chaos around the world. The most serious situation is in the United States, where people carry guns everywhere. Day and night, gunshots can often be heard on the streets. Lulu feels lucky to have been born in Hylon country. The official support in Hylon country is very strong. After browsing TikTok for a while, Lulu saw the latest official video update. The government has set up large shopping stations. Each person is limited in daily supplies. The addresses are: in City A, City B, and City C, people online are angry, saying they will starve if they can't get supplies. Some respond differently. Why are shopping stations only in the city? I live in a small village and I need to drive to get there. Driving is easy. I have fuel. But my building is surrounded by zombies. How can I go downstairs? These shopping stations are not worth opening. Anyone who goes out now will meet zombies everywhere. If they find you, they might get hurt. Haha, I live near a shopping station. It's very safe here. The government has cleared all zombies within a kilometer. No more talking. The shopping station runs 24 hours. I'm going now to get supplies.
I'm so jealous.
I live in Xingxing town. Is anyone interested in forming a team to buy from the shopping station? Add me on TikTok so we can team up. Count me in. I want to join. Lulu looked around. Most people complain, but in critical moments, the government can't be everywhere. Xingxing town officials say, residents who need supplies should gather at the town police station tomorrow at 8 a.m. with official announcements. Many villagers from small towns felt a bit more reassured. Across the country, people rushed to the shopping stations to buy supplies. Jang Yi also saw the latest TikTok update. Lulu, I'll go check out the shopping station first. Okay, be careful and take protective gear. These are special times. Jang Yi prepared her 3-piece safety kit and drove off in her SUV. Lulu looked out the window and saw some people peeking out from the apartment building below. She guessed they were going to stock up after hearing the news. She returned to her bed, turned on her phone, and checked the security cameras at Jinshin Villa to see what was happening. In the Jinshin Villa, it was completely dark and silent. Before, she saw homeless people gathering at the villa to rest. Now, 2 weeks later, only zombie groans could be heard inside the villa. Lulu suddenly remembered that Jang Yi's fingerprint had been recorded at the villa. A new shopping station was built near Jinshin Villa in City A. She quickly sent a message to Jang Yi, sharing a video screenshot of the zombies at the villa. Jang Yi had just gotten out of her car. When she saw Lu Yolio's message, she responded with a frightened emoji. Oh my god, you scared me. I was just thinking that I'd rest at the villa tonight after a long day. Don't go there. Finish shopping and come back, Lulu advised. Jang Yi replied, okay. Lulu switched the camera to the apartment's security footage. She was waiting for Ma Weizhou to find his own way to die. For several days, she hadn't seen Ma Weizhou. Now, the authorities announced that the shopping station was built near Jinshin Villa. She didn't believe Ma Weizhou wouldn't try to get into the villa. Just then, 5 cars stopped at the villa's entrance. A group of people got out of the cars in order. 5 tall, strong men stepped out of the first car. Ma Weizhou and his parents got out of the second car. The remaining 3 cars had people dressed and looking very different. Lulu guessed they were coming for the supplies at the shopping station. Brother Zhang, look at this villa. It's so big. Zhongling looked at the grand villa gate and nodded with satisfaction. Though the world was chaotic now, it wasn't completely broken. The government still controlled most supplies and power. Breaking into a house openly wasn't a good idea. First, forcing the door could attract zombies. Second, even if they broke in, they might not find anything valuable. In Zone C, the local police station had 29 officers. They all died during the first outbreak of the virus. That day, Zhongling was on leave and didn't go to work, so he luckily avoided the virus. Taking advantage of the chaos, he managed to get some weapons from the police station. He also gathered a group of surviving friends he had played with before, and they prepared to make a big move. He announced on a loudspeaker in Zone C, recruiting more people. Zhang Lang and his 4 brothers were all skilled fighters, armed with firearms, and quickly gained the support of many survivors in Zone C. He enjoyed the feeling of being a leader, respected and admired by others. Ma Weizhou is one of the people who came to surrender from Area C. His condition for surrendering was this luxurious villa, which is very close to the shopping base station. "Brother Zhang, I'll open the door," Ma Weizhou said with a flattering smile. He walked to the villa door and entered the password he had tricked from Lulu. A group of people looked eagerly at the villa door. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou's sycophantic face and sneered. She wondered whether she had been foolish or had been kicked by a donkey to fall for someone like him. Ma Weizhou's flattering expression was really disgusting to see. With a beep, the password was correct and the door automatically opened. Ma Weizhou finished entering the password and made way. "Brother Zhang, there might be zombies inside this villa. Before I left, there was a maid in the villa. Now it's dark inside, and that maid might have already turned into a zombie. Stupid maid." Lulu was furious. Zhang Lang didn't care. "Just a maid, I can shoot her down with one shot. Wang Ji, don't use a gun." Although the area has been cleared by the authorities, there might still be other zombies in the villa complex. "We don't want to attract them." "Exactly. The officials are very close and gunfire would be bad for us," Zhang Lang confidently said. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He pulled out a tang sword he carried with him as a weapon. The 4 brothers beside him also took out tools like iron hose as weapons. Behind them, a group of people, some holding sticks or rolling pins, rushed forward. Ma Weizhou had been to the villa before. He hid behind Zhang Lang and the others and found the light switch in the courtyard to turn on the lights. Suddenly, the spacious courtyard was illuminated. Zombies hiding in the corners and the living room heard the noise and started to gather around Zhang Lang and his group. "Brother Lang, not good," a tall man next to Zhang Lang shouted in panic. Zhang Lang also realized something was wrong with the villa. What Ma Weizhou said was completely different from the truth. There weren't just one maid inside. There were over 20 zombies wandering around. More than 20 zombies suddenly burst out from the corner of the flower bed in the villa, surrounding their group. Zhang Lang pulled out his gun. "Brothers, things have changed. Get ready." The 4 men nearby didn't hold back and quickly aimed their guns at the zombies inside the yard, firing shots. Zhang Lang and his friends were skilled fighters. After one round of shooting, more than 20 zombies were shot in the head and mostly killed. Only a few zombies remained. Zhang Lang called out to his brothers, waving metal tools to cut off their heads one by one. After a fierce fight, they achieved a clear victory. Zhang Lang looked very angry. They had limited bullets from the police station. After this round, 1/3 of the bullets were used up. He looked unhappy and stared at Ma Weizhou. Ma Weizhou was very scared inside. Zhang Lang's face was full of anger, like he wanted to eat someone. He hurriedly explained, "Brother Zhang, I didn't know there were so many zombies at the villa. It must be my maid's relatives. Right now, it's a critical moment. It's definitely my maid's relatives opening the door, and everyone turned into zombies." "Enough. Stop talking. Go outside and bring the cars in." Seeing some followers nearby, Zhang Lang temporarily kept his anger toward Ma Weizhou in his mind. A few people from the crowd came out and drove 5 cars into the villa one after another. As soon as Ma Weizhou parked his car and got out, Zhang Lang kicked him to the ground. "Is this the luxury house you talked about? Inside this mansion, why is there nothing?" Ma Weizhou was stunned. He had visited this villa many times. The garage had several limited edition luxury cars, rare and expensive even for the wealthy. The interior was very luxurious, with famous brand furniture and appliances. Don't believe me? Come and see for yourself. Ma Weizhou staggered and ran into the living room. Looking around, it was completely empty. He was stunned. This doesn't make sense. Just a few months ago, why was there nothing inside? Unwilling, Ma Weizhou checked the kitchen, bedroom, storage room, upstairs, and underground parking lot. After walking around, he found nothing. Zhang Lang suffered a big loss this time. Over 20 bullets were used up. Frustrated, he kicked Ma Weizhou in the stomach. Ma Weizhou's face twisted in pain. He covered his stomach with both hands, looking pleading. Brother Zhang, I don't know what happened. It must have been a thief at home. Ma Weizhou's face turned pale as he weakly explained. Zhang Lang didn't want to hear his nonsense. He secretly blamed Ma Weizhou for the recent loss. He spat at Ma Weizhou and called over his 4 brothers and other followers to move the house from the car into the villa. Although the villa was empty inside, it was close to the official shopping station. The nearby zombies had been cleared by the authorities, so it was safe. The villa looked very strong and almost indestructible. It lacked furniture, lighting, and bathroom fixtures, but it was still in good condition. Zhang Lang was a bit unhappy with Ma Weizhou because of this. Soon, everyone settled into the villa. Then, Zhang Lang ordered 2 brothers to guard the door and told 2 others to drive out to buy supplies from the shopping station. Lu saw that Ma Weizhou only received a small punishment and felt a bit disappointed. The others entered the villa, but didn't see what was happening inside the living room. Lu switched her device to vibrate mode and watched a few short videos. She planned to turn off her device and go to sleep before 10:30. She was still recovering after giving birth and couldn't stay up late every night. She had stocked up on supplies before and stayed up late for a long time. Now, she was trying to rest and recover. Lu reached out and turned off the small bedside lamp, then closed her eyes to sleep. Maybe because she saw Ma Weizhou being disciplined, she was smiling and sleeping peacefully. It wasn't until she heard Xiao Wu calling Mom that she opened her sleepy eyes and got up to feed him. Xiao Wu, you're back too, right? Xiao Wu, who was nursing with his eyes closed, squinted, and mumbled unclearly. He was very hungry and sleepy and wanted to answer his mother. He responded vaguely a few times and then fell back asleep. Lu didn't rush to talk to Xiao Wu. Once she finished her postpartum recovery, Xiao Wu's alertness would increase, and she would have many chances to chat with him. Seeing Xiao Wu's adorable face, she couldn't help but kiss both sides of his cheeks fiercely. Xiao Wu's skin was soft and delicate, like a peeled boiled egg, and he smelled like milk, which was very pleasant. Smelling the milk scent on Xiao Wu, Lu smiled and fell asleep again. The next morning, she woke up groggily. She changed Xiao Wu's diaper, fed him, and soothed him to sleep. She then checked her phone for messages. Good morning, Lu, I'm back. When you wake up, send me a message. I woke up, said Lu to Jang Yi in reply. A few minutes later, Jang Yi knocked on the apartment door. Lu heard the sound and went downstairs to open the door for Jang Yi. Although they are good friends, they both keep the door code secret and haven't told each other. Even close friends need some privacy. Lu and Jang Yi understand this, without words. How is the official shopping station situation? Jang Yi asked seriously. Let's sit down and talk, Lu replied. She made a latte for Jang Yi, and they sat on the sofa chatting. The official shopping station is very unfair, Jang Yi sighed. What do you mean? Lu asked. Shopping requires an electronic ID, 1 per person. Each person can only buy a limited amount of supplies. You can only buy enough food for 1 week at a time, and after shopping, the ID must be verified with face recognition. After shopping, the ID is stored in the official system, and you can't shop again until a week passes. Even if you have money, you can't buy more food. Plus, the items available are very limited and each category has a quota. If you're slow, you can't get anything and have to buy substitutes. This is what I managed to buy: 3 packs of instant noodles, 7 bottles of mineral water, 20 compressed biscuits, and 3 chocolates. That's so little. Can it last a week? Lulu asked. Who says it can't? The official says these are special times, so we should save. We definitely won't starve in a week. What's more outrageous is, do you know how much these items cost? Lulu shook her head, guessing a price. More than 200 yuan. Guess again, Jang Yi challenged. I don't know. Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me, Lulu said. It's over 1,000. Jang Yi sighed. 10 times more. Isn't that very unfair, she added. Lulu couldn't deny it, because she knew even now a 10-fold increase is still not too bad. But after some time, prices might rise 100 times, and supplies could become impossible to buy. Since we can't buy much from the official system, we shouldn't go anymore, Lulu suggested. Just wasting gasoline, she added. Jang Yi proposed. Lulu, do you have a villa near the official shopping station? Why don't we stay over there for a while? It would be easier to come and go. Lulu took out her phone and switched to the surveillance footage. The villa has been taken over by others, and it's not safe there. The safest place is definitely the Lin 1 community, where we are now. In the past, City A fell apart. Because zombies can mutate, early-stage zombies are easy to deal with. Early zombies only have hearing. They run toward the sound source. Mid-level zombies, with both hearing and smell, will chase after a person once they smell human scent, and they won't stop. Mid-level zombies are almost twice as strong as ordinary people. Using force alone can't solve the problem. Although the authorities quickly responded and controlled some zombie groups in certain areas. If these zombies evolve into mid-level or even high-level, they can jump 3 meters high, and chaos will break out in City A. Remember, many zombies are still trapped inside houses in City A. Once they evolve, these zombies will flood into the city center. Escaping will be very difficult. In her past life, Lulu saw some short videos posted by people on TikTok before the internet was cut off. They were very tragic. A large, dark mass of zombies wandering through the streets of City A. Later, the authorities moved all their forces to the outskirts of City A, setting up a blockade and gradually clearing the zombies. Many officials lost their lives in the fight. Then, suddenly, a new type of laser weapon appeared, which could easily kill mid-level zombies. Without laser weapons, it was impossible for the authorities to wipe out all the zombies. After a few seconds of thinking, Jang Yi agreed to stay hidden in the Lin 1 community with Lulu. Lulu, what about Xiao Wu? He's upstairs. He's asleep. I'll watch Xiao Wu. You go upstairs and get some rest. Lulu didn't refuse and went upstairs to rest. Taking care of a baby after giving birth makes it hard to sleep through the night. She could only nap when Xiao Wu finished eating and fell asleep. Fortunately, Jang Yi helped out, so she only needed to focus on breastfeeding. Lulu went back upstairs to continue her nap. She slept off and on until noon. Jang Yi prepared lunch early. Lulu turned on the high-definition projector in the apartment and switched to the official live broadcast. While eating lunch, the two of them watched the live stream. The official live broadcast shows images of various city shopping stations. Lulu watches the live stream and sees some supplies at the shopping station. As Jang Yi said, there's not much good stuff. Mostly instant food products. She glances at the eggs, seaweed soup, a plate of pickled vegetables with shredded meat, and perfectly cooked white rice on the table. Without comparison, there's no harm in that. Jang Yi also feels a lot of emotions. She takes out her phone, takes a picture of the meal, and plans to show off on social media. Lulu stops her, saying, don't post it. Be careful if someone you know sees. During this special time, don't let secrets leak out. Hearing this, Jang Yi gives up her idea of showing off online. The two quietly finish their meal. Lulu, who slept a long time that morning, can't fall asleep now. So, she stands in front of the large balcony on the first floor of the apartment. Looking out, she suddenly sees a small helicopter parked on the open space in the community square. Her mind can't help but replay the scene from that night. The small red-brown spot behind the man's left ear makes her feel strangely warm. Is the air conditioner on? Jang Yi notices Lulu's face, flushed and red, and looks puzzled. She finds the remote control for the air conditioner and sees it set to 26 degrees Celsius.
It's on.
What's wrong? Lulu feels strangely guilty, fans herself, and says it's on, but I feel a bit hot. Maybe it's the summer heat. Jang Yi notices Lulu's small movements and finds them a bit strange. After washing the dishes, she shakes off the water from her hands and stands next to Lulu by the large window. She follows Lulu's gaze and sees the airplane in the square. Suddenly, Jang Yi feels happy and teases Lulu. Are you thinking about that handsome man we met yesterday?
No, I didn't.
You're making things up. He really? If you don't like that type, I'll go for it. That man is Xiao. His name is the same as his.
He's really something.
And he lives right upstairs from us. Lulu is very surprised. She looks at Jang Yi and asks, you like that man? Everyone likes good things. Lulu's face turned pale. She knew that Jang Yi was a bit of a romantic. Every time a new husband appeared in the entertainment industry, Jang Yi would talk to her for a long time. But that man, of course, it wasn't about that aspect. She knew she was quite good at that. Xiao is Xiao Wu's father. Although she and he didn't have a proper relationship, only a one-night stand. But instinctively, she didn't want Jang Yi and Xiao to be together. This kind of selfish feeling was really strange. Jang Yi is her best friend. If she really got together with Xiao, how could she face that? Seeing Lulu's pale face, Jang Yi chuckled. Lulu, tell me honestly, do you like Xiao? As long as you admit you like him, I won't compete with you. No, it's not like that. Lulu looked distracted. She gazed at Jang Yi, who was joking, and sighed deeply. Do you think Xiao Wu and Xiao, the man we met, look somewhat alike in their eyes and expressions? Jang Yi's hair raised in confusion. Xiao was wearing a mask, so she hadn't really noticed whether Xiao and Xiao Wu looked alike. Why did Lulu suddenly say that? Lulu, are you saying the man named Xiao we met is Xiao Wu's father? Lulu nodded. Jang Yi was her best friend. She wanted to clarify early to prevent Yi from really developing feelings for Xiao later. She couldn't face that situation. She didn't want any gap to form between her and Jang Yi because of a man. Jang Yi grinned mischievously. That guy, was wearing a mask. How can you tell he looks like Xiao Wu? If you like him, just tell me directly. We're good friends. As long as you like a man, just say the word. I would knock him out and bring him to you. Lulu felt a bit anxious and explained. I'm serious. That man really is Xiao Wu's father. Remember? I told you that night. The man I was with had a small brownish-red birthmark behind his ear. Jang Yi recalled the scene at that time, only focusing on admiring the man's unique aura, completely unaware of whether he had a birthmark behind his ear. Do you want to tell Xiao to recognize Xiao Wu? No, please keep this a secret for me, Lulu said nervously. The man looked very handsome, but that wasn't a reason for her to ask him to meet Xiao Wu. She wouldn't allow a man who only provided a tadpole to take away her most precious little one. Okay, Jang Yi nodded, agreeing to keep the secret. Lulu and Jang Yi looked out the window at the scenery for a while, then each went back to rest in the upstairs room. A soft yellow sunset dyed half the sky red. Lulu held Xiao Wu and stood in front of the large glass window of the apartment, enjoying the view. Jang Yi brought the freshly cooked dishes to the table. Dinner included foot-soaking chicken feet, egg and lean meat soup, and fried peanuts. The two sat at the dining table eating. On the big projector nearby, the latest official news was playing. Now, all entertainment shows in Hailan country had been cancelled and replaced with official news broadcasts. The remaining survivors watched the latest updates on their devices every day. Officially opening a new shopping station at Linwan Community in City A, survivors in Linwan and nearby areas can go there to exchange supplies. Useful items can be handed over to officials and used as currency to get daily necessities. Lulu and Jang Yi looked at each other after hearing the broadcast. Lulu, did I hear that right? A shopping station? After dinner, let's go shopping, Jang Yi said excitedly. Lulu nodded. They quickly finished dinner, took their ID cards needed for shopping, and headed to the large supermarket on the first floor of the original building in the center of Linwan community. Originally, the first floor had many convenience stores and restaurants. Now, the officials had connected all these shops. Where possible, they merged them. Where not, they kept them separate, selling goods. Jang Yi pushed the baby camping cart and Lu went with her to the official food section. They stood at the entrance of the supermarket and saw a shining sign hanging above. Linwan Community Shopping Station, Grain and Oil Area. Lu and Jang Yi entered together to buy supplies. At the supermarket entrance, there was a row of shopping baskets on the left and a checkout counter on the right. Next to the cashier, there is a sign that says, "Please bring your own shopping bag. If you need a bag, please purchase one in the store." Jang Yi chuckled and said, "Lu, luckily I was prepared. When I shopped at the Ace City shopping station before, I saw a sign like this. We don't need to buy a canvas bag anymore." "Yes, thanks to you, we saved some money," Lu replied. "Read the sign carefully. Stealing will result in 10 times the penalty, and you will be blacklisted by the official shopping center. Never allowed to shop there again," warned a strong man wearing a black t-shirt. Lu and Jang Yi heard the warning and looked up toward the sound. They saw a young man standing near the shelves behind the checkout counter. He had a firearm hanging at his waist and was restocking the shelves. "Understood. We are honest people who return lost items." Jang Yi smiled brightly at the strong man. Lu looked at her, feeling a bit infatuated, and quickly grabbed her arm to pull her inside the store. Hey, don't pull me. Let me look a little more." Lu shook his head helplessly. Back then, when she and Jang Yi were young and inexperienced, they often daydreamed. They would see a handsome top student in their class or a popular new male star and talk about them endlessly, full of admiration. Many years later, Jang Yi still hadn't changed. She still held hope for love and men.
But she had changed.
After experiencing life's hardships, she no longer judged men just by their looks. That man, Ma Weizhou, is such a scoundrel that calling him a scoundrel is an insult to scoundrels. Men shouldn't be trusted too easily. There are too many bad guys now. Don't worry. Maybe I'm the one who's bad. Haha, I'm the kind of person who moves through a crowd without leaving a trace. Look at that man just now, his chest muscles, his thighs. Top quality. I'm just looking. It costs nothing, so why not? Jang Yi said this, then took her shopping basket, exchanged a few words with Lu, and went to the shelf near the strong man to pick out some items. Lu watched her flirt with the strong man and sighed. The world is really going downhill. People's hearts are not what they used to be. When Jang Yi was young, she only dared to imagine and talk about these things in her mind, enjoying the visual thrill. As the end of the world approached, Yi started to loosen up and took the initiative to talk to a man. Looking at the strong man who appeared serious, and then at Jang Yi, who was full of enthusiasm with bright eyes, it seemed as if she wanted to swallow that handsome man whole and eat him on the spot. Lu considered Jang Yi her friend, but she didn't want to interfere too much in her feelings. Everyone must go through their own love journey. When she was with Ma Weizhou, Jang Yi had warned her, but she didn't listen. Not everyone is like Ma Weizhou, cheating, scheming, and causing trouble. Hopefully, Yi will meet a good man. Lu stopped paying attention to Jang Yi teasing the handsome man. She pushed her baby stroller to the vegetable section to shop. Looking around, in the large vegetable area, only one type of potato was for sale. It seemed the shortage of supplies was much worse than she thought. In just half a month, vegetables were no longer available. Potatoes could be considered vegetables, I guess. Lu saw the price tag on the potatoes, 250 yuan per jean. Before the end of the world, it was about 2 yuan 50 per jean. Now, the price had increased 10 times. This was a decision made by the authorities to prevent survivors from gathering and causing trouble. From what she knew, later on, when natural disaster struck and it was no longer suitable to grow vegetables, a single potato could cost 2,500 yuan, and there would be no market for it. By then, society would be in chaos, money would become worthless paper, and only official points, used as the new currency, would be accepted for trade. She still had over 100 million yuan left unspent, so she decided to buy as much as she could. Lulu saw the limit on the potato sign, 7 jin per person. It was probably a weekly limit of 1 jin. She took 7 jin of potatoes and put them in her shopping basket. Next, she headed to the meat section. In the meat area, she didn't see any fresh meat, only frozen meat in the refrigerated cabinets. These meats looked like real meat, but in fact, they contained very little actual meat, mostly processed, less fresh, high-tech food made from synthetic ingredients. She picked up a bag and saw ingredients like flavoring, coloring, preservatives, and sweeteners listed on the label, and she frowned. Eating too much of this stuff over time could lead to cancer. She definitely wouldn't eat it. However, it is necessary to buy these items so they can be exchanged with others for the supplies she needs. Lulu saw that these instant meatballs were limited to 3 jin per person. She took 3 bags, each exactly 1 jin, costing 500 yuan per bag. Next, she followed the order of the shelves and bought all the supplies she could find. When she and Jang Yi went to the checkout counter with 5 large baskets, the cashier saw how much they had and looked upset. Didn't you see the warning? Each person can only buy supplies for 1 week. No extra, Lulu explained. Miss, I want to buy within the limit shown for food, and I haven't gone over. Seeing that Lulu looked pale and was pushing a stroller, the cashier's expression softened a little. These items you took are within the maximum limit, but you chose too many categories, far more than one person's weekly limit. I think you just had a baby. If so, give me your baby's birth certificate ID number. The extra portion will be considered as your child's supplies. Lulu didn't expect this to work, so she took out her phone, found the electronic birth certificate, and gave the cashier her child's ID number. After verifying, the cashier processed her payment. Just this once. Next time, you can't do this again. I know it's hard after having a baby. When you come next time, check the baby's weekly share in the baby product section. Lulu nodded repeatedly. Thank you, miss. Next customer. Jang Yi pushed her shopping basket forward. The cashier's face turned even greener. You can't do that. You took 3 people's weekly shares. I have an ID. My family has many members. The cashier asked Jang Yi to provide her ID number. She operated the computer for a while, then her face turned pale. Your family has many members? You only have yourself as a direct relative.
No.
Return the extra items. Jang Yi was embarrassed. She didn't expect the official cashier system to be so advanced that it could check her family size. Miss, you're kind and good-hearted. Please give me some leniency. Look, there are only a few of us in this supermarket. Please help me out. I promise I won't say anything. The cashier firmly shook her head. No, you must put back the extra items. I have surveillance here. If you don't return them, you can't buy official supplies. Miss, please help me. I'll give you a 10,000 yuan red envelope. When the cashier heard 10,000 yuan red envelope, she immediately became angry. What do you think I am? I'm also an official staff member. How can you insult me like this? Are you testing me or setting a trap? Accepting bribes and bypassing rules won't work here. I must follow the regulations. 1 person, 1 ID. Can buy supplies for a week. Jang Yi saw the brave and confident cashier get angry and was a bit scared. Oh, she thought she could take advantage of the crowd to stock up more supplies. But it seems this plan won't work. Official staff are truly honest and fair, strict and impartial. Earlier, Lulu took an extra item because Xiao Wu was present and showed his ID to verify. Jang Yi, feeling disappointed, carried her shopping basket and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. No need to return it. Give her my quota. Hearing the voice, Jang Yi felt a warm feeling in her heart. She turned her head and looked at the strong man who had just been helping with the supplies. He had appeared behind her without her noticing. The cashier saw the strong man and her face changed slightly. Are you sure you want to give her your quota? Yes. She took 2 more items. I'll count it as my quota. I'm an official staff member and have the right to buy double supplies. That way, she doesn't need to return anything. The cashier's voice was low. Show your ID. The strong man took out his ID and scanned it for verification. Jang Yi felt a bit shy and refused politely. No need. I'll only take 1. I'll return the rest. She then took the ID from the cashier's hand and looked at the information on it. Name: Yan Feiyu, ID number 42. Home address: City A. Big Brother Yen, thank you for your kindness. I'm just a weak girl, and I can't finish 3 sets of supplies. Keep your ID. Jang Yi looked happy and handed Yan Feiyu's ID to him. Yan Feiyu, surprised, took the ID and said, which building do you live in? I'll come to see you. I live in building 5. 2 people were talking from far away, and it seemed like they could smell a hint of flirtation in the air. Lulu was standing next to the supermarket, waiting for them to finish shopping. Yan Feiyu took the supplies willingly and helped put them into the off-road vehicle at the store entrance. Lulu saw them both smiling happily, so she suggested they go to the nearby household goods store to look around. Go ahead, Jang Yi cheerfully agreed. Lulu took Xiao Wu and went to explore other places. This way, she had a chance to be alone with Brother Yen. Lulu watched as they drove away. She pushed the camping car to the neighboring household goods store. The authorities limit the purchase of food supplies to once a week, and only the person present can buy. Using someone else's ID is not allowed. Since many survivors' relatives have already passed away, if everyone did this, it would cause unfair distribution of supplies. However, the authorities are less strict about household items. Almost all items can be bought, but each person is limited to 1 piece. To buy again, you need to show the damaged item you previously purchased as proof before buying a replacement. Lulu pushed Xiao into the store. The household goods section was very large, about 3 times the size of the food supplies area next door. Lulu glanced at the cashier, who was also a short-haired young woman. Next to her stood a strong-looking man of the same style, with a weapon hanging at his waist. Wow. Just as Lulu was about to browse, she suddenly heard Xiao Wu calling. She opened the mosquito net curtain hanging from the camping car to check on Xiao Wu. She saw Xiao Wu's finger, looking hungry. Lulu pushed the camping car to the store's temporary rest area. She reached into her backpack, hanging on the camping car, and took out a bottle of warm milk. This milk was actually kept at a constant temperature using the backpack space, taken out from her storage. Lulu sat on the sofa in the rest area, took out a nursing cloth, and fed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu happily chewed on his little mouth, eating very contentedly. While Xiao was drinking, Lulu looked around at the household goods in the area. Although she had many supplies in her space, who would complain about having too much? After scanning around, she noticed many small items she had overlooked and not stocked up on. Anyway, she still had over 100 million. Even if prices rose 10 times, she could still take advantage of the official discounts before the money became worthless. Later, to buy these items, she would need to exchange points. Lulu finished browsing and decided to buy one of each item. Once she finished shopping, she could call Jang Yi to come and pick up the goods. She gently placed the little one, who had finished drinking milk, back into the camper, then pushed the camper to the checkout area and grabbed a small shopping cart. Holding one hand on the cart, she moved along the shelves collecting supplies. She picked microwave-safe white porcelain bowls, stainless steel bowls and chopsticks, rice cookers, induction stoves, fans, juicers, ice makers, pots and pans, fly swatters, and mosquito nets. She started from the end of a shelf and gathered items outward. Soon one shopping basket was full. Lulu swapped it for an empty cart and moved back and forth between the shelves. She was completely immersed in shopping. Unknowingly, she suddenly noticed a figure beside her. She looked up and saw a familiar-looking back, instinctively glancing behind his left ear. After gazing at Xiao Zhu's tall back for a few seconds, she withdrew her gaze and continued shopping. There was nothing special, just her son's nominal father. They probably wouldn't have any interaction. Lulu looked at the shelves, carefully choosing items, trying to stay calm and convince herself to stay composed. However, a strange sense of unease arose, and she could feel Xiao Zhu approaching her. What a coincidence, you're also here shopping. Lulu looked up and made eye contact with him. Xiao Zhu's features, especially his eyes, resembled Xiao Wu almost exactly. The feeling was really uncanny. Especially this time. He wasn't wearing a mask. The shape of his lips and jawline, combined with his aura, was almost identical to Xiao Wu. Lulu almost blurted out the word son. Yes. What a coincidence, she replied perfunctorily, reaching for a food storage box on the shelf and placing it in her cart. Thanks for guiding us last time, she said. It's nothing. No need to thank me, Lulu replied stiffly. She finished placing the food in the fresh-keeping box, remembered the position of this shelf, and pushed her shopping cart and stroller toward the checkout counter. Xiao Ju watched her back, frowning. Lulu's injuries had just healed, and her walking posture was a bit strange because of the cart. Xiao Jiu could tell she had been hurt. So, he stepped forward, took the shopping cart from her, and helped push it to the checkout. Lulu said to him, "Thank you." At this moment, her eyes were empty, and she just wanted to leave quickly. "You're welcome. You helped me earlier too." Their brief conversation was very polite. Lulu hadn't finished shopping, but she didn't plan to continue. She hurried to the checkout to pay, and the cashier asked if she wanted to add packing fees. Now, with shortages of supplies, a cardboard box costs 100 yuan. It's really more greedy than stealing. Lulu nodded and spent 500 yuan to buy 5 large boxes. After a while, the cashier packed everything and set it aside. Lulu sat in the rest area on the right side of the store, sent a message to Jang Yi, asking her to come with her car to help carry the supplies. After sending the message, she waited a few minutes, but Jang Yi didn't reply. Lulu frowned. She didn't call her at this time either. Jang Yi had a serious phone addiction. Usually, when jogging in her apartment, she kept her phone on the treadmill to buzz with notifications. It was impossible she didn't see her message. Most likely, she was deep in conversation with the handsome man she had just met. Lulu thought for a moment and decided to let Xiao Wu rest for a while before calling again. Xiao Jiu chose 2 boxes of supplies to pay for. When he was about to leave, he saw Lulu sitting in the rest area. "Are you waiting for your friend?" Lulu was scrolling through her notifications, looking at the latest messages. When she heard Xiao Jiu's cold voice, she froze and looked up at him. Their eyes met, and her heart suddenly started pounding faster. Lulu desperately tried to keep her heart from racing so uncontrollably, but it kept pounding loudly. She opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse, and, after saying that, she coughed lightly, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Should I take you home?" Lulu immediately refused without thinking. "No need. Your friend, when I went upstairs, seemed a bit busy. Since the temperature is high now and there is no air conditioning here, it might get too hot for your baby later." Lulu's face changed when she heard this. This supermarket for daily supplies doesn't have air conditioning. There is only a standing fan at the checkout counter. She didn't want Xiao Wu to get too hot. Lulu looked at the baby stroller's canopy and silently nodded. Seeing her agree, Xiao Jiu took her to the outdoor parking area at the entrance. He also drove a black SUV. When he opened the door, Xiao Jiu turned on the air conditioning, carefully lifted the stroller, and placed it in the back seat. Lulu sat nervously in the back seat, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu didn't seem to notice her discomfort. He returned to the supermarket, moved the 5 large boxes she bought, and placed them in the trunk. After putting away her things, there was no more space in the trunk, so he put his own supplies on the front passenger seat. Xiao Jiu started the car and drove with Lulu to Building 5. Building 5 is very close to the supermarket, just a quick drive, and they arrived in no time. Driving makes it easier to carry supplies. The boxes filled with supplies were quite heavy. Carrying them on foot back and forth would take at least 10 minutes. Xiao Jiu parked the car in the outdoor parking lot under Building 5. He opened the door and took down the baby stroller. Lulu got out, held the stroller's handle, and softly said, "Thank you, you're welcome. You go upstairs first. I'll deliver your supplies to your door." Lulu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She pushed the stroller and took the elevator upstairs. The apartment building's roof has many top-quality solar panel batteries to supply electricity for the entire building. Such treatment was unavailable in her previous life. In her past small room, electricity was metered, with each room having its own meter and card. Without an electricity card, there was no power. Now, in this apartment, electricity is unlimited. As long as they pay points on time each month, they can use it freely. Besides her, most residents are official personnel who took the lead in moving in. It seems Xiao Zhou also lives here as an official personnel. Lulu silently guessed and let out a long sigh. Xiao Wu's father is not a cruel or evil person. He is an official, looks good, and is quite kind. Having such a biological father is quite lucky for Xiao Wu. The elevator ding sounded. Lulu put away her thoughts, pushed the baby stroller, used her bracelet to open the door, and entered the apartment. Looking around, no one was inside. Lulu guessed that Jang Yi probably took Yanfeiyu to her neighbor's apartment. She lowered the top of the stroller, saw Xiao Wu sleeping peacefully, and smiled softly. She gently pushed the stroller to the sofa. Then she went to the first-floor study, which was used as a storage room, and found some instant food, putting them into a red plastic bag. Lulu carried the bag to the door. She paused for a few seconds and just saw Zhou carrying the supplies she bought upstairs. Xiao Zhu saw her standing at the door, but didn't go inside. Instead, he placed a cardboard box next to the door and then moved another one. Lulu waited until he finished placing the last box, then handed him the plastic bag. "This is a thank you gift for you." Xiao Zhu glanced at the contents of the plastic bag, vaguely seeing what was inside. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. So many supplies, quite valuable. Does this girl know how important these supplies are in today's post-apocalyptic world? "No need, I'll just take a cup of instant noodles," Xiao Zhu said, took out an instant noodle cup and turned to leave. Lulu watched his back, opening her mouth but not saying anything. Just as Xiao Zhu entered the elevator, the door to the opposite apartment opened. Jang Yi happily sent Yanfeiyu out. As they stepped out, they saw Lulu standing at the door. Jang Yi was very surprised to see the boxes at the door. She first waved goodbye to Yanfeiyu, then walked over to Lulu. "Lulu, how did you carry all these things back?" "With Xiao Zhu's help." "Xiao Zhu?" Jang Yi looked at her with a meaningful smile. She watched Yanfeiyu enter the elevator and eagerly asked Lulu about the situation. "So, you met by chance?" Lulu rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit tired. "Yeah." Jang Yi saw that her face looked pale and didn't ask further. "Lulu, you've been shopping for a long time. Go upstairs and rest first. I'll bring the supplies back." "Okay." Lulu nodded. She picked up the baby in the stroller and took him to the master bedroom upstairs to rest together. Jang Yi went to the door to move a cardboard box. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhou carried his own belongings upstairs, feeling that the girl he met today seemed familiar somewhere. He tried to remember the 10 years of his past life. 10 years can feel both short and long. In his previous life, he met many people but few women. Xiao Zhou silently pressed the elevator button and went upstairs. When he entered his room, he thought carefully about the name Lulu and the woman with the child. Lulu. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Xiao Zhou's mind. This name was exactly the same as the girl he had a fleeting romance with that night. He finally remembered. This was a name he didn't want to think about. Because after the apocalypse broke out, he heard from a companion that the girl he had a brief affair with that night had found someone. Xiao Zhou couldn't remember exactly how he felt at that time. He didn't go to see her himself but asked Zhou Yining from logistics to find out. Zhou Yining told him that the girl he was looking for had a fiancé and they had a child. At that time, he learned that the girl from that night was with another man and had a child. He suddenly couldn't quite feel what he was feeling. He just asked Zhou Yining to help her out a bit, to give her some easy work so she wouldn't struggle to survive in the base. Later, he heard that the girl had gone missing. After that, he felt inexplicably lonely and lost. 9 years passed in a flash. When the disaster struck 9 years later, he died in it. He didn't know why, but he was suddenly back before the apocalypse. No wonder he always felt that this girl seemed familiar, and her name sounded familiar too. It was her. This child looked almost exactly like him when he was a kid. Was she really the daughter of Lulu and another man? Based on the timing, it is likely that this child was conceived during last year's accident.
It has been about 8 months since then.
The child is probably his. Xiao Jiu put down the supply box and went to wash up in the apartment bathroom. He turned on the cold shower, took off his clothes, and stood under the spray, lost in thought. After a long while, he put on a bathrobe, left the bathroom, and sat on the sofa, staring blankly. A few minutes later, he changed into different clothes and left the apartment door, heading to Lu Liolio's apartment. Xiao Jiu knocked on the door. Jang Yi, who was in the kitchen arranging supplies, heard the sound and looked through the peephole to see Xiao Jiu. She warmly welcomed him inside. Xiao Jiu looked around at the decorations, which looked very similar to his own apartment. This was different from what he knew from his past life. In that life, Zhou Yining said she shared a rental with 5 other people. What changed everything? Jang Yi carried a cup of freshly brewed coffee and placed it on the table. This is high-quality imported coffee beans. Try it. Xiao Jiu politely took the coffee and took a sip. The bitter taste mixed with the aroma of milk and the sweetness of sugar. It was a latte. The coffee was rich and good. The coffee is very good, Xiao Jiu said. Jang Yi blushed happily at the compliment. She felt excited but restrained herself from acting overly infatuated. She didn't want to embarrass Lulu. After all, he was Xiao Wu's biological father, and she wanted to treat him well. Miss Jiang, I haven't seen your friend Miss Lu and her child. Where are they? Xiao Jiu asked. Lulu and the baby are resting upstairs. Jang Yi replied with a smile. Since we're neighbors now, you don't have to call me Miss Jiang or Miss Lu anymore. Just call me Yi. From now on. Just call her Lulu, Xiao Jiu said, looking at Jang Yi's meaningful smile. He felt confused. Liolio's friend was very outgoing and friendly, not very cautious around outsiders, and let him into the apartment easily. Unlike Lulu, who was always careful and guarded. She didn't invite him in when she was helping with the move. He could tell she was cautious, so he left his things at the door. They had very different personalities.
Okay, Yi, Xiao Yu replied.
Jiang Yi responded warmly, that's right. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Jiu asked, I didn't see Miss Lulu's husband. Husband? Lulu doesn't have a husband. Xiao Jiu felt strangely relieved. And her child, Xiao Jiu continued to ask cautiously. Jiang Yi looked at Xiao Jiu's confident face and really wanted to tell him the truth. But Lulu had repeatedly warned her not to tell Xiao Jiu. Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. I'm not sure either. Xiao Jiu felt a bit disappointed. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from upstairs. Wah wah wah. Jang Yi immediately stood up. You sit for a while, I'll go see the baby. Xiao Jiu nodded and watched Jang Yi go upstairs. Lulu, hearing the small voice, opened her eyes. Before she could get up, she saw Jang Yi walking in with a bottle of milk. Lulu, you rest a bit more. I'll feed the baby. Lulu, half asleep, nodded and continued to rest. Jang Yi picked up Xiao Wu, smiled softly, and then carried him downstairs to feed him. Xiao Jiu saw Jang Yi carrying the baby down and felt a strange tightness in his chest. His eyes unconsciously followed Xiao Wu's figure. Jang Yi sat across from Xiao Jiu, holding the baby. She put the into Xiao Wu's mouth. Throughout, Xiao Wu didn't cry or fuss. He only made a few sounds at first, but after hearing the familiar voice, he stayed quiet. Xiao Wu suckled peacefully. Xiao Jiu looked at Xiao Wu's profile, trying hard to resist the urge to go closer and look. Jang Yi seemed unaware of Xiao Jiu's intense gaze. She patiently finished feeding Xiao Wu, then looked up at Xiao Jiu. Do you want to hold him? Xiao Jiu nodded. Jang Yi carefully transferred Xiao Wu into Xiao Jiu's arms. Isn't the little baby adorable? Jang Yi watched Xiao Jiu's expression, hoping to see something from his face. But although Xiao Jiu was very excited inside, his face remained as expressionless as a block of wood, showing no emotion. Jang Yi felt a little disappointed. Xiao Jiu awkwardly held the baby, gazing at Xiao Wu's small face, his heart already filled with turbulent waves. This is definitely his child, no mistake. This child looks almost exactly like him when he was a kid. Xiao Jiu remembered there was a doctor at the base, so while Jang Yi was getting up to make coffee, He quickly looked at Xiao Wu's dark hair, pulled out a few strands, and put them in his pocket. Xiao Wu felt a sudden pain in his head and frowned. He thought the pain lasted only a second, then heard Jang Yi talking, so he relaxed his brow and continued to sleep peacefully. Jang Yi placed the prepared coffee on the coffee table. She looked at Xiao Jiu for a while, thinking that his obvious hints should have made him realize something. Brother Jiu, Xiao Wu has fallen asleep. Carry him to his bed. Xiao Jiu lowered his head, reluctant to let go. After a few seconds of thinking, he still handed the child over to Jang Yi. When Jang Yi went downstairs, she found Xiao Jiu was gone. The coffee in the cup had been finished. Just as she was wondering about this, her phone in her pocket vibrated. The coffee was very good, thank you. Since you're busy, I won't bother you. I'll visit again next time. Jang Yi replied with an okay emoji on WeChat. Next time you come, please let me know in advance. Wait until Lu wakes up before you visit. It's more fun when everyone is together, Xiao Jiu responded with a smiling emoji, ending their chat. He put down his phone and took out a few short hairs from Xiao Wu's head that he had pulled earlier. His deep eyes darkened. The best way to prove Xiao Wu was his child was through DNA testing. Xiao Jiu sealed Xiao Wu's hair in a clear bag, then pulled out a few hairs from his own head and put them in another bag. Holding the 2 bags of hair, he drove to Lin Wan's small villa area in the middle of the day, ignoring the hot weather. In the villa area, where Lu used to live, one villa had been turned into a special hospital. This villa was dedicated to top technology experts and officials who made great contributions to Hailong country. The medical equipment inside was very complete. Xiao Jiu eagerly took the hair samples and found a military doctor he had served with before, asking him to help with DNA testing. Brother Jiu, I'll take care of this. Lin Fei, how soon can we get the results? Others might need 7 days, but I only need 3. Xiao Jiu still felt that time was moving too slowly. He desperately wanted to see the results immediately. Lin Fei is one of the top doctors in City A. 3 days, maybe even the limit. 10 years had already passed. Just these 3 days he could wait. If this child really is his son, then in this life, he will no longer be alone. In his past life, his biggest regret before dying was feeling lonely. He worked hard for the government, helping survivors withstand natural disasters. But one day, 10 years later, something suddenly happened that made all his efforts seem like a joke. If that day was destined to come again. During these 10 years, what he wanted most was to live happily with his family. Even if it was only for 10 years. Maybe in this life, if he works harder, he can maybe defeat the unbeatable opponent that will appear after 10 years? Tell me the results as soon as they come out. Brother Jiu, don't worry. As soon as the results are in, I'll send you a message. Xiao Jiu nodded and said goodbye to Lin Fei. He returned to his apartment, sweating profusely. His recent shower was a waste. He looked at the time, 10:30 p.m. He could only go to the bathroom for a cold shower to calm down. Then he went to bed step by step to rest. He lay on the bed and only fell asleep after a long time. Below his apartment, Lu had just woken up. The first thing she did was check on the baby. The second was to milk.
The third was to feed the baby.
The fourth was to go downstairs and eat the delicious late-night snack prepared by Jang Yi. Lu had slept for several hours, regained her energy, but now she couldn't sleep anymore. Jang Yi was a night owl. She and Lu sat together, eating tasty fried chicken fillets, drinking 100% fruit juice, and watching official live streams on TikTok. They watched for a while, but didn't find any new news. It was still about the official shopping station promotion. There was nothing special from the officials. Instead, other users on TikTok kept posting various short videos, constantly climbing the recent TikTok trending charts. Brothers, I'm on my way to the shopping station but got trapped by zombies. Is there anyone who can come save me? I'm the owner of the Fengyan Club in City A. If someone can take me to the City A shelter, I'll give them a small reward as a thank you. Lu watched Jang Yi refresh TikTok videos, which kept coming with all kinds of content. All of them were about how people were surviving after the end of the world. Some people had stocked up on supplies early and posted videos showing off that their homes had enough food for a year. Others happened to live near official shelters and shopping stations. These people posted videos thanking the authorities, but secretly they were showing off that they were doing well. Another group of people formed teams to go to the official shopping stations. They even competed with zombies on the street. Who is faster, zombies or cars? The worst are those trapped by zombies with no food to eat. They could only send videos asking for help from the authorities and leave messages on the live broadcast platform. The authorities saw the messages and responded officially. Please be patient. We will send help based on the situation. Lulu, I am so lucky to have such a good friend like you. Otherwise, I would have turned into a zombie by now. Jang Yi was very grateful. Lulu smiled and said, we used to wear the same dress, so what does this matter? By the way, tomorrow you should buy some daily necessities. We still have over 100 million left. Daily necessities are limited to 1 item per person, but there's no limit on the type. No problem. Let's go together tomorrow. Lulu and Jang Yi talked for a while, then went upstairs to rest. Lying on the bed, Lulu couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She took out her phone and opened the surveillance footage from the Jinshin villa in City A. As she watched, she saw Ma Weizhou and Zhang Lang, the team leader, arguing with a group of people. Lulu put on her headphones and turned up the volume to listen. This broken villa has nothing. You caused us heavy losses, and now you have the nerve to ask to stay inside?
Haha.
Ma Weizhou was angry but couldn't speak out loud because of the sarcasm from Zhang Lang and their group. They had weapons that could be considered dangerous, so it was impossible not to be afraid. With 1 shot, he could be gone. Brother Lang, since I led the way, please let me stay inside. Look at this weather, it's too hot. Sleeping outside at night, I'll get heatstroke.
And
there are so many mosquitoes. Zhang Lang listened to Ma Weizhou's pleading, but his heart was completely unaffected. If Ma Weizhou were to change his gender, perhaps he would consider opening his legs and moving to a room with air conditioning.
Stop talking nonsense.
If it weren't for you leading the way, we would have taken down this villa long ago because of its proximity to the shopping station, one of Zhang Lang's subordinates said with dissatisfaction. Zhang Lang glanced at the other followers watching nearby. Look carefully. I won't mistreat those who contribute to our team, but he has used up most of our ammunition, which is a serious mistake. Most of the followers were easily influenced and eager to show strength. They hoped Zhang Lang could help them survive. They all agreed with Zhang Lang's decision. They had no reason not to agree. Ma Weizhou saw how those people flattered Zhang Lang and had no way to change the situation. He could only accept his fate and spend the night in the corridor. Zhang Lang and the other survivors went into a room to enjoy the air conditioning. Lulu set up a large, high-definition camera to clearly record Ma Weizhou's current state. In Lulu's memory, Ma Weizhou used to be a gentle, kind young man, like a warm spring breeze that touched people's hearts. Girls who saw him couldn't help but feel good about him. But all of this was just a fake image he created in front of others. In reality, he was a hypocrite and a cunning, treacherous person. She still remembered how Ma Weizhou had built a kind and helpful persona in front of her. Because of this, he thought he was her destined true love. At that time, she was young and naive, easily falling into his carefully crafted persona. Kind-hearted? Helpful? Fortunately, her grandmother had taught her from a young age that girls must respect themselves, love themselves, and keep themselves pure. She was young and kept her grandmother's words in her heart, which prevented Ma Weizhou from succeeding. Was it because she was proud? Not letting him touch her. Was that why he betrayed her and went to find other women to vent his anger? He was clearly a complete scumbag. Unfaithful in love, scheming behind her back with Yun Shang shares. Didn't she also endure physical pain? Why didn't she betray him? It was just selfishness and being blinded by greed. Now, looking back at Ma Weizhou with a clear mind, that appearance is indeed quite good. Even after more than 10 days of disaster, you can still see that his handsome face carries an inexplicable charm. His black hair is greasy and tangled, shining with oil under the villa corridor lights. It seems he hasn't washed it for many days. I remember that Ma Weizhou used to be very clean. To maintain his cleanliness, she worked hard at the base and, with help from others, brought leftover water from the plantation to wash him. Back then, the water had to be bought with points. Lulu finds herself laughable. Every time she sees Ma Weizhou, she is reminded of her past. She tells herself to forget about love stories and stop dreaming. Lulu just looks at Ma Weizhou. As long as she looks at him, she constantly remembers the pain and forced encounters she experienced before. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the hot summer, mosquitoes fly around the yard at night. The villa yard is full of flowers, plants, and trees, which attract many mosquitoes. Especially in City A, mosquitoes are often controlled with insect-killing tools, so only the cleverest and most resistant ones survive. In less than 5 minutes, Ma Weizhou has 5 mosquito bites on his arm. Lulu watches him scratch his arms with a cold smile. These are not ordinary mosquitoes, but evolved ones from the disaster. A bite from one of these can cause swelling, and without anti-inflammatory medicine or insect repellent, the wound might get infected and pus. It won't heal in less than a week. Ma Weizhou doesn't realize this and thinks they are normal mosquitoes. However, half an hour later, the bites on his skin swell larger and larger, almost spreading across his arm. He is so itchy, he can't sleep. He walks to a water tap in the villa garden, hoping to rinse the itching away with tap water. All of this is doomed to be useless. While Lulu is happily watching, the villa door opens. A young girl with a bag sneaks out, peeking through the door. "Brother Zhou, these are for you." Hearing the voice, Ma Weizhou turns around and looks at the girl who often gives him shy smiles, and he smiles brightly. "Thank you, I owe you one." To this day, the girl still cannot tell the difference in form and is confused by Ma Weizhou's appearance. She shyly lowers her head. "Brother Zhou, Brother Lang is very strict. We all share one room, so it's really hard to let you in. Wait until morning. When Brother Lang is in a better mood, I'll try to talk to him for you. You're really a kind-hearted girl. Thank you so much for your help." The girl is one of Zhang Lang's brother's sisters and has some influence in the group. She places her bag in Ma Weizhou's hand and quietly closes the door. Ma Weizhou opens his backpack and sees a simple tent, some insect repellent, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a bottle of mineral water. These supplies arrived just in time. He quickly sets up the tent, goes inside to rest, and uses the insect repellent on bites to stop the itching. Inside the tent, it's hot and stuffy, but it's better than outside where mosquitoes are biting. Lulu watches the girl help him, clenches her teeth, and sighs helplessly. This girl looks very much like her younger self. It seems she can't see Ma Weizhou suffer any longer, at least for now. But those mosquito bites. Haha, tomorrow there will be more interesting scenes. Watching him fall deeper into trouble is more satisfying than killing him. Lulu feels happy. After turning off the surveillance, she takes out her pump, empties her milk, and goes to sleep. She sleeps very well this night. Maybe because she saw someone she hates suffer, she feels much happier. At 7:30 in the morning, Lulu gets up to wash and go downstairs. As soon as she steps down, she sees Jang Yi's nutritious breakfast. A piece of grilled steak, 2 fried eggs, a warm glass of milk, a plate of fruit salad, and 2 steamed sweet potatoes. Seeing the breakfast, Lulu expresses her gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. I often make healthy meals. These are easy to prepare. Try these. They are high in protein and nutrients, easy to absorb. The steak is Australian beef I bought last time. It's from natural pastures, top quality ingredients. Lulu nods and sits at the table to eat breakfast. From her view, the colors are very well matched. She doesn't pick up the knife and fork beside her, but instead uses the stainless steel chopsticks to eat. Jang Yi, having stayed abroad for a long time, is skilled at using a knife and fork to cut the steak. She saw that Lulu was very late, and cutting the steak into small pieces was quite difficult, so she cut the steak into small chunks and pushed them in front of her. Eat this. Lulu felt warm inside, and picked up a small piece of steak with chopsticks to taste. The steak was cooked very well, about medium rare, tender and smooth. Your cooking skills are really good. Jang Yi shyly scratched her head with a fork and said, "I'm glad you like it." While they were eating, they continued to watch the official live broadcast on the projector. This time, the official announced new news. According to the rescue team, survivors will be assigned to shelters based on proximity. At the same time, the government has introduced a currency and points exchange system. Starting from the 1st of next month, currency cannot be used directly to buy supplies. It can only be exchanged for points at a rate of 1:1000. Please complete the currency exchange before August 1st. Only the person and their own card can be used for the exchange. If a relative has passed away and it is confirmed that the relative is dead, the currency under the relative's name can be used for points exchange. Access to shelters is controlled by solar-powered wristbands. When exposed to ultraviolet light, the wristbands stay powered and store points. One wristband is worth 100 points. Each wristband has an ID and a unique code. Anyone who tries to steal a wristband will be permanently expelled from the shelter. Survivors without points will be provided with a wristband free of interest. They can exchange supplies for points or earn points through labor. Initially, survivors with nothing will be given a free wristband. Once they earn points, the wristband will automatically deduct half of the points to repay the cost of the wristband. Lu and Jang Yi just saw the news when they heard loud noises coming from downstairs in the apartment building. They put down their utensils, looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, and went downstairs to see. Looking from the window, at the main entrance of Linwan community, many large trucks were parked. The original security booth at the gate had been replaced with a checkpoint, guarded by a row of official personnel armed with real guns. Many survivors were getting off the trucks outside the gate. As soon as they stepped down, there was a lot of noise and commotion. Due to the distance and the thick soundproof glass, the noise was muffled, and only the lively commotion at the door could be heard. Lu went upstairs, took down a drone developed by Yinshang Technology, and controlled it to fly out of the apartment window, hovering outside the gate's portal to capture sounds and images. The small drone circled in the sky, unnoticed by the angry crowd below. Lu pressed a button, connecting the drone's footage to the projector. Suddenly, the noisy sounds at the door were projected onto the screen. Lu and Jang Yi sat on the sofa, watching the images on the projector. "We are taxpayers. Why can't we go in?" "Exactly. It's so hot today, and you're making us stand at the door. You officials should serve the people. My dad is Li Xian and I am Li Gang. How dare you treat me so dismissively? Be careful, I'll have my dad contact your leaders and see how you handle it." Wow, his dad is Li Xian? He's a famous rich man in City A, probably has a lot of money. Yeah. The official said money can be exchanged for points. If he's so rich, how many points can he get? "Brother Gang, from now on, you're like my real big brother. I want to follow you." After speaking, Li Gang was surrounded by a group of people eager to be his friends. Money equals points equals supplies. Making friends with such a rich person means never lacking supplies in the future. However, although Li Gang was arrogant and domineering, he wasn't completely foolish. He was used to dealing with sycophants and handled such scenes skillfully. "Don't worry, if you want to be my friend, add me on WeChat first, and we'll talk later." A group of people quickly scanned his QR code and added him on WeChat. Li Gang casually created a WeChat group, inviting these survivors to join and communicate. The noisy crowd at the door suddenly quieted down, all busy adding him as a friend on their phones. Official personnel remained expressionless, eyes straight ahead. They were trained to stay calm and emotionless, unaffected by the sudden situation. Everything was handled according to the rules. Li Gang's status helped him become the first to handle the check-in process. "ID card," said the staff at the window in a neutral, businesslike tone. Li Gang heard her tone and felt unhappy. He looked up, about to speak, but made eye contact with the young woman working there. Her fierce-looking eyes made him swallow his words. Li Gang shivered and handed over his ID card. "All your liquid assets amount to 200 million, converted into points. You can exchange for 20,000. Do you want to proceed?" Before coming here, Li Gang had heard about the exchange rate and had no objections. Now, with money you can't buy supplies, but here you can, so it's pretty good. "This is your personal bracelet. It automatically deducts 100 points, leaving you with 199,900 points. The official staff handed the bracelet to Li Gang. Li Gang took the bracelet and, following the staff's instructions, pulled his suitcase with one hand, used the bracelet to open the nearby iron door, and entered the main gate. After entering, he looked back at the group of people. "Brother Gang, wait for us." A crowd cheered behind him. Li Gang's initial step stopped. He was new here, and being among more people was better. He liked the feeling of being surrounded. Li Gang waited in the shade of a small guard booth. The crowd lined up, and under official management, they processed their procedures smoothly. The first group of people finished their paperwork and entered the community. Soon, the second group was transported to the gate. Lulu saw the noisy crowd on the projector and looked away. The official efforts to rescue survivors had sped up. In his past life, the official actions were not so quick. So this was actually a good thing. Before the disaster arrived a year later, fewer people died from the zombie outbreak. Lulu controlled a drone to fly back, placing the drone and remote control aside. Jang Yi switched to a live streaming platform. The official live streamer was an official staff member, constantly answering survivors' questions. "Are we safe with those people? Will we get infected with the zombie virus? I heard the virus has an incubation period. Official, please rest assured, after infection with a zombie virus, symptoms appear within 24 hours. All our rescued survivors are tested with virus test strips and physical exams. Only those confirmed not infected are taken to the safe zone. Survivors who are infected with the virus and do not turn into zombies within 24 hours have a chance to evolve into special ability users, gaining unique powers. Once again, we strongly advise against trying to infect yourself. Statistics show that only 5% of those infected awaken as ability users. That's uncertain. If a survivor slips through the base's defenses, everyone could be in trouble." Official. According to virus experts, the zombie virus enters a second stage, during which it spreads only through blood. Only if both parties have bleeding wounds and one carries the virus can the other become infected. So, I have a bold idea. What is it? Those ability users. What if I drink their blood? Could I awaken the same powers? The official live streamer frowned as he saw the comments. What kind of crazy idea is that? Drinking ability users' blood? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Ability users survive the virus and become stronger, but their viruses mutate even more. Without luck, drinking their blood could turn someone into a zombie immediately. Not recommended. Drinking ability users' blood will not turn you into an ability user, it will turn you into a zombie instead. Another male streamer received a message from staff through his earpiece. He turned on the screen behind him, took out a USB drive given by staff, and played an experimental video. In the video, scientists from the official team give blood from 2 ability users to test mice. The results show that within less than a minute, all the mice turned into zombie mice. They frantically scampered inside their cages. The survivors who just made these comments looked pale after seeing the experiment. Jang Yi got up, went to the laundry room, and placed the clean clothes into a neat basket. She carried the basket to the balcony's drying rack to hang the clothes. Lulu watched the live stream, listened to the hosts answer questions, and gradually fell asleep. Seeing Lulu asleep, Jang Yi adjusted the air conditioner to 26 degrees and covered her with a blanket. Then she got up and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch ingredients. Lulu woke up feeling her chest full of milk. She quickly went upstairs to the bedroom to relieve her discomfort. After a while, she came downstairs and had dinner with Jang Yi. It was now around 5:30 p.m. In summer, days are long and nights are short. It was still quite bright outside. It usually gets dark around 7:30 p.m. After dinner, Jang Yi and Lulu went downstairs together to buy daily supplies. Lulu sat in the back seat of the off-road vehicle, waiting inside the car. Jang Yi turned on the air conditioner without turning off the engine. She pulled a handbrake and took a cardboard box from the trunk to buy supplies at the shopping station. This time, Lulu chose to wait in the car, using the tinted windows to check on the situation outside with the other survivors. At this time, all vehicles belonging to survivors had been exchanged for points by the authorities. They had no fuel left for driving, so they handed their cars over to officials in exchange for some points. When Lulio's off-road vehicle stopped at the supermarket entrance, it attracted the attention of many survivors there. In just one afternoon, the entrance was bustling with people everywhere. The off-road vehicle was parked in a space at the outdoor parking lot, and the area in front of the parking lines was crowded with people trading supplies. Lulu had been recovering for over half a month, but her incisions still occasionally ached. The pain didn't require painkillers and was within a tolerable range. The car's air conditioning kept her comfortable, and she didn't feel hot. She adjusted her position, placed a pillow behind her back, leaned against the car, and stretched her legs out to relax her abdomen. Her gaze, through the tinted windows, observed the crowd at the stalls. Outside, vendors kept calling out. Next to her, several RVs and off-road vehicles were parked. After the end of the world, the wealthy people used their wealth to exchange for over 100,000 points, which allowed them to buy many goods. Lulu quietly observed for a while. She saw that the stalls were selling luxury items and daily necessities. In her previous life, these things were flashy but useless and very expensive. Now they were sold at very low prices. One packet of instant noodles or a bag of compressed biscuits could exchange for a luxury bag. There were also high-end skincare products like sets of lotion, essence, and eye cream. Most of these items were sold at half their original price. Lulu noticed that the sellers were calling out very cheap prices. She was curious, and at the same time, she received a message from Jang Yi on her phone. In just one night, the entire supermarket in the base had been completely renovated. Restrictions on purchases remained the same, but the prices were now listed in points. By scanning her wristband, the cost would be automatically deducted. A set of luxury skincare products in the supermarket only cost 0.5 points. A packet of compressed biscuits cost 1 point. High-calorie chocolates varied in price based on weight. Fresh vegetables like potatoes now cost twice as much, priced at 2 points per jean, half a kilogram. With the exchange rate of 1,000 yuan for 1 point, these prices were quite high. Lulu was feeling emotional when her wristband vibrated. She received a message from the authorities. Due to a shortage of workers in the base, there is an urgent need for agricultural and industrial talents. No work experience? Training will be provided. The age limit is 18 to 60 years old, and all professions are accepted. Wages include 3 meals a day, with 10 hours of work daily, earning 10 points per day, paid daily. Lulu saw a recruitment ad with a number of applicants listed below. You can click to register automatically, and her wristband will check if her age meets the requirements. The current recruitment target is 200 people, with 50 already signed up. In her previous life, 100,000 yuan was worth only 100 points. Now, working for a day with 3 meals included could earn her over 10 points, equivalent to about 10,000 yuan. Many people with little savings signed up eagerly. They would only get a few hundred points, live in official housing, cheapest 8-person rooms, costing 1 point per day for rent, totaling 30 points per month. They couldn't just sit around and do nothing. Moreover, all food supplies in the supermarket need to be purchased with points. For 3 meals a day, you need at least 3 points to barely fill your stomach. The water is still tap water. Mineral water is unthinkable. A bottle costs 0.5 points. Participating in the base's work, each month, 30 points are deducted for rent, about 1 point for water, leaving over 200 points saved. After half a year, she could buy a permanent 8-person bed. A permanent bed for 8 people costs 1,000 points. However, most people choose not to buy a permanent bed, but to rent instead. They don't know how zombies might develop in the future. They can only take one step at a time, working hard to earn points and exchange for more supplies. Although the base has a policy limiting purchases with ID cards, many wealthy and resourceful people are willing to pay a few points as a reward to those with permission to buy, so they can help gather supplies. People without enough points under pressure choose to do this. Especially families with many members, saving food to earn more points and secure a place to live. It really proves the saying, there are policies from above and countermeasures below. The authorities seem to ignore this phenomenon. The wealthy with points and the poor who trade are free to do so. Lulu has 100,000 points. She found an official online platform for currency and point exchange on her wristband and converted all her money into points. This exchange only works for virtual currency. Official paper money must be exchanged at the currency exchange point at the main entrance. After the exchange, her points increased to 220,000. If a disaster doesn't strike in a year, these points would be enough for her to enjoy a comfortable life in the base. But she knows that after the disaster, official supplies will be severely short. The instant noodles and potatoes, once considered expensive by some, will be impossible to buy when the time comes. Especially instant noodles, which have been discontinued. It's a situation of high prices but low availability. When the heavy rain arrives, the entire planet will face flooding. As for what will happen after the floods and cold weather, Lulu feels very anxious. However, her supplies in her space gave her enough confidence. Lulu glanced at the sleeping Xiao Wu, took the other car key given by Jang Yi, got out of the car, locked the door, and then chose supplies at a nearby stall. She now had many points, so the items at the stall were almost at bargain prices. However, gold jewelry was still very popular. The official wristband had a shopping mall where they bought gold. 1 gram of gold could exchange for 50 points. Lulu looked around at the items at the stall, mostly jewelry and luxury jade. These things, besides being pretty, had little use. Carrying them was heavy. She chose not to buy these items, even though they were cheap. She looked at several stalls, but didn't find anything interesting, until she saw a stall run by a very fierce-looking man, filled with tiny glowing zombie crystal cores. Lulu's eyes lit up immediately. After the zombies were eliminated, the official took over all the crystal cores. Ordinary people didn't know what these cores were for. Back then, she was very poor and each core was worth 100 points, which she couldn't afford. She approached the stall and asked, "How much for these crystal cores?" 110 each, the stall owner replied coldly. Lulu knew that the official's buying price was 100 points per core. Selling at 110 clearly meant the seller wanted to make more points. She looked at the cores, counted silently, and found there were exactly 20. Without hesitation, Lulu bought all of them. The stall owner, seeing her quick decision, handed her a plastic bag to hold the cores. She carried the bag back to her off-road vehicle. She looked around again and saw no other stalls selling cores. As for other items, she wasn't interested. She held 1 core in her hand and examined it, while the other 19 she stored in her space. The cores were very small, about the size of regular rice grains, and their surfaces sparkled like diamonds. Lulu couldn't see anything wrong and was about to put the core into her space. When her mental energy just connected to the space, she noticed that the white door on the first football field was trembling. At the same time, the crystal core she had just placed inside the space emitted a bright glow. Lulu suddenly felt a surge of good luck. She tried to send these 20 crystal cores to the glowing white door. In an instant, the crystal cores turned into 10 wisps of white mist, which were absorbed by the white door. Previously, she had tried many times to open this door, but it had never worked. Now it finally opened. Lulu's mental energy immediately entered the white door. As soon as she went in, she discovered a white jade pool behind the door. The pool was about 1 meter in diameter and round in shape. In the center of the pool, there was a single transparent water droplet resting on the surface. Lulu used her mental power to cover the water droplet, then found a water cup in the space and placed the droplet inside. Her intuition told her that this water droplet in the jade pool was special. She waited for a moment, but no second droplet appeared. The door's opening depended on the energy from zombie crystal cores. The jade pool was related to the crystal cores. So, she threw the remaining 10 crystal cores into the jade pool. Instantly, the crystals turned into wisps of white mist, which were absorbed by the jade pool. Soon after, 3 water droplets reappeared in the pool. There were 2 more than before. Lulu still placed these droplets into the same water cup as the first one. She waited a little longer, but the jade pool stopped producing water droplets. She withdrew her mental energy and took out the water cup with the droplets. Inside the transparent cup, there was now a single large water droplet, combined from 4 smaller ones. Lulu couldn't guess what this was for at first. Just as she was thinking about how to experiment, she heard a click from the off-road vehicle. It was Jang Yi returning. Lulu quickly retracted the water cup into the space. Jang Yi pressed the key, opened the trunk, and placed the newly purchased supplies inside. Then she climbed into the off-road vehicle, gasping for breath. "Oh my, it's so hot today. Just a little while, and I'm sweating all over," Jang Yi said, casually taking a bottle of mineral water from the small fridge in the vehicle and drinking it eagerly. After finishing more than half the bottle in one go, she finally calmed down. "Lulu, you don't know. The supermarket is full of people, and waiting in line to pay takes a long time. The authorities somehow saved so many survivors. The supermarket is almost bursting." Listening to Jang Yi complain, Lulu feels a bit worried. Are the supplies from the authorities really enough for so many of us to use daily? "Lulu, I need to go a few more times. There aren't many daily necessities left on the shelves, and maybe one day the authorities will start limiting purchases again." Jang Yi says this and opens the car door again, running to the supermarket across the street to buy supplies. Lulu watches her hurried figure through the car window, lost in thought. She looks away and sees Xiao Wu in the stroller wake up. She takes out some stored milk and feeds Xiao Wu. After finishing the milk, Xiao Wu falls asleep again. Xiao Wu usually sleeps about 3 hours each time. Lulu plans her timing carefully. When she feels a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, she opens the car door and gets out. The crystal cores are useful for upgrading her space. She must find ways to get more crystal cores. The authorities are buying up crystal cores in large quantities, creating a monopoly. At this early stage, she can still get some from the new survivors. But once the zombies are wiped out by the authorities after a year, she won't have any way to upgrade her space. Lulu walks around the stalls on the southeast and northwest sides of the supermarket. She quickly scans the items, only glancing briefly at things other than crystal cores. Finally, she completes a circle around all the stalls and collects 100 crystal cores. Most of these cores come from scattered stalls. Some survivors found crystal cores, didn't know what they were for, and dug them out of zombie brains to sell at stalls. The prices are about 10 points higher than what the authorities charge. Lulu doesn't care about these prices. Right now, she's competing with the authorities for crystal cores. She has many points and supplies. Even if she spends all her points now to buy crystal cores, it's worth it. Her space is her biggest protection. Lulu holds the 100 crystal cores and walks quickly toward the off-road vehicle. Just a few steps away, suddenly, she notices a familiar face appear in front of her. Ting smiled like a flower, her voice still sweet and charming, making people feel goosebumps. Lulu saw her former enemy and secretly sneered. After so many days, she had seen Ma Weizhou being tortured and had learned to control her anger, so it wouldn't show on her face. When she saw Ting, she hated her very much, but she still kept her usual gentle smile. "Yes, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Being alive is good, because suffering slowly is more satisfying than dying. Lulu, you left the hospital without saying a word. I've been worried about you these days. I tried calling and texting you, but I couldn't reach you." Lulu sneered inwardly. Worried about her? Would she really be worried enough to secretly fight her friend's fiancé at a hotel while her friend was in the hospital giving birth? Really worried? Who was it that caused her to get drunk and have an affair with a stranger? Compared to Ma Weizhou, Ting's hypocrisy is even worse. Don't you know? I sent Ma Weizhou a video of you and another man in a hotel. That video worked. In the past, these two scoundrels were together at the shelter. Now only Ting is left, so they must have broken up. Can't reach him? Lulu pretended to be surprised. Ting smoothly changed the subject, as if she didn't care why her calls and messages weren't answered. She smiled happily and tried to get close to Lulu. "Lulu, the base uses a point system. How many points do you have? If your points aren't enough, I can lend you some." Lulu looked at her meaningfully. How many points could she have? How many could Ma Weizhou give her as a breakup fee? Even if he gave her 1,000,000, it would only be 1,000 points. 1,000 points would barely last 3 months. Points? I don't have much cash. I only have 200 points. You're so kind. I heard that a permanent bed requires 1,000 points. Can you lend me 1,000 points? Lulu followed her words with a sad face. When Su Yingting heard that she only had 200 points, her mouth twitched. I can't believe she still wants to borrow 1,000 points. How annoying. I should have known not to get involved with her in the first place. Su Yingting decided to stay away from her. The breakup fee from Ma Weizhou, plus her savings over the past few years, totals 1,500 points. Lulu only has 200 points, which isn't enough for anything, not even a month. I only have 1,500 points myself, so I definitely won't lend her any. When she asked, I just wanted to see how many points Lulu had to decide whether to keep comforting her. Lulu, I don't have many points either, only 100. If you're really in trouble, I can lend you 10 points for a quick fix. Lulu sneered inwardly but looked a bit embarrassed outwardly. Oh, you only have 100 points. Keep them for yourself. You don't need to lend me any. She didn't even bother to look at the 10 points. As for using 10 points to get back at Su Yingting, or to get some extra benefits, she didn't want to do that. She didn't want to meet her again and have her bring up those 10 points. This area is under official control. If she kills Su Yingting, the authorities definitely won't forgive her. Letting her die would be too easy. She should let her live a bit longer, so she can experience the hunger and hardship. Even if she manages to survive with tricks, there will be storms, extreme cold, and natural disasters afterward. Su Yingting was a bit surprised. She deliberately said she only had 100 points. In the past, if Lulu heard she was broke, she would have offered to lend her money. Often, she borrowed and never paid back. Over time, she had gained at least 100,000 from Lulu. This time, Lulu didn't even think about sharing some points with her. Su Yingting was surprised but didn't show it. She just thought Lulu was truly poor and couldn't help herself, so she didn't give her any points. Lulu, where are you living now? I'm planning to go to the refugee camp. Lulu started pretending to be poor. I have a child. The baby needs milk powder, which is very expensive. These 200 points can only get me into the refugee camp. Su Yingting's eyes flicked around, full of thoughts. Lulu saw this clearly. In the past, she was too naive and trusted Su Yingting too much, not realizing that Su Yingting was already scheming against her right in front of her. Is that so? I don't have many points either. Su Yingting was thinking about finding an excuse to leave. Lulu saw through her thoughts. Later, we can talk. My baby is still in the shelter, and I need to go back and see him now. Su Yingting quickly nodded. Okay. Later when I have more resources, I'll find a way to help you. Lulu expressed her thanks, then turned away with a look of coldness and disgust on her face. Seeing her back turned, Su Yingting showed a jealous and disdainful expression. What? She's even carrying a burden like a child. Newborn babies need expensive milk powder. She just saw in the supply store that a can of milk powder costs 50 points. In the future, she should stay away from Lulu, just in case she gets involved. Su Yingting made up her mind and started observing the people passing by. Old, young, women, and children weren't her targets. Her eyes stayed fixed on the young men until she saw one surrounded by a group of people, and suddenly her eyes lit up. That man was Li Gang, who had earned 20,000 points and was feeling proud. The survivors who were with him had already added Li Gang on WeChat, and now they were planning to go to the official cafeteria for dinner. Su Yingting's eyes brightened. She seized the moment, twisted her waist slightly, and accidentally brushed past Li Gang's group, heading straight toward him. Li Gang saw her and thought she looked pretty, quite attractive. He signaled to his men, who quickly moved aside, allowing Li Gang to reach out and pull Su Yingting into his arms. Su Yingting looked at Li Gang's ordinary face and showed a grateful expression. Thank you. After saying that, she winked at Li Gang. Li Gang saw her flirtatious attitude and immediately recognized her as a typical troublemaker. Before the apocalypse, he had been with many women, more than he could count. He knew right away that this woman was after his points. It's just a small favor. Seeing that Suing Ting was somewhat attractive, he said casually, "The world is pretty chaotic now. You're so beautiful, it's easy for bad people to notice you. Why not come with me to my apartment for a while?" Li Gang smiled confidently. Hearing the word, apartment, Suing Ting lowered her head, her eyes shining with a glint. An apartment costs 3 times the rent of a normal 8-person room for a month. The rent alone is 100 points a month. I heard that the apartment has air conditioning, unlike the 8-person room, which only has a ceiling fan. Don't worry, Li Gang, am very generous with women. Su Pington felt her heart race and shyly nodded. Li Gang enjoyed her reaction. In front of a group of followers, he embraced Su Pington and, ignoring everyone's gaze, kissed her passionately in public. Su Pington always liked to keep clean. She forced herself to tolerate the smell of Li Gang's damp, unpleasant kiss. His bad breath and cigarette smell made her feel sick. But she knew she had to keep up appearances. She was aware of her strengths. Since she had been with several men already, she didn't mind adding a few more. As long as she could earn points and live a good life, none of it mattered. Thinking this, Su Pington happily held Li Gang's arm as they went to the restaurant to eat. She hadn't eaten dinner and was very hungry. This way, she saved some money on a meal. Lu sat in the off-road vehicle, watching through a privacy screen as Su Pington flirted with Li Gang. She always thought her best friend was pure and kind. But Li Gang was not a good person. He only cared about points, was not very smart, and was a typical spoiled rich kid. When Li Gang got tired of playing, he could just spend some points to meet online celebrities at the base. Su Pington would be there. Of course, she could also find some wealthy men to rely on. As for health issues, it's important to know that the cost of small protective umbrellas is high now. Getting medical treatment is very difficult because healthcare resources are limited. If you get sick, you have to tough it out on your own. If Su Pington gets pregnant, well, maybe she won't need her to do anything. She might handle herself. Lu watched them leave and then looked away. She noticed the second door in the space was glowing. It was probably the 100 diamonds she just bought, enough to open the second door. She didn't choose to upgrade the second door for now. The water droplets in the jade pond to the first door might have some purpose. The jade pond can definitely be upgraded further. The crystal core can be used to upgrade the water droplets in the jade pond or to open the second door, but she doesn't know what is behind it. When she returned that evening, she planned to test the effect of the water drops before making a decision. Lu waited in the car for a while until Jang Yi finished loading the SUV with boxes, then they drove back to the apartment. Once home, Jang Yi placed the daily supplies she had bought in the study of her own apartment. After that, she went to Lu Yolio's apartment to prepare dinner. She cooked a big pot of rice, made a plate of spicy shredded potatoes, a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and a dish of black pepper beef. Both of them ate until they were full. After dinner, Lu went upstairs to rest. Jang Yi cleaned up the kitchen, bathed and fed little Wu, then carried the baby to the guest room across from Lu Yolio's bedroom to rest. Inside her room, Lu closed the glass door, pulled the curtains, and made sure no one could see inside. After everything was ready, she took out a cup of water containing the special drops. She knew this water was unusual. First, she mixed it with a bottle of mineral water. Then she scooped out a spoonful of the diluted water and placed it on her dressing table. She couldn't risk trying it on herself first. From her storage space, she brought out a small rabbit that had been kept in a cage. She placed the diluted spring water inside the cage. The rabbit had just woken up from storage. As soon as it smelled the special water, it became excited. Before Lu could observe further, the rabbit stretched out its tongue and eagerly licked the water. After drinking, it still wanted more. Its red eyes shone with a strange brightness as it looked at her, clearly hoping for another taste. Seeing that the rabbit was fine after drinking, Lu felt reassured. As for the rabbit's eager gaze, she didn't pay much attention. She simply put the cage back into her storage space. Since the rabbit was unharmed, she felt safe to try it herself. She remembered how, in novels, the heroine's storage space often contained a magical spring with special powers. Although her own spring only had a few drops, it was still better than nothing. Feeling confident, Lulu drank a small sip of the diluted spring water. It tasted sweet and refreshing, no different from ordinary water. Lulu just finished drinking and hoped her body would have some special reaction. Like in the story, the heroine drinks spring water that makes her more beautiful. She is already very beautiful, but she wouldn't mind becoming even more beautiful. If needed, she could always wear a mask outside and use makeup to hide her flaws. Lulu waited about 10 minutes and then felt an intense itch at her cesarean scar on her lower belly. She lifted her clothes and saw that the healing wound was slowly recovering, with the scabs falling off. A few minutes later, the scar on her stomach was completely gone. It looked like she had never given birth there. Lulu was overjoyed. She pressed her hand on the spot where the scar used to be and felt no pain at all. This jade pool water had healing powers. She took another sip, hoping her body would change again. Sure enough, the healing effect of the jade pool water was very strong. Even when diluted, it still had healing properties. After drinking, she felt a strong urge to go to the bathroom. She quickly pushed open the glass door of the bathroom in her bedroom and went inside to take care of her needs. It took her a whole half hour to finish. The bathroom was filled with a bad smell. Lulu had never realized there were so many foul substances inside her body. After finishing, she felt a lightness all over. The weakness from childbirth and the dizziness, fatigue, and lack of energy all disappeared. She stood up and found her body was in perfect condition. She was completely free of pain. She turned on the bathroom fan and opened the window for ventilation. While waiting for the bathroom to air out, she took a third sip of the diluted spring water. As she drank, she noticed tiny blackish-gray sticky sweat and dirt forming on her fine hair. Could this be the legendary cleansing of the muscles and marrow? It was incredible. As the blackish-gray sticky substance increased, Lulu ran back to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and washed herself thoroughly. While bathing, she noticed her skin had become amazing. It was fair, glowing, and smooth like a newborn baby's skin. Lulu marveled at the magic of the spring water. After her bath, she went to the nearby wash basin and looked at herself in the mirror, opening her mouth in surprise. The person in the mirror had short, black hair, skin as white as snow, bright eyes, and red lips without makeup. She radiated a kind of ethereal elegance. It was like her skin had been enhanced with a super whitening filter and smoothing effects. Without makeup, she looked like she was wearing a natural, fresh look. Just a small amount of diluted spring water had such amazing effects. Fortunately, she didn't drink the original pure water directly, or her body might not have been able to handle such a powerful transformation. Lulu found a 5-liter water container in her space and poured the diluted spring water into it. The first 500 milliliters of diluted water left about 400 milliliters in the cup. It seemed that every 100 milliliters of the original concentrated water could be diluted into 5 liters of liquid. These diluted liquids were just at a level her body could tolerate. In the future, every morning, drinking a glass of this water might help strengthen her body. Lulu then took out the rabbit she had just fed the spring water to, wanting to do an experiment to verify its effects. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took out the rabbit, she saw it growing larger right under her eyes. She hurriedly opened the cage and took the rabbit out. After 3 minutes, the rabbit stopped growing. The small rabbit had become 3 times larger than a normal rabbit. The effects of the diluted spring water included promoting wound healing, improving physical health, detoxifying, and encouraging animal growth. To test the healing effect, Lulu took a small knife and made a cut on the rabbit's front leg. Immediately, blood flowed from the wound. The rabbit, with red eyes, tried to bite her. Lulu, who had also drunk the diluted water, felt her strength increase along with the rabbit's, and she couldn't be shaken off. She realized her strength seemed to have grown. She was overjoyed and took a small cup of the diluted water, dropping a few drops onto the rabbit's injured leg. In an instant, the rabbit's wounded front leg healed completely. Indeed, This diluted water was a wonderful treasure. Even a few drops have such a powerful effect. This is a precious treasure, and it must be kept for emergencies. It seems that as long as there is breath, and with spiritual spring water, no injury is too serious to heal. Lulu feels more confident about her safety and is in a very good mood. She puts the rabbit and the experiment water cup into her space. Opening the first door cost 10 crystal cores. The first upgrade also used 10 crystal cores. So, what about the second door? What might be inside? Lulu is eager to find out. She grits her teeth, decides to stop upgrading the first door, and uses her crystal cores to open the second door instead. Under her mental control, the crystal cores turn into white smoke. The second door opens. This time, it took 100 crystal cores. Opening the first door needs 10, and the second needs 100. From the third to the 10th door, does each new door require 10 times more crystal cores? How many crystal cores will be needed to open the 10th door? Lulu is not good at math and can't figure it out right away. She takes out a calculator and calculates. Suppose the third door needs 1,000 crystal cores. Then the fourth needs 10,000. The fifth needs 100,000. The sixth needs 1 million. The seventh needs 10 million. The eighth needs 100 million. The ninth needs 1 billion. And the 10th needs 10 billion. The entire country of Hylon has fewer than 100 million people. Including all the people on Hylon Star and all the zombies, there are barely 100 million zombies and thus 100 million zombie crystal cores. If this pattern is correct, she might be dreaming if she thinks she can open the 10th door. She decides to take it step by step. As a person, she shouldn't be too greedy. She already has a magical space, magical water droplets, and has opened the second door. First, she should see what's inside the second door. Lulu's mental energy enters the second door, and what she sees is a piece of black land, 5 by 9 meters. The black land is divided into 45 equal parts, each about 1 meter long and wide, arranged in a pattern of 5 by 9. There's no need to guess. This land is definitely for planting crops. Lulu loves to eat tomatoes. Since it is summer now, tomatoes are in season. To test the land's fertility, she found a large cardboard box in her space that stored seeds. Inside the box, there were many packaged vegetable and fruit seeds. Lulu spent a few minutes searching through the seeds and found some tomato seeds. She had never farmed before and wasn't sure how many seeds to plant in such a small plot. Feeling curious, she found a small iron, dug a hole in the soil, and placed 3 tomato seeds inside. Of course, planting crops usually involves watering. Lulu remembered the magical jade pool water. She poured 100 milliliters of diluted jade pool water onto the black soil. She watched as the tomato seeds sprouted quickly, grew taller, and even flowered and bore fruit, all within a minute. Since she didn't insert a support stick, the growing tomato vines all leaned to one side, but this didn't affect the ripening of the tomatoes. On the main vine, many large, bright red, fresh tomatoes grew, covering the branches. Suddenly, Lulu was hit by a huge pie falling from above.
Wow.
With special jade pool water and seeds planted in this land, she had nothing to worry about for food and drink. As long as she had seeds, she would never lack anything to eat or drink in her life. She rubbed her eyes and took a few minutes to regain focus. Using her mental power, she plucked a big, bright red tomato and took it out of her space. She washed the tomato with tap water in the bathroom and took a bite. The rich aroma of the tomato filled her mouth. The taste was sweet and sour, filling her entire mouth. It was a true delight on her tongue. Tomatoes grown with jade pool water were perfect in color, aroma, and flavor, top-quality natural ingredients. They were free of pests, chemical fertilizers, and pesticides. Every bite was healthy. Now that she had this amazing farming tool, she didn't mind selling her greenhouse vegetables. But these high-quality, all-natural, pollution-free fruits were better kept for herself. However, the vegetables needed a proper source. Her apartment balcony was open and spacious, so she could grow some tomatoes in pots. This way, she would have a clear source and could explain where the produce came from. Jang Yi mentioned that she could say the crops were grown by herself. However, the diluted 5 liters of water needed to be diluted again with some more water to control the crop's growth and prevent it from becoming too wild. Jang Yi grew up in a small town, where her family did not farm or grow crops. She has no knowledge of farming. The growth cycle of the tomatoes was shortened, but she did not suspect anything. It was probably because she had stored some fertilizer earlier that the plants grew so well. Lulu ate the tomatoes as a dessert after her meal. She entered her space again and picked all the ripe tomatoes from the first plot of land. There were 30 large tomatoes, each weighing about 1 jin, roughly half a kilogram. Lulu guessed that with 3 seeds planted, she got 30 large tomatoes. What if she planted 4 seeds? She started experimenting on a plot of black soil. In the end, she concluded that tomato yield really depends on the number of seeds planted. Planting 1 more seed increases the number of tomatoes by about 10 times, with a ratio of 1:10. Each seed can produce 10 fruits. But as she added more seeds, the weight of each tomato decreased. When she planted 6 seeds, each tomato's weight was halved, only about half a jin, around 250 grams. The best ratio was planting 3 seeds per plot, which would produce about 30 tomatoes. After the experiment with the seeds, she diluted the Yuchi water again. Originally, there was less than 5 liters of water, but she added another 5 liters of tap water to dilute it further. This time, the tomatoes grew to flowering stage and then stopped growing. Lulu diluted the spring water once more. This time, the tomatoes only rooted and sprouted, looking like they still needed some time before flowering. 4 drops of Yuchi water could exchange for the first 500 milliliters of regular water, which has healing and supergrowth detoxification effects. Using 1/5 of this 500 milliliters, she could exchange for 5 liters of water that promotes rapid fruiting of crops, weighing about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms. Each plot of land needs about 100 milliliters. For 45 plots, about 4.5 liters are needed. This means 1 exchange is enough to make all 45 plots produce fruit quickly in 1 round. 4 drops of Yuchi original liquid can make these 45 plots of black soil flower and fruit 5 times quickly. If she used all the Yuchi water for planting, after 5 rounds, she could harvest over 3 tons of mature vegetables. She eats about a jin, roughly half a kilogram, of food every day as her main meal, enough to last her 7 or 8 years alone. Of course, she can't eat the same vegetable every day. No matter how tasty or favorite a food is, eating it every day for 7 or 8 years would become boring. Lulu continues her experiments in the space. She has tested chili peppers, eggplants, and strawberry seeds. The results are similar to previous conclusions. Each piece of land produces about 30 jin of fruits or vegetables, with some variation. Her last experiment involved planting seeds directly into black soil without watering them with special spring water, but instead using regular water. She patiently waited for a few minutes and found no signs of germination in the seeds inside the black soil. It seems that to make crops grow quickly, special spring water is essential. Tomorrow morning, she plans to check the growth of the batch planted with ordinary water and black soil. Similarly, she found several large flower pots in the space and quietly moved them to the balcony downstairs. Lulu saw the lights outside were on, and there was noise from the apartment building. At the entrance, a line of survivors was being rescued and brought to this shelter. Her wounds had been nourished by spiritual spring water, making her body about 3 times stronger than an average adult woman. Now, she has some ability to protect herself. Moreover, inside the officially controlled shelter, it is relatively safe. Lulu carefully considered the pros and cons and decided not to disturb Jang Yi. She plans to go outside tonight to dig some ordinary soil for her flower pots. She will plant tomato seeds in the soil, using regular dirt and spring water instead of black soil, to observe how the crops grow. While at it, she might also encounter vendors selling crystal cores. After several hours, more groups of survivors arrived. Maybe she will get some crystal cores too. She doesn't expect to open all 10 doors and get 100 billion crystal cores. But everyone should have some dreams. What if one day her dream comes true? Lulu changed into cool, black silk leisure pants and a plain white t-shirt. Her white arms and palms were covered with sun protection sleeves. She wore a mask on her face and old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses over her eyes. A baseball cap was on her head. Her short hair, tucked behind her ears under the cap, made her look like a tomboy. Apart from her smooth, fair skin that looks quite stunning, everything else about her seems quite ordinary. She wears black-rimmed glasses, a mask, and a baseball cap, which mostly hide her face. Lulu is dressed neatly and finds an iron in the space. This was recommended by the seed shop owner when she bought seeds earlier. Since farming usually needs she bought 10 of them. She finds manual hoeing too tiring, so she also bought 10 fully automatic electric tillers. When she has free time, she can use the electric tillers in the space, along with a large battery, to work automatically. But this method requires controlling with her mental energy. Her mental strength is limited, and after 2 hours in the space, she feels very tired. To help with this, she can drink some diluted jade pool water, which eases her fatigue. This makes digging and planting much easier. Lulu finds an unused plastic bucket, puts the inside, gently opens the apartment door, and heads to the nearby garden outside. She finds a big tree near her apartment and digs some ordinary soil into the bucket. 1 bucket of soil is enough to plant in 2 pots. After filling the bucket, she carries it back to her apartment, places it on the balcony, then quickly heads downstairs again. To avoid attracting attention, she didn't drive this time. Her goal is to collect crystal cores, so there's no need to carry extra supplies in a vehicle. Now, her body has recovered better than that of an average adult woman, so she doesn't need a vehicle to move around, which also reduces the pulling pain from her wounds. At 11:30 p.m., the neighborhood is brightly lit. Lulu walks slowly along the cement road. Soon, she reaches the neighborhood gate. The survivors who have been here all day know that everyone must pass through the gate to enter the shelter. Many of them have set up stalls at the gate. The officials see this but don't stop them. They just send some staff to keep order so they don't interfere much. Lulu approaches the first stall, which sells jade and gemstones. These items are useless to her, so she looks at the next stall. This one has a large pile of seeds and fertilizer. Lulu's eyes light up. Who would dislike having more seeds? Now, she doesn't know how to get plant seeds from fruits yet. She needs to look at farming books to learn. However, there are ready-made seeds that she must buy. Lulu is squatting in front of a stall, where she sees 3 types of seeds: basic cabbage, cucumber, and green onion seeds. How much are these seeds? She asks. The stall owner is a middle-aged woman who becomes very excited when she hears the question. Her family runs a seed and fertilizer shop. After the end of the world, they had already used up all their food. When officials searched the area, they found her family and brought them to a shelter. Most of their seeds were taken by the officials. The officials offered a very low price, but due to the situation, her family had no choice but to agree. After arriving at the shelter, they realized that the points earned from selling seeds could only support a family of 3 for a month. Fortunately, she kept some seeds, hoping to grow vegetables at the base herself. At the base, she discovered that water, electricity, and accommodation all cost points. 1 ton of tap water costs 1 point, which is about 1,000 yuan. This season, growing crops requires a lot of water, and she has no place to plant. They live in a camp where everyone has a small square area of about 10 square meters. Over 1,000 people are packed together. The place is very smelly and hot, and there's not even a fan. With such conditions, how could she grow crops? If she plants outside, her crops will eventually be stolen. Without proper land to farm, she can only try to sell these seeds quickly. 1 bag of seeds costs 1 point, the stall owner says, watching Lulu's face to see her reaction. The official store buys her seeds at market price, where 1,000 yuan worth of seeds equals 1 point. Her family disagrees with this price. After some bargaining, the officials agree to buy each bag of seeds for 0.1 points. In the end, her family receives 1,500 points and some seeds kept for their own use. Lulu frowns when she hears the price. The official store also sells seeds, with each bag costing 1 point. Why doesn't she buy from the official store, just like the official price? 0.7 points. If you won't sell it to me, I'll go buy from the official store. The stall owner has seen official seeds before. She knows she was taken advantage of by the official, but she has no choice but to accept it. Selling at 0.7 points, she doesn't lose much. If she recycles these seeds to the official, the current market price is at most 0.5 points per pack. The stall owner nods. I'll take a small loss. How many packs do you want? I'll take all the packs on your stall. The stall owner is overjoyed. There are 100 packs of seeds, each costing 0.7 points, totaling 70 points. Their family of 3 can stay in the camp for 1 day, which costs 1 point for rent. 70 points is enough for more than 2 months of rent for the 3 of them. If they want a better 8-person room, it costs 1 point per person, which is 3 times the camp standard. Their family would need 90 points a month, and with water and electricity, at least 100 points. They also need to eat daily, and 1,500 points are not enough for all expenses. So, they can only choose to stay in a cost-effective camp. Lulu watches her pack the seeds into a large black plastic bag. Both show their wristbands to each other. Lulu activates her wristband's Scan and Pay feature, scans the stall owner's QR code, and pays her 70 points. After buying the seeds, Lulu continues browsing the 3rd stall. She visits 5 more stalls, all selling daily necessities, but none have what she wants. At the 6th stall, she sees tiny crystal cores the size of rice grains. Looking along the stall, she sees the stall owner is 3 burly men. They look very similar, probably relatives. How much for these crystal cores? The middleman, the biggest, speaks, 120 points each. Wow, just a few hours and the price of the crystal cores has increased by 10 points. The official only buys crystal cores and has never sold them. So, the higher price than the official purchase price makes sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running a stall in the heat. They want to earn more points. Right now, many people don't know what crystal cores are used for. They don't care about these things that can't fill their stomachs. These crystal cores are inside zombies' brains, and they might carry zombie viruses. Some people have tried to eat the crystal cores to see if they could gain special abilities. Unfortunately, it was a tragic mistake. Many people on social media have done this foolish act, believing they are chosen ones. As a result, some have live-streamed themselves eating the cores and turned into zombies. Now, only official authorities and a few ordinary people care about the crystal cores. Most people don't have extra points to buy such dangerous items. Lulu doesn't know what the official uses the crystal cores for, but she needs them for her space evolution energy. She crouched down and picked up a crystal core at a stall to examine it. Can't afford it, don't touch it, the big man on the left said irritably. Lulu wasn't angry. She tried to bargain with the man in the middle, 110 points per core. Will you sell it? After hesitating for a moment, the man agreed. The 3 of them had fought and killed zombies in the building to get these items. They originally thought that with crystal cores, they could become special abilities users. But after official announcements and watching the tragic consequences of people eating cores on live streams, they got scared. They set up the stall on a whim. I can sell to you, but tell me, what are these crystal cores for? The man in the middle thought Lulu must know the purpose of the cores since she wanted to buy them. Lulu couldn't tell him the truth, that she needs the energy from the cores for her space upgrade. She just said, I don't know much. They look interesting, so I want to study them. The man in the middle didn't seem convinced, but the 3 brothers desperately needed points to improve their lives. They still have many crystal cores in their bags. Selling some wouldn't hurt. At worst, they could take risks, spend their points, and go kill zombies to get more cores from their brains. How many do you want? The main man in the middle didn't press further on this question. Once she bought them, he would send someone to watch her. They would find a chance to ask her directly about the purpose. I want all of them. The man in the middle showed a sneaky smile. She clearly knew what these crystal cores were for. It looks beautiful. Why not exchange it for nearby diamond and jade jewelry? Those items can be bought with just 1 point each. There are 200 pieces here, totaling 22,000 points. Lulu felt a bit upset when she heard the price. Suddenly, her points dropped by 1/10. The 200,000 points she initially thought needed now seemed like a small amount. Fortunately, she could exchange supplies for points. Fresh vegetables, fruits, cigarettes, and alcohol are in high demand and sell well. The fresh vegetables grown in her space can be harvested once and earn her many points. Lulu quickly scanned the code and transferred the points. After counting the items to make sure everything was correct, she put the crystal core in her portable canvas bag. As she was about to leave, she saw a familiar figure walking toward the center of the stall.